Good evening. It's 5:30 on July 12th. Want to welcome everyone to our joint session with our school board members. Congratulations, Jody Carroll and Char Jewell, for your elections. We also have our superintendent of RSU 14, Chris Howell. Thank you all for coming. Kate, nice to see you again. What we're here to discuss tonight is the tuition program for folks who aren't going to the RSU, out of district. And we held a vote here in Raymond back in 2008. And have you seen the vote?
Yep.
And the wording of it?
Yep.
So we're here to figure out how do we make that work, since that's what the town voted for. So I know it was the opinion of your council that you pay the full cost of whatever that tuition is. And that's not what the intent of the vote was at the time. So
I've actually got some handouts to walk through
Okay.
that I think might be helpful. And then
very good
Wow.
handout.
Sorry you didn't get dressed up.
Yes, I think I made a dozen copies, so I think I've got enough.
Nobody would have noticed to do this.
And I think Joe, what I tried to do is that when Sue and I talked, to try to pull together as much information, because I know there was also some questions about school choice in relation to the recent Supreme Court
Right.
case.
Yep.
And how that will go ahead and impact. So I am familiar with the vote that the citizens, I'll wait for you guys to get your packets.
Everybody got it?
Yep.
Ready to go?
So I am familiar with the vote that Raymond residents took. I believe it was in May of 2008. Is that correct? Which was a specific vote to the then Raymond School Department about limiting tuition to what was then being paid for tuition for Wyndham High School.
Right.
When we became an RSU and we fell under statute for the RSU, a couple of things happened. First of all, the Raymond School Department sunsetted on June 30 of 2009, and we became part of RSU 14 on July 1, 2009. So under that point, we would then fall under Maine statute for RSUs. And in talking to our attorney, and I understand there were some conversations, I think actually back in 2015, about the same topic with Don Davis and Sandy Prince about the amount overage on tuition. But my understanding at the time that the same piece of legislation, it's actually out of Title 20, and I've included the language for Title 20, which I think is third page in the little packet that I made for you. And this is specific under regional school units and under programming. And actually, if you go under subsection 1479, number 5, and I'm sorry about the size of the font. In a regional school unit where some but not all students are attending school pursuant to the section, the sending municipality is responsible for the additional expenses calculated in accordance with the subsection. For each secondary school student who attends a public school under their school administrative unit, sending municipality and regional school units responsible for an amount equal to the difference in tuition in cases. And then under B, for each secondary school student who attends a private school approved for tuition purposes, subject to previous chapter 219, sending municipality is responsible for an amount equal to the difference in tuition in cases where it exceeds the amount of the regional school unit's tuition rate. And just, I think, good for the public to know is that when it's referencing tuition here, so first of all, the state of Maine sets a tuition rate for Wyndham High School. And I believe right now the tuition rate, and I gave you the most current numbers in this packet. This is of last year. We've not received the state approved rates. But Wyndham High School, if I remember correctly, was just about 11.7.
1176, yeah, 1173.92.
And so for any public school where there's a difference in tuition between state approved rates, then the town of Raymond is responsible for that small portion. In the case of a private school, so let's say for instance NYA, and I don't know what NYA's tuition is right now, I'm guessing probably 28,000. It's capped at a maximum tuition rate, which I think in this sheet that I have here is 12,480. So the difference between the 11,773 and the 12,480 is billed back to the town of Raymond for that difference. Parents are then responsible for the difference between the 28,000 and the 12,400. There on that. Also in the packets that I gave you the historical, what we've been operating on, because one thing I was surprised, and it's actually on the front page, and again, it's on a very, very small font, but gives you an idea of what the difference has been paying and what the actual has been. So if we go back to FY 2010, the difference at which the town of Raymond was paying was $47,142. For this past fiscal year, for 22 is not on here. For 21, the difference was $600. And so that amount in which the RSU bills the town up front, which is $25,000, there was a check sent back to the town for $24,400 for the amount that wasn't used under that. So under statute, that's how we've been operating, and just consultation with our school attorney. I guess the time that Raymond would have had to have put restrictions in would have been the time that we became an RSU in the original consolidation plan, and would have had to have been in the language for when the RSU was voted on by the citizens of Raymond.
Well, it was right around that time.
Yeah. Which would have been November of 2008. I think the vote was for...
But, all right, so question on that. So if that wording was in there, that would mean then that the RSU would have handled that differential and billed back to parents, correct? If that's, because what I'm wondering here is whether we just have a definitional issue here, in that it's saying that the municipality is responsible for that differential. I'm not disputing that, because that's, the real question is, when it says municipality, does that mean the municipality cannot collect from the parent that differential? Because the municipality will still pay you, but we will collect the differential from the parent, and all we need is the accounting that says, here's the schools, here's the people, here's what we paid, here's that differential by students, so we have the wherewithal to be able to go back and bill back the parent for that differential. So we're still meeting the intent of the law, which says the municipality is paying, because the check's still got to come from here. We're just going to get a reimbursement from the parent.
My suggestion in that case would be to reach out to your legal counsel and see whether or not it's something that you can do as a town to be able to operate under that. I can't give you legal advice on that. I can
Is there any problem with getting the detail that says that student X had a differential of Y?
No, there's not any. I mean, the listing there, you can actually see the listing of what private schools were.
Right.
I think last year the differential was $600.
Yeah, but in that case, we don't have it down to the individual, so we can't. If our legal counsel says yes, that's allowable, then we still need the breakdown that says, okay, for student A, we need to collect X from the parents. For student B, etc.
Yeah, and I just would suggest have your attorney take a look at Title 20 and that subsection and just see what their interpretation is of that.
But I was there for the consolidation. I know it was part of the discussion that there was a cap. It just never got put into the consolidation language.
Can I ask? So for clarification, you're saying right now, all right, say somebody goes to NYA, they pay $28,000, and Wyndham is just round off at $12,000. You know what I mean? So 11,000 because the state caps it at 12,000, correct? So do the parents know they have to cover that from the 12,000 to 28,000? So I guess the question is, if we had to have that voted on, we voted to have choice, to keep choice before we went into the RSU. We also voted to have the tuition covered by the people before we went into the RSU. So why is one accepted and one is not?
Because the tuition being covered is state statute. Parents having to make up the difference between the cost of the 12,400 and the 28,000 is in state statute. That's a responsibility of families to do that because the state's capping what their amount is.
Okay, so I guess I look back and you go right down to the word municipality is the town, and the town pays the bills. So to me, if we have that RSU and we have that, and it's something that the board would have to decide, it's not the RSUs. I know that. It's not the municipalities. Our obligation is what their rate is. It's our I guess job then to bill the parents, whatever that difference is. But it doesn't sound like there's going to be much of a difference because
Depending on the year, depending on which schools get, but then you can get into that, depending on what we get into phase B of this discussion, whether, if all of a sudden we have Chevrolet and things like that in the mix, then we're talking a whole different kettle of fish.
But isn't it still capped at 12,000 then?
There has not been, it's actually a great question, Ralph, there's not a tuition rate has not been set for Chevrolet.
Right.
My guess, just looking at it and the inflation factor, it's not going to be any greater than any of the other private schools that are presently there.
And I remember having that vote in the spring because the consolidation vote was going to be in the fall. And the question was, okay, do you still want choice if we go ahead with consolidation? So it's all clear that was the sequence. And,
Just not carried over.
well,
No, and I'll share with Don, and he can choose how he wants to share with you folks. But here is an opinion letter from our attorney back in June of 2015 to the town's attorney on this issue. And basically just saying the same thing, which is just pulling out section 1479 or 1478, section 5B, and just walking through some steps and some scenarios with that.
It still comes down, to some degree there, it comes down to perspective, because your lawyer was answering in regards to the RSU's obligation. What we're saying is, aside from that, the statute says the municipality is responsible, fine, but it doesn't say that the municipality cannot. There's nothing in there that I see that says the municipality cannot charge back the parent for that differential that we see. And that's really the issue. And if we get clarification on that says yes, that's perfectly fine, then it just comes down to can we get the data that says okay, parent X owes.
Yep. For whatever schools. I mean, I would just suggest going through legal counsel because nobody knows right now which way some of these things are going to land. So
Yeah.
have we contacted Shauna?
We haven't.
Well, and I think again, I know we all agree it's not the RSUs. So what we would need back is from the RSU is it broken down.
Right. Which
Yeah.
Chris says he can get to us.
Right.
Then we just need the clarification from our counsel that says, that's.
Yep.
So that enhanced tuition, from what I remember on that consolidation bill, is like 10% higher. Is that what it is? It's somewhere around there. And I forget what they call it.
there's an inflation factor that's put in there
Right.
for the amount, Joe, and it's the actual inflation factor is written into statute, what actually can go above. I think the other issue that was going on, which was clearly defined by our legal counsel, is that when consolidation was happening, the legislature was super busy writing all these statutes, and you had different groups writing different statutes, and there was a lot happening in a very short period of time.
I was there.
Yes. So chances are, as people then went back and started to unwind some of the items that were there, and where all those things landed. But this was one element of that. I did bring some information, which there's two pieces in your packet, which on the recent Supreme Court case, which Ralph actually gets your question with Chevrolet. First of all, in your packet, basically there's a placeholder that we'd received from DOE which said, at this point we don't have your information, hold on, which is in your packet, but fresh off the presses, this packet was posted to the DOE website today, which starts to provide a little bit more information. So a couple things to remember is that for students in RSU 14, anything to do with choice and being able to access dollars for other schools that have not yet been approved only applies to students who have choice. Students who reside in Wyndham have a school that's been designated to them. It's not a choice school. Now all of a sudden choice doesn't become a possibility. For school districts that have set contracts, so if Raymond had a set contract that basically said Wyndham High School is the sole place, the new choice law would not apply either. It's only those places where kids have universal choice. One thing that I did learn today, I did talk to the deputy commissioner just to get some clarification in preparation for this meeting, is that schools that wish to become or wish to be listed on the state approved list have to go through a basic school approval process to be added to that list. And so until, whether it be Cheverus or Greater Portland Christian School, until one of those schools decides that they want to go through the process for basic approval, we can't approve tuition dollars going to those schools. And it's going to be up to those schools to decide whether or not it's in their best interest to be able to go through that process of attracting students with choice.
It's like opting in. Have you been approached, because somebody did ask me this question, it was a little while ago and I honestly forgot about it. When we join with the middle school, somebody says, well, technically Raymond doesn't have a middle school anymore. Does choice start at 5th grade? And I said, no, it starts at the high school. And they said, why? I said, because the town voted to go with the school. So you may be approached, with that.
Right.
Yeah.
And what was interesting, just kind of working through this process, is that in southern Maine, Raymond is actually one of the few towns that actually does have choice, because most schools in southern Maine have a dedicated high school or a place where they've got a contract in order to be able to send. So then the question of whether or not some of the privates are going to want to jump through all the DOE hoops in order to be able to access a couple students that may choose to come from Raymond or not. And you've got the historical data. I shouldn't say got. You have the historical data on your sheet. We had been hovering right around 27, 28 students exercising choice. Over the years, last year we had a larger group. We had 39 students exercise choice, with most of that increase actually kids going over to Grady Gloucester.
Yeah. So a lot of these are superintendent agreement type choice things?
No, all of these are their tuition choice.
Yeah.
Where kids have, none of them are superintendent's agreements. And we go through a, I would say, a rigorous process to make sure that people are actually residing in the town of Raymond. That's just not somebody saying, I live in Raymond, I'd like to exercise choice. So we do go through a rigorous process for verifying residency. And
Must get fun with split families.
How did the guy in Poland out in the woods end up going to school in Raymond for years?
I don't know who you're referring to.
Well, we had somebody who was off on a dead-end road and claimed to be a Raymond resident. I guess he had been in Wyndham at some point, but I brought it to Sandy's attention, I guess, a few years ago. But he managed to get through almost to the end of the line with his kids. I think he had 3 kids. So it was a difficult situation, but he was geographically in Poland, claimed to be in Raymond.
Because his mailing address was right.
Gotcha.
And there's a whole hunk of gray.
And I had a hard time convincing him even to look at it. So when you said the rigorous piece, that's what caught my attention.
I can only speak the last 3 years.
Okay.
Gold Academy, I just found out where that was yesterday. That's pretty far out there.
Where's that?
Is it Gold Academy?
Gould.
Gould, yeah.
Do we have any idea of how many Raymond students go to secondary schools that aren't being tracked on this list?
This is everyone that we have as far as the tuition dollars, as far as kids that are then accessing privates that they don't let us know. I'm actually thinking, Teresa, where we worked on a project together for all the banners going up,
Yep.
not 85, but 302. And I think there were like 3 or 4 students that we
got, they reached out and like, well, it wasn't on our list. Sorry. Yeah, we're like, so we quick ordered. Yeah, there was maybe 4, maybe. Yeah, there was several, and Yeah, that is a tricky one because we didn't know.
'Cause I mean, I'm friends with a family here in town that have 3 students going to Cheverus.
Yeah.
So that's just one family.
Yep.
So, and she already bugged me this week to find out when she can call the town hall and get her check for Cheverus. So,
So now you have the answer. She can't.
Well, we had a guy here years ago who moved to Raymond just to send his kids to, I think it was
do.
NYA.
NYA, yeah.
And then they moved right after all the kids got through. Because think about it, you're getting $12,000 a year per kid, more than your taxes. Yeah.
So to answer your question, Shar, as soon as Cheverus, we get indication that Cheverus is on the approved list, then we will gladly go through the same choice agreements that we do for everybody else. But
How long does it take them to get through the approval list?
I don't know.
I'm just wondering if it's a 1-year thing or if it's a, or if they can fast track it or.
I think, I did a quick scan, Rolf, and about a half hour before I came over. Looking at most of it looks fairly easy, but then also whether or not you're going to agree to state certification requirements, whether or not you're going to agree to state testing, and some of those other elements. I think those are probably some larger decisions that some of those boards for those private schools are going to have to kind of walk through.
So they may not for those 3 kids. Wow, in time or wow, yeah.
But if they do it partway through the year, then we still process and.
Yeah, there's not as many as there used to be.
I'm surprised it's not lower though, to be honest.
I mean, NYA used to have 15, 20 kids a year going there in the past.
I mean, the other one that makes somewhat of sense is the Great New Gloucester, because, you've got a good population that's sitting, that's
Right,
closer.
on that side.
On the other
It's
end.
5 minutes to there. For
Yep. No, and I think I've shared this with you before. We support kids with their choice wherever they want to go. We'll support them in it, and to try to help them out with that. On occasion we do have students that will come back to Wyndham High School and choose to do that after they've been somewhere else. But we'll support kids. And when I was high school principal, and I'd go meet with the Jordan Small kids and say, this is a spiel I'm talking for Wyndham High School, but if you're going elsewhere, any way we can help and support, we'll help you get there.
Any more questions on this subject?
No.
Can you give us an update on the middle school? Where are we?
Sure. So we are, the committee is down to 1 site for environmental testing purposes, and the reasoning behind it is the most current round of testing is close to $250,000 to go through. So at 61 Wyndham Center Road, SW Cole Engineering will be doing test bores. They've got 80 test bores planned. It's either 60 or 80 test bores planned sometime the end of July. That will give them some determination as far as what the soils are like, ledge, depth of bedrock. Joe, you would have been involved with, I remember correctly, with the high school building project and all the ledge that was found out back. And the added expense that was that. So we've asked them to do some extra due diligence for that particular property. In addition, we have been working with the Department of Education team on ed specs, so programming, and much like I think I shared with this group back in October, we're looking at a small neighborhood approach with small teams, try to make this building that's going to be larger feel as small as possible. As part of that process, which I've actually found quite fascinating, is for every employee, there's almost a square footage designated, and for every student. So if you have a classroom teacher for it, the state will support a classroom. If you don't currently have a classroom teacher, what's the plan? If you're going to add additional Spanish, what's your plan in order to be able to do that? So we're in that negotiation phase where we're working on what is actually going to be state supported for square footage and what will have to be local for the RSU. And with that factor, whatever we decide upon for that final number, you multiply that times 1.4, and that's the final square footage for the building, because that's then square footage for bathrooms, for custodial closets, for all those other pieces.
So the site is at the Rotary as you
Site
turn off?
currently is there.
Yep.
After all the environmental testing is done and U.S. Army Corps has had a chance to weigh in, Inland Fish and Wildlife have been notified. U.S. Forest Service, I'm trying to think of the main version of the U.S. Forest Service.
Maine Forest Service.
Maine Forest Service.
Yep.
For whether or not there's any species or botanical items of any special significance.
How much land is with
It's
it?
45 acres.
Okay.
The town of Wyndham has an additional 9 next door, which they've offered up to be able to use as part
So
of the
those
forest.
horse stable areas, that's all part of it?
That's all part of it. And when you get out back, there's actually part of that land that you can't see because it goes up and then it crests. There's an entire equivalent of 2 soccer fields over the crest that is invisible. So they'll be working on those portions. And then once all this data's collected, there'll be some community forums, probably October, and a chance for the community to finally weigh in. Is this the final site that makes the most sense from a fiscal standpoint and from a programmatic, and then go through a straw poll process. At this point, whether or not we make a June referendum is still up in the air for the entire building. There's a good chance that it might be an early fall or the November election of next year for the entire referendum.
Is there a purchase price for the land?
Purchase price for the land's $1.5 million.
Not bad.
Currently being appraised. It's my understanding from speaking to the real estate agent that that property has become much more valuable over the last 2 years while it's been held in, or last year, since it's been held in an agreement.
Did you guys ever get it fixed with the lady that lives there with a pig that has her septic back there? I saw that video.
Yeah, yep. So
That pig, yeah.
that person, actually, that house that there's being discussed was a Habitat for Humanity house done by the town of Wyndham. That septic field is on the town of Wyndham property out back, where the town of Wyndham has what's a laydown pit where they big pipes, things like that. They don't have space at Public Works. We've worked around that issue, and we're also looking at other egress points out to River Road and not using that space.
Do you know anything about the history of the site? What was there historically? I mean, has it always just been?
Yeah, the site was part of a larger site that belonged to the Pringle family that farmed it, and the Pringles owned the spot where there's the giant house up on the hill. They owned all of that land. In addition, they own the 17 acres, which is the nature preserve, which is next to that property. When they split off, it's always been used for farming. We've done some historical research into environmental. It was never an SD Warren dump site because there are farms in Wyndham where SD Warren dump sites were, much like in Raymond. There were spots where people were dumping septic and sludge and PFAS. Nobody knew about what
But
that was.
you'll be testing for that, though.
Yep. PFAS testing is part of the process for that, and
I'm no expert, but I'm not thinking ledge is going to be the problem. Looking at it, it looks like it might be lowland.
yeah, so there is, of the 45 acres, there's 29 that is fully developable without any worry about any setbacks. And also, there's been some conversations with the nature preserve next door. They would actually like to partner on some outdoor environmental education spots there, because one thing they're struggling with is that you have the Pringle Reserve, which is the 17 acres. You've got the little bird stand on the corner, but nobody really accesses it. So looking to be able to do that.
So there are no vernal pools or anything like that?
No vernal pools. Nope.
Interesting.
Nope, no vernal pools. There is wetland of special significance, which runs behind where the barn is, and that's been accounted for. I think something else that we've learned through the process is the state will pay for a baseball field, a softball field, and a couple multi-purpose fields. It looks like the local RSU will have to pay for any additional fields beyond that. If memory serves everyone, that actually had a soccer field, competition soccer field on that site that was then, that the family who owns it built for travel team use, and then they converted it to horse use later on. But there is all the underlayment, drainage, everything on it. I've been told significant investment was put into that field in order to be able to bring it up to, and it was labeled Mackenzie Field. So that may be an option to bring some additional community use for fields for not as much money as it would be to go ahead and develop a new one. So working through that process.
Any other questions?
On something different.
Okay.
So, you guys, I watch your meetings, and you guys do get hammered. You do get hammered. How is it? And I listened to Shar as far as you've got to work together with the teachers, the administration, and the parents. How can you guys find I guess, a better way instead of cutting people off at 3 minutes? Because they're there, they actually come to the meetings to talk. But I also know you've got to keep it a meeting schedule. You got to keep things moving forward. One of the things we do here is if you are attacking either an employee or a member, we cut it down, because no, that's behind the scenes that you have to handle that. But I know some of these people that have been coming out, and all of a sudden they're not being mean or anything, but that 3 minutes, if they're coming out, how do you get responses to them, I guess? And you're not the one that's setting it, Chris, either. But yeah, so I mean, you know what I mean. So you don't have the 3, but what do you do to hear people? They're coming out to the meetings, but we have the same situation too.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at what other area districts were doing for their public comment. They, most of them in Cumberland County do 3 minutes, some do 2. I think, you know, we are certainly responding to folks via email as well. If they're sending some emails, we have tried asking them to follow up with their public comment, their question through email, so that we can get a response to them. We changed some things around in our agenda where Chris does his superintendent's report right after public comment, so that there is something that he can address at that moment, then we can address it at that moment. We also moved our board roundtable up as well for that same reason, just to be able to try to appropriately and respectfully respond to that public comment. So,
and this is just putting it out for people that
Yeah.
are watching this, so that way, where if they see the meetings and are concerned about it, yeah.
I mean, I get it. You know, I've been on the school board long enough where we had nobody at our meetings,
Yes.
and you really want people to participate. However, our meetings go without public comment in there, can go until sometimes 10:30 at
Yep.
night. So I just think, out of the respect for the fact that all of, you know, besides Chris and Christine, we are all volunteering, and although you have to go to work the next morning much earlier than I do, but we just have to respect that. And I think we've tried to find the best way to appreciate the fact that the public are coming out, but also be respectful of all of our time.
Oh no, I get it.
Yeah.
Been on the school board, been on the select board.
Yeah.
We so get it.
Yeah, it's hard.
So recently, we got an email from a member of the public who said, you know, instead of having 3 minutes per person, set aside a total amount of time allowable for public comment. And if there's only 3 people, and you set aside, you know, 18 minutes, then each person gets 6 minutes, something like that. And I actually think that's more reasonable if you don't have a huge group of people, to have kind of like dual policies. If you have over X amount, then you got to cut it down to 2 or 3 minutes. But if you have under X amount, then you can go for a total of this much time. I actually prefer that. I thought it was a good idea.
How do you handle it if you have people that are?
We try and let people speak, and then if they continue to repeat themselves, we ask them to, okay, you said your piece.
Yeah.
Time for the next person to move on.
And we get it. I'm not
no,
criticizing,
it's a
but
fair
no, I
question.
just watch these
Yeah.
meetings and I go, oh, that
I mean,
one
the
ended
other-
bad. Yeah.
And the other thing that'll happen is you'll get 2 or 3 people that essentially wanted to say the same thing.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
it looks like you're gonna have more, but then also, no, they've already asked, they've
Yeah,
already said that.
we've already heard this, you know, you have anything else to add?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the hard part is for folks to understand that we don't want to always cut people off. Even if it is something that may be critical of some of the work we're doing, we still need to hear what everyone has to say. And so it's, I hate when the timer goes off. I really do. And I think between Kate and
It's
me,
hard.
like,
It is.
we don't like doing that. However, we can't let one person go on and then say, you have to stop. We were going that route. We didn't have a policy in place for this, and then it did come to the point where we were like, okay, you know, we have to move on with our meeting. But then you feel really bad that one person who has decided to go up to stop them. So we've really just had to have
finding that happy
But
medium.
yeah,
But
yeah.
and you guys do say in your medium, please email with questions, please, do this type of thing. But yeah, no, I just watch the meetings and I'm thinking, God, I'm glad I'm not there. Oh yeah,
But, some people just need to vent.
yeah.
Absolutely.
And if it gets personal, we shut them off right
Yes.
away. But,
And if it's an employee or, I know you guys had some kind of survey that went out for a while and pretty much everybody that got up there was just repeating their things. But yeah, if someone comes in, we'll say, but we'll cut them right down if it's a matter, if it's repeating or,
you can tell when it's organized and they're all saying the same thing. Yeah, okay, we heard this.
yeah.
But, it's your meeting, you run them how you want.
No, I just was wondering how you,
That's fine. Great. Good question.
Oh, because I just thought, that's got to be, and I know that they're angry, and you guys all have to sit there and keep that straight face too, and yeah.
Anything else?
No.
No? You have any questions for us? No? Well, we really appreciate you coming out tonight and answering our questions on this, and we're gonna have to have a discussion with Shauna and find out.
Actually, Shauna's no longer our attorney.
Oh, okay,
We're with Phil Saucier now.
all right.
Shauna's gone into bond work,
Oh,
so she's moved on up into Paul Frisco's spot.
oh, okay,
Yeah,
So we'll talk to Phil. Phil's easy.
all right. So
so Phil,
you'll have a conversation with Phil.
yeah.
But if there's questions that come up, feel free to reach out.
Yep.
And if you need additional detail, feel free to reach out.
We appreciate you coming tonight. Thank you so much
you.
for.
Stay dry on the way
I'm
out.
just gonna say, maybe they want to talk about more why this thing passes.
Is it raining?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
thundering pretty bad too.
Oh, yeah, the thunder.
Yeah.
You see the rain coming down.
Yeah. Good, my car's getting washed.
Yeah, wash the dust off the
Yeah.
top.
Living on a dirt road. Jeez.
I have
So
a
dry.
raincoat here and this for sale.
for July 12th. We just had our workshop with the school committee, and thank you to the school committee members for coming over, and for Chris Howell, the superintendent, to come and answer our questions. That was very good, really helpful. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes on June 21st?
So moved.
Second.
Any corrections, discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous. New business. Consideration and recommendation for possible approval of a warrant article for a special town meeting to consider funding for the Raymond Casco Historical Society. So there's a request that they are asking for $23,200 to get to that $25,000 level, since we gave them $1,800 in the last budget. So, Charisse, you were designated to find where we might find this money. And do you have an answer for us? No, keep that green light on. There you go.
Yes, it would be from undesignated fund balance would be the most appropriate.
Okay. And do we have enough money in that fund?
Yes.
Okay, great. Any questions? So,
So
anyone from the public want to comment? David, anything?
isn't that for the public hearing? I can't hear him. Hold on.
Hold on a second.
Hold on, David, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Much better.
Just a quick update. We moved the building to the site. We've got it completely moved off the former site, and the foundation is in. They were supposed to pour the pad today, but were held up because they were afraid of the rain.
I know.
But hopefully that'll be completed in the next week or so, and we'll start to put the building back together.
Great.
And anybody who'd like to come by and see it, we'd be happy to show you what's going on and what we're doing with it.
Okay, great. Thanks, David. Anybody else from the public? Okay.
Are we gonna run this by the budget finance?
Already
Since it
did.
was,
It has been.
it has been?
They already, yeah. And they recommended approval?
Yes, unanimously.
Not paying attention.
All right, so now we need to hold a public hearing. Is that correct, Sue?
No,
No?
no, public hearing is the special town meeting.
Oh,
Well, you do need a public hearing as well.
yeah.
And that's what's on the next step. You decide whether you want to recommend this.
Yeah. Can I have a motion?
Move to appropriate from undesignated fund balance a sum of $23,200 to help fund the moving restoration of the historic Raymond Town Watkins Blacksmith Shop circa 1820 to the Raymond Casco Historical Society campus.
With the money
Second.
coming from undesignated fund balance.
Correct.
Second.
Moved and second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Oh, okay, sorry, missed it. So there will be a public hearing on August 9th, 2022. What,
I think I worded that, I worded that incorrectly. The public hearing is for the warrant for the August 9th special town meeting.
Okay,
So, and that's what you just voted on. was
So we're
the
having the
article
public
for the
hearing
warrant.
tonight
So,
and then approving the warrant for that meeting.
Yes.
so what we have to do is that, we have to approve the warrant for the meeting, then you
Right.
can have then you can have the public hearing.
Right.
So I would move to approve for the special town meeting as presented in the document.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous?
So now you can have your public hearing.
Not getting very good internet reception right now.
Do you want?
All right, so we're gonna go into a public hearing.
You need a motion to go into the public hearing?
I don't think you do. I think I can just call it. So we're in a special, a public hearing for the town meeting warrant for August 9th. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, I will call an end to the public hearing.
So do you see anything online?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we usually make a motion to close the public hearing.
Yeah.
Chair can close it.
Chair can close it on its own.
You guys always made me do a motion.
I know, but we didn't trust you.
Finally came out.
Mm-hmm.
So we're all set for August 9th. Okay, so we'll start August 9th with the special town meeting and then go from there.
Yes.
All right,
Special town meeting will be at 6.
6 o'clock. Yep,
And Dawn has the,
Yeah, the warrant.
Teresa has it.
Teresa,
the sign.
Yeah.
You can sign it now.
I already do.
Okay.
She didn't trust
So
me.
David, you all set? August
very
9th,
much.
August 9th, 6 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, David. Keep up the good work.
Thanks for all your support.
Thank you. All right, new business. Consideration of renewal of the liquor license for the Beacon.
you have in your packet their application and the fire inspection.
And I think
There wasn't anything outstanding on the
Right.
inspection.
yeah, I think I saw the fire inspection was good.
I have a motion to approve the renewal.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Next, consideration of a liquor license extension. I have a motion to table.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Table till next meeting. Consideration of lease purchase agreement for a new rescue pupper truck. So,
Take it away.
take it away.
Okay. So, for the public, the town meeting had a warrant article to borrow up to $500,000 for 10 years. The budgeted payment was $58,000. $58,064. So, as anticipated, interest rates have gone up, and shortly after town meeting, I reached out to 2 lenders, and at the time the budget was prepared, the interest rate was 2.85%. My proposals came in at 4.07 and 4%.
Nothing on this.
And, but I have been able to secure something a little bit lower, 3.97, with the bank that we actually do primarily our business with. So our interest rate is 3.97%, keeping the payment at $58,064 annually for 10 years, but that means that we can only borrow $489,250.
And what was the price for the pupper?
I will defer to Chief Tupper.
So, originally, things have changed. We were in the $750,000 range.
Oh.
We are right now in the 780 to 795 range. And we are meeting with vendors and working out finance options, discounts, cutting equipment, things like that, so that we can make this fit within our budget.
How much do you have in your CIP?
I have to defer back to Sharice for the exact amount.
I mean, is that how you're covering the difference?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that was what it was. I don't know the exact amount off the top of my head though, but yes. that's what we were
Okay.
planning on.
To cover the overage on the 450.
489.
Yes.
So it's another 300,000. So,
Yeah.
and I don't know how much is in that CIP account. It's got to be fairly close.
It is fairly close.
Yeah. So, are we going to go through this again next year or
For a big,
for any
like
equipment?
a pumper, no. The next piece that we have is an ambulance, and then we're trying to, we're putting the right money into the right stuff on the tanker, the other tanker, the old one, to keep it going. It's not used heavily anymore. It's kind of in the backup spot up here. The other tanker became our primary. It still is used, it's still a vital piece of equipment, but so that would be the order. It would be rescue next and then that tank truck afterwards. The goal with this is we're actually eliminating 2 pieces of equipment by purchasing the one. So we'll get rid of the heavy rescue truck and the mini pumper.
Are we selling those?
And we'll be selling those, yes. So there's a potential coverage, I guess, of the overages by doing that.
Okay.
We're not 100% sure how much we're gonna be able to get for them. The market's really
All over the
squishy.
place, yeah.
It is. It's up, down, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
You gotta hit the right person, the right time in order to make the money off from it, so. I would anticipate that we'd be somewhere in the 45,000 top end on the heavy rescue, realistically, 35.
Yeah.
The mini pumper, depends on who wants it. You could get maybe
At its
15.
age, and,
Yeah,
you know, given what it is, it's gonna be a very small department with not great resources.
correct. Or someone who wants to make it to a dump truck.
That's probably more likely.
And it is more likely, I think, on that.
And if you're going that route, it isn't a lot of money. Under 10.
Under 10, yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of where we're at with those and what we speculate. We may be on the high end, but we'll keep our fingers crossed. We will try and do our best to get the higher numbers. So.
Yeah.
But then you never know, like the old forestry truck, you find somebody who wants to put it in a museum, and
Correct.
you never know.
We get out of that what we paid, right?
A lot more, yeah.
Or more, yeah, more than what we paid. So.
Yeah. I'm just,
Great.
you know, the fire department and this equipment is becoming a huge part of the town budget.
It is.
And, you know, I just think we need a really good plan going forward.
Mm-hmm.
What's the cycle? How much are we putting aside into the CIP every year? You know, because these leases are, I mean, we're paying an extra 90,000 in interest over the 10 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would agree that the CIP planning to kick that back into place. We've been in a good place for a while. Prices were contained, and we were able to negotiate good deals on both sides of things. And now it's just that's ending. So,
Yeah.
and like I said, one of those price jumps was only 6%. We know we're at like 8%. It's only a matter of time before they kick in 2 or 3 more % to make up the difference, and then we're way over. So.
Any other questions for Bruce?
No, other than just assuring to set the schedule so we can
Yeah.
prepare
Plan.
better
You gotta
instead of
plan
having to
for it.
borrow. And,
Right.
I mean, sometimes borrowing makes sense, but
Yeah, but when you're borrowing at 4%,
Right.
that's
Right.
Well,
starting to
not
get
an extra
expensive.
100.
Right.
Well, we
Isn't
went out,
right.
we went out with big bond last time, we
Right.
keep
bonded
back that
ourselves,
up.
and we were
Can you do better?
2%, 1.9.
You did
I
good.
would,
know
I
you
would
did
say
so-
one of the
such
problems
a-
here,
such a
one of the problems
hot
here
shot.
with the municipal corporation is you have basically, you know, an annual decision-making process, and you're in an economy
Right.
where it's a, you know, very, I think, unstable, unpredictable, chaotic situation. Timing's everything. You know, we couldn't take advantage of when the rates were good, and the price of equipment's just been going steadily right up anyway.
Yeah.
And now with the shortage of electronics and chips and all this other jazz, whatever the reasoning is.
Would
And
you-
I don't know if all of that is justified or if it's something that's happening due to the ability they can make it happen. So you're seeing everything, whether it's fire equipment, public works equipment, all municipal goods and services, all goods and services in general are going up.
Would you have been able to lock the earlier price had we gone in with an approved deposit on that?
The deposit would have got some of it, correct. It wouldn't have gotten all of
Or,
it.
you know, with an option, you know?
Yeah.
Because what I'm looking at there is, you know, all of a sudden, you know, we have, you know, we got 30, 40,000 extra. If we had put 10K up front to lock it, we'd be ahead of the game right now.
I'm just trying to remember, I've been reading specs for the last 2 days here. One vendor, for example, if we paid 50% of the vehicle, was like a $15,000 discount. And that was when we started for budget purposes. Put that back 4 or 5 months ago anyways.
You know,
That's the amount we were at with one. The last apparatus we bought was a Pierce, and we paid oh my God, I think we paid like 75% up front and we saved 28,000 right off the top.
Right, but in order to do that, in our environment, you have to have the approvals.
You have to have the approvals first.
Right, but if if we did it from the standpoint of authorizing the earnest money deposit,
Yes.
all you're at risk is that. And if it's
And
going
that
to
it'd be
save you.
refundable.
Yeah, it may be, some may be non-refundable, but essentially
You're locking it in.
you're locking it in, and so, at the end of the day, for spending that little bit up front, you're saving more than that on the back end. So I mean, as we look, as we get, as I say, the last big one we did, we self-bonded, and we were what was it, 1.7, 1.9, something like that, but as those rates come up, which they're going to, because if then we have to look at different options, down the road until things go the other way.
Anything else?
No, sir.
All right.
Okay,
Got the
I'll
motion?
make a motion that the capital acquisition project, consisting of the lease of a new rescue pumper truck is hereby approved, and that the financing for the project in the principal amount of $489,250 is awarded to Androscoggin Bank at an interest rate of 3.97%, and that the treasurer and the chair of the Board of Selectmen are hereby authorized, acting jointly or individually, to execute the lease purchase agreement and all other documents reasonably necessary to accomplish the purchase of this vote as the documents may require, and that the said lease is hereby designated as a bank qualified tax exempt obligation of the town for the 2022 calendar year under the provisions of section 265B3 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended.
Wow, second.
Want to try reading that too?
No.
All right.
No.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. All right. We'll sign away here. Consideration of appointing Bob Jones
This one's a no-brainer.
to the Budget Finance Committee.
Move to appoint Bob Jones to the Budget Finance Committee.
Second.
Yes.
All those in favor? Unanimous.
Yes.
Consideration of issuing a quick claim deed. Could I have a motion?
I have it here. But, I make a motion to approve a quick claim deed without covenant for Robert F. Murray, map 78, lot 12, book 32517, page 141, book 35064, page 323, book 38,553, page 34, book 33,359, page 7, book 35,913, page 109, book 34,141, page 71, book 37,079, page 311.
Second.
All those in favor? Unanimous.
So,
Any public comment? Anyone on Zoom want to make a comment?
do I need to sign that one? Are you doing that? Okay. Oh, here's another one.
Don't get me confused, I'm in the middle here.
That's not what
All
I
right,
like to do.
seeing no public comment, any selectmen comment? All right, town manager's report.
Yes, thank you. So I want to start off with talking about the Main Street sidewalk. If you've been down in that area, you know that it's well underway. So Nathan tells me, and I've been down to check my progress periodically myself, that everything is going as planned. We're on schedule. The drainage work should have finished today. By next week, we should have all of the finished grading done and the binder pavement down. So things are moving along. It is an inconvenience, a difficulty for people in that area, for travelers. We have got some complaints, but we're doing the best we can to mitigate the situation. And, you know, it'll be, I think, a really great improvement when it's completed. I want to take a moment to recognize and thank Everett Stoltz, who was a member of our Public Works crew for 20 years. We had a very nice retirement party the other night. Selectman Sadak was there, a number of the town employees were there, and to thank him for his years of service and dedication to the town. He'll be missed by the Public Works Department and by our employee family, town family. So a job well done, Shep, if you're watching. So I guess the thing that's most top of mind for me is summer is in full swing, and that changes the town dramatically. You know, we increase population-wise by 3 or 4-fold, and all that entails. And so everybody's busy. I don't care which municipal department you talk about. It's a greatly different environment, and it seems like, you know, over the 20-plus years I've been here, each and every year it seems to be increasing and be, you know, just more of an impact. But I want to thank our employees who step up and meet the needs of the citizens and the different challenges that we have. It seems like there's been an awful lot of public safety calls, by the way, serious public safety calls, not only automobile accidents, but fires and mutual aid fires. And so I want to thank, you know, Bruce is here tonight, thank him for that. And, you know, I know we depend on other towns, and thankfully they're there for us as well. So there's a lot going on there. This is one Teresa will like. The recreation bus is being lettered. It went off to the bottom.
I hope bright yellow.
I don't.
We just seen that bus go down the road.
I don't know if the rec director's watching, but I said, let's get a nice shade of aqua, blue, green or something. So anyway, the bus is going to have sort of a wave effect that
Like waves at the bottom.
Kirsten Sudbury, who is the code office administrative assistant, has a graphic arts background, and she came up with a layout. I've looked at it. I think Teresa's looked at it, and I think it's going to help with the color issue that we have now.
No prison bus.
And the yellow stripe will be disappearing. So as long as we're on recreation, we're going to have a family fun festival again coming up at Tasseltop. This is a program that's sponsored by Raymond Rec in cooperation with Wyndham Rec and the Be the Influence Coalition. And so that'll be on August 18th at Tasseltop, and there'll be a movie at the end after, lots of fun activities for families, young people. So, you know, please put that on your calendar. Raymond Rec Soccer and the new running club, which is started in Raymond and the Raymond Rec, is taking registrations. Those are open. So now we have confirmed dates for the upcoming regular meetings, although August 9th will be a regular meeting and a special town meeting. And then we have September 13th. That's what I have.
Can I add something?
Sure.
On Raymond Rec and Parks. For people out there, please check out the Facebook page of the Raymond Parks and Recreation. Thanks to the pickleball volunteers, there is now their first ever outdoor pickleball court at Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, on the basketball. I saw it
Nice.
earlier today. I said, please leave the tape on the court surface, first come, first serve, but please don't go over an hour if people are waiting to play basketball or pickleball. And as Dawn said, there is all kinds of things that are open for registrations. There's a lot of information on here. So please check out Raymond Parks and Recreation.
And the bus, although it's not lettered yet, it has been used, and so as long as we're thanking folks, we got a good bus from the RSU, so thank you RSU 14 for the donated bus.
Just a reminder that that August 9th meeting will be at 6 p.m. will be the start for the special town meeting.
And may I make a bit of a public service announcement?
Sure.
The state has sent out postcards to anyone who hasn't voted in the last couple of general elections to verify their addresses. We've gotten a number of calls from people concerned that there's some kind of a push of junk mail, something, but it's the state just trying to confirm whether or not people are still living there. So if anyone has any questions, they're welcome to call the town office and we can explain that to them.
And while we're at it, I'd like to get Kurt LaBelle on the next meeting to discuss this new tax relief program for people over 65. Some of us may qualify. So we got to figure out how this is all going to work. It really sounds like we're going to be relying on state money to fill that gap. And who knows, as soon as they run out of money, that program's gone.
If you, yes.
Or you're left holding the bag.
Yes,
left holding
yes
the
and
bag,
no.
yes.
The way I read the
I didn't read it.
LD 290 yesterday, when I saw an article on that, and if you read the financial attachment to it, they've got projected in there over $7 million. There's 351,000
For
a
the
year.
first year.
There's 351,000 to add a new 1.5 employees to
Yeah.
administer it. So, but the real question becomes, and it's undefined in there, is how quickly the town gets
reimbursement.
paid back
Yeah.
on that difference. And the looks are, it could be anywhere from a couple months to a year.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's gonna be a mess. So when you get Kurt LaBelle here on the next meeting, too? Because it opens up August 8th, I believe,
Oh, which is right here.
which is,
Our meeting is,
our
yeah,
meeting's on the 9th, so Kurt should have all the answers by then, right?
And not only that, but a person has to apply for it
Right,
each
every
year.
year.
It doesn't carry over year to year.
Yeah, and it's 65 and over, and no income. I mean, so anyone can apply for it. So, anyway. All right. Anything else on our regular meeting?
All right, you want a motion?
I need a motion to go into executive session.
Go ahead.
Okay, move to go into executive session to discuss land use violations pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056A.
Second.
All those in favor? All right, we're in executive session.
Hold on, wait till this is out.
Alex is here.
Yeah.
out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous?
Move to allow the planning, or the code to move to enforcement action on the land discussed.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous? Thank you.
Make a motion to go into executive session, consideration of town manager's annual review pursuant to 1 MRSA, section 405, 6A.
Second.
All in favor? Bill, we're back in executive session. Can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Unanimous?
Move to amend the town manager's contract as discussed in executive session.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you.
Move
Motion.
to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Select Board. Today is May 10th. Call to order. Everyone's here except Lonnie. I don't see him on there yet. All right. There's going to be a couple changes. I just want to put those on here first. Under new business, consideration of liquor license renewal for the Beacon. We are not doing that tonight. It's not ready to go yet. So we're going to take that one off. And under executive session, we have another one to add under there, and Sue has all the nice little language for that. All right, so can I have a motion to approve the minutes of April 19th?
Moved. Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right. All right, can I have a motion to open up public hearing? Don't we have to have a motion to open it for public hearing? Yeah. I got it right for a change.
Move to open the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor? All right, so this is a public hearing on the annual town meeting warrant articles. I did mention to Sue, I think this is kind of backwards, but if there's anybody here in the audience, anywhere that has questions on any of the warrant articles, please raise your hand. Please ask questions. You can wait a few seconds. Charisse, she's waving her hand. Go ahead, Charisse.
Hey there. I just thought it would be good to provide perhaps a brief overview where this is the public hearing and being recorded for those that might tune in later that aren't able to attend tonight. If you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
Brief one. I'll try to be brief. So I think it's important for the public to know what the budget goals that the selectmen set back at their December meeting. And there's 5 of them. And the first one is maintaining or lowering the tax rate. Presently, it's at 14.10. That's our mill rate presently. So maintaining or lowering that rate. Continuing commitment to the improvement and maintenance of town roads. Undesignated fund balance can be utilized within existing policy to accomplish priority 1. All budget areas are on the table for discussion and review. And core services driven budget. So, you know, we definitely keep those items in mind when we're developing this. It's a pretty intensive process between, you know, management, myself, meeting with department heads, and doing their presentation before the budget finance committee, the selectmen, and then warrant preparation. So it is quite a process. So just to give a quick overview of budget highlights, I'd like to talk about revenues a little bit. We're projecting those to be about 300,000 more than the fiscal year that we're in now, and that's primarily due to state revenue sharing increases and slight increases in excise tax and code enforcement permit fees. the proposed municipal gross budget. There's two variables here before factoring in your revenues, because we are considering, the voters will be taking action on either to approve taking the Raymond Village Library as a town-operated department or not. That will decipher the municipal gross budget, once that vote is taken. So we're either going to be up about 463,000 or 8.3%, or 593,000 or 10.63%. This is the municipal budget only. A couple of the items that are driving this budget is the public safety budget. They're looking to increase staffing levels, and when you do that, you increase the coinciding benefits for full-time employees. And we're also increasing the capital improvement program for paving by 100,000. And as you know, with the price of petroleum right now, we're going to have to do less with what little bit more money we put in the budget. We have a warrant article this year in regards to borrowing to lease purchase a new rescue pumper apparatus for $500,000. And that was to combine basically two pieces of apparatus into one, making it more functional. And it also extends the life of one of the other apparatus that they presently have. We have looked at our fund balance policy and what we can use within those guidelines. And our policy states that we'll maintain a level of 15% of the prior year's tax commitment. And we are basically right around that area at 2.1 million is what is estimated at this time. I have, now that we know what the RSU 14 school budget is and the Cumberland County budget, I have estimated that we're either looking at either a 0.7 or 0.8 increase in the mill rate based on a conservative valuation increase of 10 million by our tax assessor. That is very conservative. We have set aside funding for comprehensive plan update. So that will be coming forward. And just so people understand, the breakdown of the mill rate is 73%, 73% of it is the school. The county is between 5 and 6%, and the town is about 22%. So just for those that want to know where the municipal budget actually falls in setting that mill rate. And I don't know if the town manager has anything that he would like to talk about in regards to the budget development and maybe some highlights.
Well, I think you kind of covered the highlights. I would like to congratulate you on your first budget. I enjoyed putting that together with you, and I think you did a good job, excellent job actually, and so very pleased to have you, I would tell you that. And
Thank you.
I'm happy to answer any questions, and if there are public questions, but I think you covered it.
Thank you.
All right. I'm not seeing anybody questioning. I do want to say hi to Brian. Oh, there he is. Brian, I haven't seen you in a long time. I just texted him up and I said, is that you? And he goes, yeah. Oh, Sue too, yeah.
Yes, it is. I've been away for a while. So tell me, there must have been a sea change while I was gone, because I was kind of shocked to look like all of a sudden we're taking over the library, which before it was, no, we're not doing the library. And the library was very contentious when I was on the budget committee. So now, I guess the question is, how many permanent employees will there now be that are going to be, I presume they're going to be town employees?
Yes.
How many will there be?
So it is not contentious anymore. I have been on the board, the library board, for the last couple of years. And so they have been absolutely great. We have worked together with the town, and it is good. It is really good. And so I poked the bear a bit, me with poking the select board. and wanted to bring it on the library on. And I think it'd be great under the town, but there's gonna be full-time Allison, I believe full-time Rachel, and Deb, you can hop on here and let me know, and part-time Karen, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yes, I think that's true.
Deb Hutchinson is the president of the library board.
Right. And I understand your confusion because we did fight that for years and years and years. And
No,
really
it was a battle. It was
I know.
like, no, there's no way you're gonna have, this is ours and that's it. So I
I
go, wow, that's a
know.
good fight. But now you've given up. No, just kidding.
No, it's a good merger. It's a good merger.
No,
It
it's
really
really
is.
good. I've always supported, I said, well, this would probably be better as a town operation overall. But of course, it means that the town gets a say in some of the things that before they were independent to do what they wanted to do. I don't know exactly how that's going to work in terms of who gets to decide what books are bought or whatever. I presume that's going to be like the library board or something.
We did a memorandum of understanding between the town and the library board. The good thing is, I think we're both on both pages, and Allison will be working with Dawn. You know what I mean? But Allison's going to be a department head, I believe. I don't want to assume anything, but that's, yeah, okay, whatever. And we're going to keep moving forward with what the library's mission is too. And I do believe that the library is going to have friends of the library that will still be working on some fundraising. And yeah, it's going to pretty much move on under Dawn.
Right.
Well, that's good. I'm really all for that. It's just, I knew that there was this disconnect before, and I thought we really need to work together. I'm really glad to see that has happened. I'm sure it will be an asset for sure for the town. And so I congratulate your efforts. Thank you very much.
I would just like to say, to clarify, that Allison will be a department head. I won't be picking out books. The Board of Selectmen won't be picking out books. Allison and the library directors will be picking out books. And so I've been through one of these consolidations, mergers, if you want, before, and it went very well then. I have no reason to believe this one won't go similarly. And I think it'll be a big advantage to the library in a number of ways, and also to the town, because you will be able to expand the offerings that we provide with the library. And I think to network with the other town department heads, sharing resources, working together, it's a logical thing to do. There is a mix in Maine between private libraries, nonprofit private libraries, municipal departments. Some are hybrids, but and I've kind of been with all those different sorts of models over my career. But I think it'll, in this instance, there will still be fundraising. There'll still be efforts in that way. I know that the library staff and the board will work on that, but the focus won't be as much, hopefully, on the constant churn of fundraising, and maybe more time dedicated to developing, improving, and broadening the offerings of the library to the community. I think a good example is what we just went through with our, rec department. We have Joe Crocker here who's going to talk about some things that he wants to implement. And we went from an all volunteer sort of effort forever to now a rec department. It's going great guns. He's been very successful at, at raising revenues at the Tasseltot Park and improving the town's offerings across the board with respect to recreation for all ages. I expect the same sort of thing for the library. This is going to be a really exciting time for them and for us as we work together collaboratively. And I think, not that they haven't done a great job in the past, but I think they'll now have the resources and tools to do even more.
Well,
So I'm
that's
excited.
great. I'm hoping, some other states could look at your example, I hope we don't have any issues like, wait a minute, what's that book doing in the library? I'm not opening that discussion, but I'm just saying it's out there. But congratulations, that's great. I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good seeing you again, Brian.
Good to see you, Teresa.
Anybody else have any questions? Do we have a number that people can call into?
I assume that Sean has put up a number. Yes, he has it up on the top for public comment.
Okay. Well, we've given updates and stuff like that. I'm going to ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor? All right, we're going to move on. New business, consideration of awarding audit contract. Sharice.
Okay, so we went out for RFP, request for proposals for auditing services, as we were informed by our current auditor, Smith and Associates, that they will no longer be auditing municipalities. Her focus is going to be nonprofits. So I did a direct mail of the RFP to several auditing firms, and the deadline was, I think it was last Friday, a week ago Friday, and we received one proposal. So I only have one that I can share with you, but I will start out prefacing that it is a very tight market. There's very limited CPA firms that are doing municipal audits. They're having staffing issues themselves, and so it's not really it's a tight marketplace right now. There's not much option for auditing services. It's very limited. So the one that submitted a proposal was RHR Smith out of Buxton, and it's a 3-year contract. And I have worked with RHR Smith at former employers that I've had over the years, including town of Bridgeton, town of Buxton, Franklin County, and as well as when I worked for a nonprofit, Western Maine Community Action. I'm not familiar with who they are assigning as the lead audit team, but I am, very familiar with and working with the owner of the firm and some of his other accountants on staff. So the proposal, I can certainly scan this and email it off to you, but the bottom line and the price is $9,500 for 3 years. It's a fixed rate for 3 years. That does not include the single audit. If it's necessary, that would be an additional $3,000 for each major program. I'm not sure as we're going to meet that limit, that threshold. I think the limit is $750,000, and even with Pupper, I don't know as we're going to be there and have the requirement to have a single audit. So we're looking at for $9,500 for the next 3 years, and I only have the one proposal.
But it's a good proposal in that it's a recognized firm. They're a, very well qualified, have a number of municipal clients. They specialize, it would seem, there are a couple of exceptions, but they specialize in, towns our size and some smaller. There's a couple of larger, but so they have a number of communities they do. And I think they're pretty selective, because our former finance director went out to bid and they didn't bid her town. So they kind of select the towns they want to do. And I don't know if it's regional or what they do, because they're kind of around the state too. But I'm pleased to have them. I'd like to have more than one, but I think it's a good proposal, a good firm.
How much did we pay last time?
Right now we're paying $6,700.
But the important thing to know about that is that I negotiated that to be flat for a number of years in a row with Wayne, and then it was honored by the successor partners. And that I kind of as opposed to going out to bid many years ago, I arranged for a fixed rate price, and my guess was going to be that we were going to be at 10, which is more like the market. So I'm happy with 95. We've held it low for years and years. Significantly lower than what towns our size generally pay, I believe.
I'll make a motion to accept the bid from RHR Smith for auditing.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right. Next one, consideration. No, I was gonna jump over that one. Consideration of setting the 23-24 Tassel Top Cabin rental weekly fees. Before Joe speaks, Joe, I want a week down there at this year's rate and not next year's rate.
You can have October.
There you go.
Only week available.
That's great though. Yeah.
You can't have the first week of November. It's spoken for.
That's for Sue, election night.
Oh. That's good. That is good.
Yes, I mean, we're booked 19 out of the 21 available weeks. I'm proposing a weekly rental of $1,500. And the reason for this is after, I think we raised in my first year $50. And we've done a lot of improvements to the cabin. We've looked at updating a lot of different areas of the cabin and looking at comparables of weekly rentals for each guests. I mean, you're looking at, I've seen some at $1,000 a night. So we would be raising this. This would be about $215 a night. I think that's fair for what you get. You get your private beach spot. You get, we waived a bunch of the daily car fees, so they can, if they have family members that are going to stop by, they can park in their, there and walk down to with the family. We don't charge for firewood, so it's kind of all inclusive. And on top of that, we've also we're doing all the linens and stuff, so people don't have to bring them, because we found that people from Massachusetts, New York, it's just extra packing of pillows and stuff like that. So we're doing all the laundering as well. So that's another reason why we are looking at increasing the price.
How much is it now, Joe?
Right now it's $10.50. So plus tax, it's a little bit. I think it's $11.44 a week.
So we're looking at the 23 season right now.
Yeah, it's tough because the Tasseltop season is cut between the fiscal year. So we would look at in October invoicing out for the 23-24 season. So that'd be next May. So that'd be May 2023.
Do you have people booked for then already?
What I do is at the end of the week, you're grandfathered for that week. So I offer that same week for next season. And if they don't accept it, then it goes back out to the public to reserve.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I'll tell you that usually everyone that books the week usually re-ups. We don't have many that abandon that week.
And even with the 500 increase.
Oh, I haven't offered that yet.
All right.
I think $1,500 is still a bargain, to be honest with you.
Oh, it's a way big bargain.
Yeah.
You got a beach.
I agree.
You don't get that.
Yeah, you get your own private beach on Sebago Lake. I've honestly looked at comparables, and they're, anything on the lake, you're looking at $1,500 a night. That's sleep 12 plus. So granted, ours is a little bit more rustic, but Barry and Karen have done wonders at really making it beautiful and comfortable. So I feel like $1,500, we'll keep it there for a little while, and then it can reevaluate. But
good.
When that's come through the door, it's a steal. So
yes.
All right, I'll make a motion to accept Joe's recommendation of $1,500 a week.
I second that.
All in favor? All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Consideration of new road names. Sue.
So we have a number of them tonight, and normally they come in once every few meetings, but we've had a change of staff for who is the E911 addressing officer, and it's now Bruce Tupper, the fire chief. And it's taken a bit to get the whole communication thing down with who needs to be notified for what. So I think we've ironed that out. We've gone back through all the records since Kayla left and found all of the streets that still need your approval. So we've got Settlers Ridge, that's a new subdivision down off Cape Road. That one needs to begin its numbering at 100 because it's similar to other roads in Wyndham and Casco. Jenny Lane, it was previously a driveway off Tarkhill Hill Road. Proudy's Island Road, and there is a note, Proudy's actually should be spelled P-R-O-U-T-Y-S. There's no E in Proudy's. It's named for a family. And that one is kind of funny because of the 911 rules. It needs, even though it's an island, there's only one place on it. It needs an address, so it needs a road. There is no road. But they're just calling the island a road. So it's just for Proudey's Island. Hillside Drive is off British Avenue. It's a new subdivision. Honey Hill Road is off Woods Mills Road. That's a new subdivision. So this will catch us up, and then we should be back to 3 or 4 times a year you see a new street name.
Make a motion to accept all 5 street names.
On favor? All right. Public comment.
I don't see any members of the public right now, Madam Chair.
Now, I think everybody left. All right, so selectmen comment. Yeah, bye, Joe.
Thank you. Haven't seen the numbers from the Raymond School Committee as to the size of the Raymond part of the Raymond Wyndham school budget. Quick calculations tell me that Raymond will be paying $20,750 per student to go to RSU 14. That is a big chunk of change and will have a huge impact on our tax rate in Raymond. As Cherise said earlier, we're only 23% of the entire mill rate. The school budget is over 70%, 73%. We're paying $550,000 more this year than we did last year with 7 less students. Just so everybody's aware, we need to talk to our school board members and find out what are they doing? Are they even looking at the budget or just accepting what's thrown in front of them?
I agree with Joe on that.
It's hard. Our budget is really low. So what happens is we have to try and keep the whole town within a little square, when it, I'd like to put something in there. As a selectman and as a citizen, vote for the library to be joined with the town. I'm putting my 2 cents in out there. So vote yes, please, on 24 and 25 articles. All right. Anybody else with selectman comment? Nope. All right. Moving on. Town manager's report.
Thank you. So we're still seeking interested citizens for service on our comprehensive plan committee. They're coming in slowly. I guess the latest push has been a couple more interested citizens. So hopefully we'll be bringing a slate of names forward, and or I'll discuss with the chair how you want to handle that. I'm assuming you may want to do interviews as you probably have done in the past. It's been so long. I assume that's what we did back years ago. So what's the total now, Sue? Do you know how many people altogether off the top of your head?
Believe what I took to you before was like 7, and we've had 2 more come on. I was just looking for the names.
We don't need the names, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's good. At least we got more.
Yeah, but we've had 2 more, and you had originally said when you all discussed it, you were hoping for between like 9 and 11. So if we could get a couple more, so you have some to choose from, that would be nice.
So we'll advertise some more and maybe bring that to you with all deliberate municipal speed. That's how this one's gone. So we're going to be doing a pre-construction meeting. Nathan is with the engineers on the sidewalk project. Speaking of all deliberate municipal speed, there's one for you. So that will result in setting a start date for construction, and then we'll do public notices, and Glidden Paving, which is a company we're well accustomed to, was the low bidder, and Sebago Technics, our house engineering firms, doing the engineering. It's a 50-50 state cost share, and so that's going to happen, which will be pretty exciting after all these years. And as far as general roads, Nathan's going to wait until the fall when we get back our half reimbursement, which is order of magnitude $300,000. But he'll be doing Mountain Road overlay, and he'll be doing Swans Road overlay. So those are the major overlays coming in the year ahead. So a lot of activity despite the high cost of bituminous asphalt. And now I guess I'm ready to do dates. You ready for that? So dates for upcoming regular meetings, June 21st, July 12th. Reminder of upcoming election schedule, May 18th, budget vote at Wyndham High School Auditorium, 6:30. May 27th, deadline to change parties to vote in the primary on June 14th. June 9th, deadline to request absentee ballots. June 14th, state primary, municipal officers and RSU 14 budget elections at the Jordan Small Middle School Gym, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then a reminder of the upcoming holiday schedule, Monday, May 30th, Memorial Day.
So regarding the election coming up, I just want to remind you, Dawn and Sue and Melissa, I guess too, regarding getting in the newspaper article, you know, whatever we can get in that article for people to read as far as the election goes, you know, so especially with the library breaking that down too.
Well, we can have another discussion about that as we did last issue.
Okay.
You want to do that?
Yep, that works.
Let's do that.
All right, cool. All right, we're going to switch the executive sessions around. I'm going to do the award of the scholarships last, let's go in. Sue, can you do the one up of yours first, please?
Yeah, you mean the added one first?
Yes.
Okay. And that one's going to be discussion of how to proceed with the pending legal issue pursuant to 1 MRSA subsection 4056E.
All right.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Got a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right.
So I'll make a breakout room.
Okay. A motion to come out of executive session. He's back.
So
Move to come out of executive. Yeah.
Yeah. All in favor? All right. Can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Second.
All in favor? All right. Okay, can I have the motion for discussion of labor contracts and proposals, please?
Make a motion to go into executive session under Title I MRSA subsection 4056D to discuss labor contracts.
Second.
All in favor?
Make a motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor? Do you notice we keep getting smaller as far as the Brady Bunch here? Because we keep losing people. All right, one more executive session.
Make a motion to go into executive session under Title I subsection 4056F to discuss scholarship applications.
Second.
All in favor? Yep. All right.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Move to handle as discussed in the executive session on scholarships.
Second.
All in favor?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Bye, guys.
Good
Hi,
night.
guys.
Good night.
Welcome to the May 11th, 2022 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with roll call.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Mark Childs.
And via Zoom. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said. and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have a Brandon Chase, a Settlers Ridge Road subdivision for a public hearing. We also have a public hearing for amended for approved subdivision for a change of a property line by Michelle Bolin. A sketch plan review for the Jordan Bay Marina and Port Harbor Marine. A site plan review for management controls. I believe this one is going to get tabled. We've got a pre-application subdivision amended review presented by Daigle Financial and Development LLC, and an informal discussion on, wow, I'm going to mispronounce your name, Francis Shabowski. Did I do that? You here, Francis? If not?
He postponed as well.
Yeah, that one requested to be tabled.
Okay. Ah, geez, I could have saved myself that embarrassment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone and the podium and state your name, address, and affiliation with the application. After the board votes on the merits of each applicant, we will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidence of your appearance this evening. All right, our first order of business is the approval of the minutes for the April 13th, 2022. Any changes?
Yeah, on page 2, Bob stated the board previously waived the 100-foot roadway connection. Isn't that 1,000 feet?
It is.
That's the only change I see to make.
Did you catch that, Sandy?
Okay. Move to accept the minutes as written.
And modified?
Second. And modified.
Second, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Pass 4-0. All right. Next up is the Brandon Chase subdivision represented by Bob McSorley of Sebago Technics. And Will, you are our planner, is that correct?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
It's somewhat muted.
Will, do you have any opening comments, or should we go right to Bob McSorley? Can you hear me, Will?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can, better.
Okay. No, I think
Now really,
the applicant should be able to give a presentation and then move into public hearing and proceed from there.
Okay. Rob, you ready?
I am. I get that to share the screen.
Okay.
Hopefully it should get me in there.
Alex, do you remember the abutter that was concerned about the water runoff? Do you remember his name?
George Mata?
George Mata.
Yeah.
You got it. Yeah, that's it. He's not. George Mata, are you here this evening by any chance? Because before you start off, I think we gave him a misinformation when he was asking questions about the water runoff onto his property for development. I think the land is set up so that and correct me if I'm wrong, that the water is not going to run onto his property, but he would be, but if he developed that property, he would be responsible for making sure that the water did not run onto the property, correct?
It could run onto our property if it was historically going that way.
Right.
But he would be limited to the amount of discharge he had before development.
Okay. I don't think we gave him that.
Yeah, Will and I had addressed some of his concerns a few weeks ago. He came in to meet with me, and then he sent Will an email that Will was able to answer. So I think his concerns have somewhat been addressed.
Okay.
So I think he's got some of that information that he needs.
Okay. Okay, Rob, sorry. Just want to make sure we got through that.
Okay. I'm not going to be able to share, so I just put up our schematic there. It really hasn't changed.
Is he at the podium?
He is.
Yes.
Well, you got me?
It might not be on.
Is that better?
I think you just turned it off.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, good. There was not much change since the last meeting. We had gone over quite a few of the comments and whatnot, and there were some outstanding items that were requested to be resolved. We have resubmitted on that, and what I was going to do was just go over the memos that you got last week from the fire department and Will, because they were pretty straightforward. Looking at the comments from Will, there was 8 pretty straightforward comments. MDEP permit, we're still in the process. I think we're within a couple weeks of their jurisdictional time frame, so we should be seeing that permit come out for the stormwater permit here within a couple weeks. The next 2 comments relative to the HOA documents. Exhibit B will actually end up being the stormwater management report, inspection, maintenance, and housekeeping document that's listed in number 3. So we will include that into the HOA docs when they're finalized. And number 4 was asking for a final copy of that before they're recorded. As noted, don't have a problem with that. Number 5, vernal pool assessment since the last meeting. As I told you when we originally laid out the project, we did it to avoid all the wetlands and to have try to get as much separation on the wetlands as we could. We did an overall calculation of the site that's similar to what you do for Army Corps, where they also look at only 25% of the impact within the terrestrial habitat area for the critters. So that's what we had done initially. Since then, we've gone out and did a vernal pool assessment, and we do have 6 of them on site, 4 of them which we have to address with DEP. And the way that DEP looks at them is slightly different from Army Corps. They don't look at it globally, the impact. They want all impact to one side away from the vernal pool area. We had a meeting this morning with MDEP and working through the permitting issues on the vernal pools. So just to let you know, we did do them. We're dealing with DEP and going to get through that process. Ditch calculations, those were previously in the prior calculations on the plans that I actually sent a copy of late today. Probably Will has not had a chance to look at it, but we have indicated where there are 2 different types of erosion control blanket that will be used in the swales along the roadway. The entryway going in is about an 8% slope that has a certain velocity max on the water that would happen in the swale, so it gets a little beefier erosion control blanket, and then the rest of them will be the one that we normally spec, and there's a general note on the plans to that effect. Number 7, we made the separation for the outlet control structure. We just moved it over 10 feet not an issue on that. His comment number 8, as noted, we will comply with all the fire department comments. Did talk with Mr. Jones on the...
What, did you have the May 4th memo on that?
Excuse
From the
me?
fire department? On the fire department, you just said you addressed the fire department concerns?
Well, yeah, we'll comply with all those, like...
Do you
under
have
Will's,
the
I
May
just-
4th memo?
Yeah, and I'm gonna go through those real quick.
All right, no, it's okay, I just want to make sure you have it.
Yeah, yeah. The first comment was relative to the notation on the plans. Our station was right in the notes, but wrong on the plan, so we corrected that. Mr. Jones asked for additional signage on the opposite side of the street for the fire lanes, which we've added. The E91 addresses were on the plans. It was just not very clear, so in talking with Mr. Jones, he realized that they were there. Number 4, the street break address signage. We had a note on the plans at the entrance that called out the 2 different plans that need to be. There's a street name sign and there's a supplementary sign that has the address. He said that was fine. He just asked for a graphic of what it would look like. So right on that plan sheet, we have basically showed Settlers Ridge Road, and then under it, 101 to 113 with an arrow. So, number 5, 6, and 7 are just saying we complied or will comply, and as noted. So, as far as the comments were concerned, pretty minor. The only issues that I see is getting the permits from DEP for the project. And we'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Do you anticipate changes to the plans based upon the vernal pool assessment?
I hope not. I think we're trying to clarify from the DEP. The person we talked to this morning didn't have a lot of experience. And so we're looking at mitigation for some of the upland habitat area that we impact. We don't impact any of the vernal pools. It's only the upland habitat. And as you know, the way we've laid out the plan is there's, 14 acres of open space track and another 2 acres of an open space easement over the wetlands. So when we look at that, we think we have enough of what's called directional buffers for the critters to go in that direction for the upland habitat that they desire. That's a concept that was developed by University of Maine, Mr. Calhoun, who is the expert on this, and there's guidance that's published by the Army Corps of Engineers that we're referring to when we talk about that. So I hope that we will not be changing the configuration now. Okay?
Okay. Will?
Yeah, just a quick question on the vernal pool. Rob, I don't believe you submitted the assessment to the town, or maybe you have and I just missed it, but I think that is a requirement as part of the ordinance, so we would like to get a copy of that. I know you're working with DEP on that, but we would like to get a copy of that as well.
Yeah, and I think in the response we said it would be part of the permit that the town gets a copy of, the permit submittal. So yeah, it will be submitted to the town.
Okay, this, do you have anything else?
No.
Okay. This has been advertised as a public hearing. I will open the public hearing if there's anybody that wants to comment on the project from the audience. All right, so open the public hearing, and we shall, no takers, close the public hearing. All right, questions from, Will, do we have anything outstanding other than the DEP and the vernal pool work?
Yeah, I mean, again, I haven't had a chance to review the ditch velocities and the ditch lining, but based on what Rob said, I believe that, he's probably added what's necessary. I will take a look at that, just to be sure. I guess, yeah, as you had asked, Mr. Chairman, the question about changes relative to the vernal pool discussion with DEP, that would be really my only other concern at this point. And I guess if we were to conditionally approve this tonight, you know, that if there were changes to the plan, I guess I would probably recommend that, you know, obviously they'd come back for another planning board meeting to amend that if there were changes that were required as part of that vernal pool discussion and permitting with DEP.
Yeah, well, we could do preliminary approval. We couldn't do final approval without actually getting the DEP reports.
Okay.
So, what do you guys think?
A little bit of me, I understand that, you know, the process and getting this going for the construction crews, but I feel that wait to see about, you know, what we hear back from DEP before we move forward. I mean, because the plan might change. If it doesn't, then we'll push it through final next time.
Yeah, I don't know that we have a choice.
Yeah. Okay. I don't really, at this point, I don't really see any benefit in the conditional, in a preliminary approval, excuse me, with the conditional. It doesn't, I don't think the board is opposed to a final approval at the next meeting if everything is done.
Okay.
We don't need to have a preliminary approval prior to a final approval, is what I see what I'm saying.
Okay.
And I think that's our only thing that we're, at this point, that we're waiting on.
All the other issues are taken care of, it's just those two.
Yep. Does that sound good with you?
Sound good to me.
Kevin, you okay with that?
Sounds good.
All right. So then we will table you to the June something meeting. The June meeting.
I guess one question I have for you, Mr. Chair, is there is one waiver. I don't know, maybe you want to wait until final approval for that waiver, or you could take care of it tonight, I guess, in terms of voting on that one waiver relative to the length of the dead-end street.
Oh, for the length of the street?
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's not an issue.
Okay.
Yep, thanks though, Will. You've submitted Robert, you've submitted that waiver request in writing, right?
Yes.
I think that was in the first package, right?
It's actually in the plan, too.
Okay.
The condition.
Move to table the, let's see, major subdivision for Settlers Ridge subdivision until the June, whatever meeting it is.
June 9th or whatever.
Second?
E.
Where'd you go? All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
Okay. All right, Robbie, table the next meeting.
Thank you, sir.
What's my agenda? So our next is the public hearing. What are we doing? Jordan Bay Marina. And that's not. Is that Will? Will, are you on the? Will, are you doing the Jordan Bay Marina?
Yes.
You said yes.
Yes.
Okay. As you are presenting the project though, right, Will?
Ms. McSorley is presenting the project.
Why is there? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you. Sorry, Will.
Good evening, once again, Rob McSorley with Sebago Technics. Here representing the owner, Port Harbor Marine. We're coming before you for Jordan Bay Marina. This is a project that we've been before you several times over the last several years. Just give you a rundown of the history. In November 2014, we reconfigured the parking in the entryway into the marina and took down an existing structure right where the drive down into the marina exists today. May 2015, we came, not before you, but we got a site plan approved from the CEO for across the street for outdoor sales. In September 2016, we came back before you for getting approval for leased boat storage on the abutter's property, which is actually the subject of this application or pre-application meeting. And that exists kind of, I'll point it out in a second to you. In July 2020, we came before you for an approval of the or an expansion to the marina docks, which was approved. There were some appeals on that, which went through the course and finally were resolved. In October of last year, we went before the ZBA. The front strip of this parcel that we're looking at today, the former Hartley property, is in the commercial zone. And in order to have outdoor sales and service within that zone, we need to get a conditional use approval. And so we went before the ZBA for that before we came to you. And that was approved with the condition of no outdoor engine repair as part of the approval process, which we didn't have a problem with. The property that you're looking at before you today, it's a 5.9 acre property previously owned by the Hartleys. We're proposing development on the 3.5 acres that front along Roosevelt Trail and back up to the Portland Pipeline easement. The balance of the site, there is one area, small area. If you look on the lower left-hand part of our drawing, you'll see a treatment area, but otherwise, all the property to that side of the Portland Pipeline easement will be preserved and not touched in any way. The expansion is for expansion of the land-based activities for the marina, including sales and service and storage of boats. One of the things for the storage of boats is to lessen the necessity right now for off-site boat storage. Right now, most of our off-site storage happens 4.5 miles away up in Casco, and that's quite a process and quite a danger to go out there and transport those boats back and forth. So this site will use the lower half of that for some of that off-site boat storage. As you see on the southern side of the site, there is a 15-foot buffer along the adjacent commercial parcel that fronts along Roosevelt Trail. As you come back, you hit the residential zone of the Shoreland Zoning District, and the required buffer there goes to 30 feet. That's what we've indicated. It actually is going to end up being a little bit more than that because we've held those 15 and 30 feet, and we will transition grade up from there to where we're going to put final grade. So it's going to be a little bit more than the minimum along there. Down in the southwest corner, you'll see that we've kind of pulled everything back. There's an isolated section of wetland. It allows us to provide a little bit more buffer over there to the couple units or camps or houses that are in that area. And once again, all of the area to the west of the Portland Pipeline easement will be reserved and preserved. We have surveyed the property completely. If you look really closely at your plans, you'll see there's some landscape looking like trees that our landscaper puts on there for a graphic effect, but there are actually below that the locations of all the trees on site were surveyed so that we could make sure that we complied with the shoreline zoning requirement for clearing of species trees. And the proposed plan that you have before you, concept plan, would remove less than 40% of those within the shoreline district, which I believe is the limit. We did have a wetland delineation completed by our wetland scientist, and it was also reviewed for vernal pools, and thankfully there's no issue there. We will design a couple under-drain soil filters that are to the down gradient side of the project. They'll be used to meet water quality in quantity and phosphorus for the runoff for the development portion of the site. Relative to the existing easement, I'd like to walk over to the plan for a second.
Sure.
I'll screen.
Well, you could take, is that a, could you take that with you, I think, or is that the remote one or wired?
No, it's plugged in.
Okay.
Right in this corner of the site here is the existing area where we have boats parked on that was part of the lease approval of the abutters property. And we will not be going down and doing any more development down along the pipeline easement. It'll be restricted to that. Actually, we're going to restrict what we do there also. Once again, we do have an area there where we store boats currently in behind the current residence. That was part of the approval that I mentioned previously. What we're going to do is, one of the heartaches that Portland Pipeline had and has with the movement over the pipeline with all the loads and equipment and whatnot.
See if you need to go over there again. About that.
Thank you.
And when we went through the approval for the abutters storage area that we got approved, they were very concerned about what loads we would put on that, and that we didn't put anything significant that could damage that, the two oil lines that are there. I actually had to do a calculation for them based upon the thickness of their pipes and the depth of the pipes that they're at. Actually, those pipes could take quite a bit of load. So, but that being said, we have laid this out so that any of the lift traffic that we have for lifting boats and moving boats around will not occur over the pipeline on the new property. On our old property, we're, as they said, grandfathered, and we can do what we wish. But over here, we've deliberately made it so that our major machinery will not go over those oil lines. In fact, we've shown just for some parking storage on it right now, which would be light load. Relative to the project, we have submitted to DEP for pre-application meeting. We just got a date set with them, and we will be meeting with them in 2 weeks. Based upon the nature of this project, their project overall will now go to a site law level. To this point, there has been no permitting other than the permits that we had to get for wetlands, for being adjacent to a wetland on the other side of the street, and of course what we did in the lake when we expanded the marina on this side. up until that point, the thresholds did not exceed the stormwater permit threshold nor the site law threshold. Well, with this permit, it will exceed, it looks like the site law threshold. So this will become a site law project for the DEP. And as part of that, we will also have some NERPA or wetland impact permits, because there are some wetlands that we will be impacting on the site. That's kind of an overview of what we're proposing and what we got to go through. And I'll be more than happy to answer any questions from you or public.
Okay, thanks, Rob. First question, pre-application staff meeting, according to our ordinances, was not done yet. Is that correct?
The pre-application with?
Staff meeting with?
Yeah.
No, we've been.
I mean, we've been talking about this for over a year now. I think it was last March we started.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would say comfortably that
it has been done.
We've had a couple of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next question before we start, Rob, for the board, do you want to set a sidewalk date to go look at what's being proposed?
Sure.
Do you think?
That's
my
problem, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Kevin?
Yep.
Okay. We got our calendars. What, well, actually, Will, you're probably the toughest one. When are you free, Will? Or when are you not free? You're on mute. Will, you're on mute.
Do you plan on doing a site walk during the week or on a weekend, or what's your preference, I guess?
We could, it's plenty of light out during the week, so we could do it during the week. I don't think with any problem. Rob, Alex, during the week okay with you guys?
Oh, it's perfect. Yep.
Perfect? Yeah, let's do it during the week.
Okay. So would that be like 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, or what are we talking?
Probably 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock?
Plenty of light.
Okay.
What, before you answer that, Rob, when you said DEP in 2 weeks, is it worthwhile waiting until you have your DEP meeting to do
October
the sidewalk?
25th. We can do it before or after. It makes no difference to us.
Well, I know that, but I'm just, Will, what do you think? Do you think it's worthwhile waiting until after the DEP initial review?
I mean, your DEP meeting is just a pre-application meeting, right?
Yeah. Correct.
No,
Yeah, so it really doesn't make much difference in terms of the site walk.
All right. Let's.
So if it's enough time to advertise it.
Oh yeah, thank you, Sandy. We need 30 days, right?
Yes.
And you need to get it.
We usually do it twice. We usually do it 2 weeks ahead if we can.
So Sandy, can you tell me when the first date would be that we could have it based on your advertising requirements?
Well, let's see. If I got the notice out tomorrow, it would go in. I'm just trying to get my calendar in front of me here.
Yeah.
It would go in on the 20th, because they only publish on Fridays. So I would say that if you did it after the 20th, we would be fine, and we'll just run it the one time.
After 20th, June 20th?
No, May.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so the week of the 23rd, I mean, if it's at 6 o'clock at night, it could be any night that week.
Yeah, that works for me.
Any night that week works for you?
Good for me too.
But again, the publication has to be 7 days before.
So so you're going to get it published?
Earliest you could do it would be the 27th.
Oh. That's what I thought. Okay.
So the week of the 30th on.
Right.
Memorial Day.
Memorial Day weekend, let's not do it then. How about the...
Or June 1st.
June 1st?
Wednesday?
No.
Mm,
How about the 2nd?
that sounds good.
June 2nd? June 2nd?
Yeah, works for me.
June 2nd?
Good for me.
Sounds good.
Will, did you say yes to June 2? And Rod, June 2nd? Alex? Okay. 6 o'clock on June 2nd.
I'll get that notice out tomorrow and it can run twice at that point.
Perfect. Where to meet?
There is the driveway there, for the residents. You could probably park some people in there. In the rest, you can probably come down into the marina, and park towards the bottom of the hill. There shouldn't be too much activity down there.
Okay.
Well, I'll make sure that, we provide an area.
Okay.
Okay?
Alrighty. I don't think there's anything else. Do we have, Kevin, you have anything else you want to add?
No?
You guys okay? Good. Will, is there anything we're missing?
Yeah, I guess just a couple quick things. So we talked about the pre-application staff meeting, we're set on that. I guess one question that in the ordinance that I had, and again, it doesn't necessarily apply right now, but to give direction for the future was, I guess, need for review of the applicant to review the design guidelines, and I think that's relative to the building in the commercial zone, the new building in the commercial zone. So I guess I didn't know if you wanted to have any discussion with the applicant on that right now, or we can wait till later, but I guess in terms of providing them with guidance so they know how to proceed might be helpful. But
Are you familiar with our design guidelines?
Not yet, but won't take much.
Okay. So how about, if you would, for the next time you come, if you would look through those design guidelines, and basically it's architectural siding structure and that type of thing, so that the construction fits in with
Yeah,
the community.
I'll review it, and if I have any questions, I'll go through Alex.
Okay, perfect. Thank you,
I
Will.
believe typically you guys accept a narrative explaining how they're going to meet the design guidelines. That's usually sufficient.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I guess the only other thing from my end, and this for Rob, is when I went through it, again at the sketch plan level, there wasn't a huge amount of description in terms of like number of boats that are planned on being stored and boats that are planned on being in the display area. So if in the future, just I'm assuming it will happen, but just be somewhat more clear, I guess, in terms of those types of statistics, if you will, and so we have an understanding of what's actually going in there. I mean, I counted up the boats that you show on your plan, but I'm not sure if that's a real number or if it's something different than that.
I actually drew those to scale. So
nice.
We'll have a discussion with the owner, and then we'll summarize that.
All right.
So, and Rob, one final thing, impact on parking, is that, will there be?
There shall be no impact on parking. If you remember right, there was a condition of approval relative to when we got the marina expanded. And what we did put up a camera, and we checked the camera for the video footage for weekends and the holidays. And I actually submitted a letter to Alex. I don't know if he submitted it on to you, but there was no problem.
Okay.
So, and we don't anticipate any problem, and we got some additional space here. This won't generate any more people at the dock. There's not going to be any more slips with this approval. So.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess before we go, I mean, I don't know if Wayne had any specific concerns that he wanted to mention based on his memo, so.
Yes, thank you, through to the chair. On the actual building, what's the use of that building going to be? Because that wasn't clear in the sketch plan so far.
sales and service, similar to what they have now, mainly sales stuff on this building.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other items are covered in my memo of the 9th as far as access and fire protection.
Read it and understand it, and we'll of course have some coordination when we get there.
Great.
Okay.
I'm good, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Wayne. Okay, Reb, I don't think we need a motion. I think it's just a sketch plan review, so I think we're all set.
Okay.
Welcome back, Mr. Seymour. Thank you, Will.
Signing off.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Board.
Come again.
Can I ask why there wasn't an announcement about this meeting to abutters?
For a sketch plan review, who's talking?
Hi, this is Alice Sarna from Indian Point. I'm
Oh.
a abutter. We went to the meeting last fall, and the plans are very different than this, so I would just have assumed that we would have gotten an update.
Yep, you will get a notice for the sidewalk as an abutter, and then you will get a notice for when the public hearing on the project is going to be held as an abutter. But
Thank you. And
you're welcome.
also that parking information can be shared as well. Thanks.
Yeah, I would address that to Alex. He
I
has.
sent 2 letters already asking for it, so when you guys get a chance, if you could
All
send
right.
it, that would be great.
Okay.
Do we have an updated person to contact? Indian Point had a person on their list that.
They got that. Yeah, you're right. By the way, did you send it just to Alex, or did you send it to the Indian Point contact person?
What's that?
The letter with the parking data, did you send it just to Alex?
No, it was just Alex.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
There's that one. All right.
You do Egypt Road?
No, we're not.
That's
we are not.
next, I think.
We are up to Michelle Bullock on the road. Where did you just give us that?
I think I gave that one to Sandy. No, I think I have it. I copied the wrong one.
I think you did, because we don't have that one.
Yeah. And I did send them out to the people via email.
Do the emails just not go through, or what happens?
I don't know, I sent them to everybody just now back to town hall.
Okay.
Oh, I actually did have it.
All right, so we're gonna be a little bit behind the curve here. Okay, so next up is the applicant Michelle Bullen for a property line amendment to Forest Resource Trust property. I assume you are here, Michelle? Thanks, Michelle. Sure. If you could just wait 1 second. You're a little bit behind on yours, just having a. Oh, wait, you go ahead and start with what you're requesting, and then we'll let you fill it in.
Okay, so my name's Michelle Boland. It's 11 Egypt Road, and I'm the applicant. So I'm requesting that the be able to move the property line between myself and Jason Benner, who's a minor. but I believe that both houses were built in '94, and it was just discovered this, about a year ago today, that my well, the utility pole, part of my driveway are on his property, and it also puts my garage to be too close to the property line. So we're requesting that I be able to purchase a piece of his property to be able to correct the property line so that all of my items are on my property, not on his. And I do not believe that that would make either of our properties non-conforming.
Okay. Jim?
So you started, I thought I got this out to you guys, but really simple process for this one. It's an amended subdivision plan because we're changing the property lines. As you noted in my memo, which apologize you all just received, there's a few things we just need to clean up, which we can do as conditions. One, we'll need a stamp plan from a surveyor with a signature block for the board to sign. It should just note on, if they're just going to do it for these two lots, we just need to have a note on the plan that says it only impacts lot 1 and lot 2. The second one should be, we need to see that the pins are going to be set for the new property line on that plan.
Okay.
3, a note saying, I just spelled out what the note should say, basically that this amends the previously recorded plan from 1984. And 4, I just need updated areas for lots 1 and lot 2 because the areas have changed for the independent lots. And we'll want to make sure that side setbacks have been met. I know that the garage was close. We'll just need to make sure, have a note on here or some kind of delineation that we're not creating a non-conforming structure there. And then finally, as I said, it has to be stamped by a surveyor and signature block for the board. So it's pretty straightforward. I really don't have anything. I'm glad they're correcting this. It's just a matter of some details of cleaning up the plan.
Okay. Is somebody helping you through all this?
I believe Survey Inc. is.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, your address is not Egypt Road, Gray, Maine, is that correct?
Correct, it's Raymond.
Okay. So it would be helpful if you got them to correct that for us, to Raymond, so that...
Yeah.
And, oh, I see, okay.
On the plan itself.
Right.
And I did speak to one of the surveyors out there and I made them aware of the things we'd want to see. So when you discuss it with them, they should be, just give them my memo and they should understand. I already kind of went through it with them.
Okay. So I guess I'm a little unclear in terms of what my responsibility is.
You have to provide us a plan, or your survey will have to provide us a plan that has these 5 items that I've outlined included on your plan, and then that will allow the board to sign the plan. We can't sign it without a surveyor's stamp and without a block for the board to sign. And we can, the board, if it so chooses, can approve it tonight. We just can't execute it until we have that plan. And to execute it, we don't need to come back to the board. We can do it at the town office at another time.
Okay.
And your surveyor should be pretty, you know, should be very familiar with,
Yes.
he should be very familiar with what needs to be done.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Or a paper, Jim, for a short.
Well, I just wanted to, you know, eventually, I didn't know if you guys wanted to go through each one of the, you know, technically we're supposed to go through it. You could do it as a lump sum here with the
Yeah, I don't think there's any,
criteria.
I don't think there's any reason to.
You can just say just per reviews memo.
Kevin, do you have any questions?
No, no questions.
Greg?
Okay, I move that we accept the,
I like Greg.
yeah, what do we call this? Amendment to an existing
It was called,
subdivision?
just to give, it was called Forest Resources Trust Property Subdivision.
Okay.
Lot, amended to lot 2.
An amendment to Lot 2 with the following conditions. One, that the plan is stamped by a surveyor. 2, that it impacts lots 1 and 2. And 3, what was it, locate the pins?
Yeah, they have to show the pins to be set on the revised property line.
And we need to include, verify that the setbacks are.
We
at
just need
minimums,
to show the distance on the plan, that's all.
Okay, show the setback distance on the plan. Was that it?
And a plan, right? And a.
Yeah, and just notes on the plan per my memo, that's all.
Right, notes on the plan.
And the notes on the plan from
the
Jim's
plan
memo.
Yep, perfect.
The total acreage remains the same.
I'm sorry?
The total acreage remains the same from the sale of one property?
No, they'll have to update, they have to update the areas in my memo.
So it's not gonna be exact same?
They didn't do it, they didn't necessarily do well, I don't think they did a swap, they
No,
just
it
did,
looked like
it doesn't look like it, it looks like just a conveyance from one to the other.
Right.
So, they just have to update the areas, there's plenty of area in both lots, it's not a problem.
Cool. Sounds good.
And there's no, it's not contested, right? You're,
No.
Yeah.
No,
Right,
and
that's-
actually,
that's-
Jason's on there. I don't know if he has anything to add.
No, I think we're good. Is there any discussion? So the motion is to approve. All those in favor? And Kevin?
You need a second on that.
Yes, second. Kevin seconded and approved.
Thank you.
All right, you're done. So just all you need, so the motion's approved, your request has been approved, but you can't do anything yet until you get those items in to the town. Then those items will come back to the board just for signatures for the final approval. But you're all set. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I believe so. And then, so I'll then wait till someone will give me the page with the signatures on it, or?
No, you're gonna, so your next step would be to get to your surveyor.
Right, but so once I get that and come to the town,
Right.
the board will sign it, and then I'll get a copy of that?
Yes.
Yeah, once we sign it, we'll be notified that it's signed, and then you can take it, it has to be recorded at the Registry of Deeds once the board signs it.
You want to probably take page 2, right?
You have this?
I do have it.
Page 2
Yeah.
of that
Yeah.
has the list of things. You want to give that right to Bill, and he should know what to do from there.
Okay,
Somebody, surveying should know what to do.
all right, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Next thing is the site plan review management control LLC in Big Lakes Marine, and I'm told that's been tabled. So do we need to table, or are they just?
Yeah, you probably should.
Because they have not,
Motion to table,
they've
yeah.
not removed it.
I think they.
Sandy, I think it was a table.
Yeah, I think they requested it to be tabled to the next meeting.
They did.
Okay.
Yes, they requested that they be tabled to June meeting, and they'll let us know.
All right. So I move that we table the application for the Management Control LLC Big Lake Marine Construction until the June meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Greg seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passed. All right. Dustin again. Jeez, it's almost been a month.
Couldn't stay away.
Good stuff. All right.
Should be this one.
Which one?
They have the 2 duplexes.
Yep, I'm just trying to, names don't match here, or am I on the wrong one?
It should be Daigle Financial.
That's the wrong one.
I've got the wrong one. Okay,
Yeah, that's
now I got the right one. And now your memo, Jim. Did you just give that to us?
I didn't, I actually gave that one to Sandy a couple days ago.
Yeah, that was in the mailing.
Yeah, you want this one? I think that's his.
Is it? Yep, that's it. Okay, good. All right, Jim.
All right, so this is here this evening as a pre-application for 2 duplexes to be proposed on a lot within the Westview subdivision. The board, a few of you members probably remember, this came in a few years ago for an extension. Albert Frick came in for an extension on the end of this, to put a new hammerhead for his son and for some other lots. So this is lot 48D on the tax map, and it has sufficient area that it could support 4 dwelling units. This is in the village residential district, so it obviously has a lower density requirement. The applicant has proposed 2 duplexes that are connected with a roof overhang. There'll be 2 separate driveway cuts coming off Westview. There's a list of things here that I have kind of provided early on just to give them some guidance. Again, this will be technically under, I've talked to the surveyors, and technically under the law, because we have a site plan ordinance that also is equivalent to a subdivision review, this would fall under site plan review, but I would just recommend that we just kind of do them both just to cover our you-know-whats. Because we are adding more dwelling units to the subdivision. The development itself, based on our conversations with the engineer, has sufficient area to support the 4 dwelling units just within their own lot here. So I don't know if we need to go all the way back and look at the whole total net residential area. I think it suffices that, it meets it just for the lot, then it'll have plenty for the whole development. They want to do subsurface septic systems on this. The one item or a couple items that I'll have will be, again, we'll have to have a survey stamp, net density, just the calculation on the plan. We'll need a passing test pit for the septic system. All the conditions that were tied to the original Westview Drive subdivision must be adhered to. Any homeowners agreements or restrictions, they must become a member of that association, and I believe per the fire department's memorandum, they will be required to have sprinklers in these buildings. We'll need to verify that the road for this section meets the private road standards for the number of units to be served. I think visual buffering is going to be an issue for the neighbors, so we may want to take a look at how they're going to conduct that, because these are all single families in that area, and utilities must be all underground. And then finally, probably Wayne will have to chime in on this, is how we're going to E91 these addresses for these duplexes with the 4 units. What will they be like? So those are just our initial comments. Obviously, as we get the full application, we'll have more to update, but those are just our initial cursory comments.
You're up, Dustin.
Okay. Thank you. So Dustin Roman with DM Roman Consulting Engineers, representing Dago Financial and Development for this project. We actually, when we submitted these plans as a sketch plan 3 weeks ago, we had done essentially a preliminary layout on the site, which kind of took the building and put it up fairly close to the road, squared it up with the road. And over the last few weeks since we had made that submission, we've been working on the development of the plans in preparation for the application that we had made today for the next meeting. And in going through the design iterations of grading out the site, there was some challenges based on the way we had proposed the building orientation previously, in that we had about 16 feet of elevation change from the driveway of the upper unit down to the rear walkout basement of the lower unit, which is really too much grade to accomplish unless you're going to end up with some very steep driveways and a lot of undesirable things. So what we've done, the plans that we had prepared and submitted for the next planning board meeting actually propose a single shared driveway that would come in off of Westview and split to the 2 homes. What this does is it allows us to enter the site on kind of the lower elevation grade on the lower southern corner, and basically try and take most of the grade out of the site as you come in with this shared driveway, and it allows us to site the building at an angle to the road, which allows it to fall along the contour on the rear side of the building. What this also does is allows us to maintain a tree save along the roadway, which will provide some visual buffer screening of this building. Being a 4-unit building, all one-story living, it's about a 160-foot long building. So having it squared right up to the road would potentially make it look a little out of context for this neighborhood. So we felt that by taking the building and rotating it 45 degrees will help, so it doesn't have such a long presence along the roadway. And again, it provides ability for tree safe buffers right up nearest to the roadway. The road grade coming into these two buildings is almost flat under this new layout, so that will help out a lot with emergency vehicle access into the site and just general ingress and egress. What it does require is a driveway that would not be necessarily squared up to Westview. So as you drive in, it would actually be more like kind of like a fork in the road where you would take a turn left into the site versus coming in and turning, making a hard 90-degree turn. This would certainly, have better maneuverability for people coming into the site, emergency vehicles. And if this were a longer road where there was potential for vehicles to come out of the driveway and turn left, then we probably wouldn't propose an orientation like this. We would want a wider radius and try to square that driveway up a little bit more with Westview. But in this case, where we're basically the second to last home at the end of the hammerhead there, it seems more appropriate to try and have the best grades coming into the site instead of trying to turn that driveway in to square vehicles up to be able to turn out. We will clear sufficient area on that corner, even though we'll have a tree save. We'll make sure we clear sufficient area right at that corner so that as vehicles are exiting, that they've got a clear line of sight looking left for any vehicles that might be exiting some of those lots that are across the street or one lot further in. Another item that we've decided to modify from what we submitted was we had proposed that 12-foot wide connected porch element between the two buildings, as well as a 12-foot porch on the outside of the building. That made the building even longer than the 160 feet that I just explained. It added another 25, basically, 12, 24, 36 feet to the overall length of the building end to end. So what we've done instead is remove those center porch elements and just put the two buildings right together. So we've kept the vertical stagger between the two so that you're going to still have those hip roofs tying into each other with a 6-foot offset on the building, so you'll still have some nice roof lines going down through there and not just one big long building. As well as, even though you're not going to see the rear side of the building, we thought it was appropriate to give it that separation or that step in the rear so that you wouldn't have a 160-foot long straight wall in the back of the building. The units will have one common shared septic system to be installed. So there'll be 2 septic tanks that come out of the building, and then those will drain to one common leach field. We had that design completed previously, but since we've made this change to rotate the building, the corner of the building now interferes with where we had designed the leach field previously. So we do have the septic designer going back out to just do a new design a little bit further back from where we had shown it previously. The buildings will also have a single shared well that will serve all 4 dwellings. We're proposing to build a small outbuilding structure around that well that's going to also house the water treatment unit that we anticipate will be needed, just because it seems like that's pretty common these days. It's a little bit complicated when you have a condominium in that any space that is common for all of the unit owners, you need to be able to provide access to that space from all unit owners. So trying to locate water treatment systems and things like that in a basement unit becomes a little bit problematic just because other unit owners would need to have access into that space. So we felt that having a separate outbuilding would allow that to be housed in that location, and then we could also have one kind of more robust, nicer water treatment system that would treat, the water for everybody. Underground power will be installed from the transformer that already exists at the corner of the property, so we're going to run that power kind of along the road frontage and then along the new driveway coming in so that we avoid having to cut a swath right straight through the middle of that area. We're trying to do the tree save. For stormwater drainage through the site, everything drains from Westview to the west, heading basically through the property. There, the layout of the subdivision had created a lot division line that basically follows an existing drainage swale and wetland area through the property. So the water is being directed around the buildings and will be conveyed basically in that direction towards that drainage area. We will be picking up the drainage that comes down off the hill in a roadside swale that will come around the end of this shared driveway and go through a stone berm level spreader so that we can kind of just slow that water down before it makes its way down into the wetland ditch area. There is a stormwater buffer area that had been reserved on the rear side of the lot. Based on the topography, it's not super easy to really have water that just kind of gets into that buffer area. So what we did instead was, we've laid out these level spreaders and ditches so that we can kind of, again, spread that water out and convey it out to these natural drainage swales. All this grading and stuff, again, was information that we had prepared and submitted for the next planning board meeting. So I'm just kind of giving you a little preview of what you'll see, and certainly with the understanding that you'd take the time to review it between now and then, and certainly come up with what you have for questions. So as far as we did receive Wayne's preliminary comments on the initial layout, and certainly the buildings will have sprinkler systems installed in them. The driveway layout that we've shown here is again is different from what we had shown previously, so we'll work with Wayne on auto turn template movements just to make sure that they can get in and out of this site. And we'll just want to have a discussion about the driveway itself coming in is about 200 feet long from where it comes off of Westview to the very end. It's not the easiest site because of the grades and the slopes to put some sort of an intermediate hammerhead to back up and be able to drive back out of this driveway. So I'm just going to need to work with Wayne and make sure that the town's comfortable with this sort of layout, and if not, what sort of improvements we can make to it so that vehicles can get in and out as needed. We have no concerns for passenger vehicles. There's plenty of room there for people to back out of the driveways, back into the turnarounds in this shared driveway and exit the site. But emergency vehicles would need to basically back out onto Westview, and they wouldn't be able to turn around in that 200-foot long driveway the way it's proposed. The driveway coming in is proposed to be 20 feet wide, so it's a kind of an extra wide driveway than what you'd normally see for two duplexes, but that's what's needed for the fire apparatus, so we're happy to do that. And then, and as far as the rest of Wayne's comments, again, some of those may change a little bit just based on this new layout, so we expect to just continue to work with Wayne and Jim on that between now and the next meeting. So with the understanding that you really haven't seen this new plan except for putting it in front of you here, I think that the context of the project hasn't really changed, and that it's two duplexes kind of connected together on this one lot. We've done the net residential density calculations to show that it supports the development. We've taken measures to try and provide some screening to the best we can and reduce the massing of this building for this neighborhood, which is all predominantly single-family homes coming up through here. So with that, turn it back over to the board and happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Dustin. Jim? Did you?
I did my thing already.
I saw you looking through there, and
I was just looking to see if we had anything in our ordinance that would pertain to driveway orientation, but we don't.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jim. Do you have something?
I was just gonna say, the only other thing I can think of is that, you know, knowing this area and having seen it before, we do know that there's a fair amount of runoff coming off this hill. We're gonna have to, with the lot orientation, we're gonna have to be very careful about where we're sending that water. Because it's all down gradient from the top down, so that'll be a concern.
I'm all set.
This is not a public hearing, but are you here for this particular project?
Yeah.
You are. Would you like to, I mean, it's not a public hearing, but I certainly would be interested in hearing a comment or two if you would so desire.
Sure. We have the podium if you want.
We don't usually get any audience, so if you just state your name and address before you start.
Excuse me. My name is Sam. I live at 18 Westview Drive. It's past this development proposal. I didn't prepare a lot to speak today because I didn't think that we were going to have the opportunity. But just quickly, I think that in general, the residents of Westview Estates are very concerned about this development. It being so out of character with the neighborhood, certainly out of character of the scheme of development that was done since the Westview Estates was created. And 5 years ago, nearly 5 years ago, when Albert was here, he certainly spoke and gave, I think, the impression that single family was what the proposal was, and I think he understood that was the nature of the neighborhood and the nature of the covenants and that exist in Westview Estates. So I think that the board should take this very seriously, as I know you would, but certainly we are as a neighborhood, and a lot of us are here today and some aren't, but certainly we're certainly concerned. So
okay, who you mentioned that it was developed as a single family. Somebody, who was that? You were talking
Alfred.
Just mentioning when Albert was here, and I think he spoke and I think advertised it like that, and I think that was how we took it and understood it, and of course that was keeping with how things have been developed in Westview Estates, and how we feel like it is required to be too. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Does that pretty much say it all, or would somebody else like to say anything?
I think.
Go ahead.
My name's Danelle Maloney. I am a resident at 7 Westview Drive. And I think we've met as a community, and we're all in alignment in what Sam has said. So in terms of what you as the board has pointed out, certainly the two things that you highlighted, the ordinance in conforming with the original Westview Estates that was developed by Evergreen is something that we would want to be reviewed in context of this proposed plan, as we don't think it conforms with the original plan for the neighborhood and is restricted to that. So additionally, the vegetative buffer is certainly a concern as well. Within that lot, there are 9 children that live within 100 feet or so of that lot. And specific to the plan itself, it's worthwhile to note that CJ Payne, who's sitting over here to my left, his property is actually visible on the plan. It's just not included, and it's only within 20 to 30 feet of that back corner. So while I understand that the setbacks are village residential, it certainly doesn't conform with the original plan of the neighborhood, and to a certain extent, I'm be concerned about how certain things were developed as the plan came along.
Okay, thanks.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Were there original covenants beyond what was on the approved subdivision plan that each resident has to abide by?
And which residents are you speaking to specifically?
The ones on Westview Drive.
Westview Drive 1 through 8 has specific covenants listed. There's a plan, the original plan, it's volume 154, page 2. Speaks to the original plan of Evergreen. And within that plan, this land is carved out in the remaining land of Evergreen Trust. There was an additional memorandum that was recorded. I cannot recall the volume and the book off the page off the top of my head, but it was in 1989, I believe, between Albert Frick and Evergreen, in which the remaining land was carved out into separate lots, numbered, and so as a result, certainly contemplated within the scheme of the development of the neighborhood.
Did I answer the question?
It does for now. I guess we'll just have to see where they take this, because they'll have to be part of that association at some point, and I assume they'll have to meet the covenants of that development. I'm not sure, but we'll have to see what the documents unfold.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
And that was a note that I had, that I want to review the original Westview subdivision. It's got to be single family if it is stated, and
I'm not sure the timeline though. I'm not sure. Were you here? When did this get? Because I know a section of this town got revised to be.
I don't remember this project, but it could have been while I was absent.
Yeah, it might have been. The revision might have been while you're absent,
right.
But I don't know. Do we know when?
2018, I believe, the extension.
The extension. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
I know that was the extension. But was this one of the areas in town that went from residential to a village with a zone change?
I don't know.
That may have been another change that happened along the way too.
Yep.
But we can deal with that as we get the full application.
Yep.
Do you have a question, Dustin, or do you just kind of?
No, I'm just,
okay.
Just felt like standing, I guess.
So, I do think, given that this is a unique duplex in a single-family residence, we probably should do a site walk.
Oh, yeah, both definitely.
Okay.
that was another point.
I was just wondering whether or not.
We're talking about everything I put on there. Yeah, sidewalk for sure. Yeah.
Do we want to do the research first, and then the site walk may become not necessary, or do we want to just do the site walk?
I mean, they've posted an application.
So we should do the
We
site
should
walk.
do the site walk.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, Sandy, we're up for site walk.
Yep, I hear you. We still need the same amount of time.
The same? Really? What?
The process didn't change.
No, not while we were all sitting here, no.
But it got later.
Can we do both
No.
on the second? No, I don't.
No. So, June, why don't we do it the next week? How's the 7th? Oh, that's right before the meeting.
Well, we could do it right before the meeting.
We could do it right before.
Yeah.
Because it's an amended it's a site plan, so I mean.
There's not much really to look at. We're just going to look at the. We could do it right before the meeting, I guess.
Yeah, I mean we could do it at 6 or something.
6, yeah.
6 before the meeting.
Yeah.
Dustin,
That'd be the 8th.
that would be the 8th.
Yep, that works for me.
Sandy, 8 June.
Got it.
Good. 6 p.m.
And just meet at the property.
Yes.
Okay.
And then other than staking out building corners, is there anything else the board would want to see?
Probably just the perimeter of the property.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The envelope and the footprint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where the actually house is going to be, where the corners.
Yeah, well, we'll stake out the buildings.
Right.
Yeah.
And maybe a little bit to Dustin, somewhere with that driveway orientation, so we can understand that
Okay.
angle.
Yeah, certainly where it will be coming into the site and then the direction.
Yep.
And we'll certainly, we'll do some extensive research on those potential covenants that were raised. I mean, we weren't aware of those, but we'll definitely dig into that.
Good. I didn't mean to cut anybody else off. Did anybody else want to say anything that added to this?
I don't know, I was going to say, summarize.
Yeah, we understand this is not a public hearing. We don't want to waste your valuable time either.
Okay. So there will be a public hearing if it does continue, and you are certainly welcome to join, and we hope that you do have a chance to join us for the sidewalk.
Thank you.
Okay? And the last thing on the agenda is no longer there, is that correct?
That's correct. Do we have to vote on that one too?
Has it been tabled? Alex?
He is for postponement, so
Okay.
you probably want to just table it.
Which one?
So you don't have to
That's
answer
for
his last name, you can do.
Shabosky.
Yeah.
Shabosky?
Okay.
Shabosky, yeah.
Did I scare him? Did I scare him?
So I move that we table the application being submitted for the possible division of a lot in Birchwood subdivision by Francis Shabosky.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? All right, tabled.
Those are for the findings for, we're not on this other plan.
All right.
Yep. We have that already.
The last order of business is we got some signatures that we need to do.
Yeah, I also have here copies of, because I know we're not all gonna be here in person, so.
You have Mike Richmond too.
Don't we have a planning
Right,
board
that-
member?
Yes.
Potential planning board
Oh, we do.
member person?
I was asking about you. You must have snuck in on me. I'm sorry. Come on up and step to the mic. Step there. We have a short 450 questionnaire to ask to go through, but it should take no more than 2 hours. Is that, unless you're willing, you know.
Wait, he said time was, he said he had the time on here, so.
Wow. It's all yours. If you just introduce yourself and tell us why you want to be on board.
Absolutely. I guess I'll keep it short and sweet. I guess personally, born and raised in Portland, ended up marrying my college sweetheart and lived in Gorham for a long time and just recently moved here to Raymond and love it. We have two kids that are both out of state now, so empty nest, and want to see if I can, do some good. Professionally, I've owned a small architecture firm in Scarborough for over 20-something years now. Whoa. So very familiar with the process of, zoning boards, planning boards, sort of from both sides of it. I did serve in Gorham on their planning board for a term, and I actually really enjoyed it. So I really feel that good planning and good land uses, it's just so important. So so that's basically me in a nutshell.
We didn't scare you away today? Or put you to sleep?
Not yet. No, I'm good.
We'll try harder next time.
So we will send your name to the selectmen who actually make the appointment.
You got it.
And they sometimes do like to see you. I don't know. Sandy, do you know?
They typically do, I think.
They typically.
Yeah,
Sandy?
we let them know that you guys have approved him and are sending it to the select board, and then Sue schedules with the select board so that Mike can go meet with them.
Okay. So Sue will probably get in touch with you for when actually to show up, if they want you there.
Yeah, or she'll tell me, one of us will be in touch with you about it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. We're down a member. Actually, we have 2 down today for some reason.
Oh.
But thank you. We appreciate the desire to join us.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you for
Thanks.
volunteering.
Thank you.
We need
All right.
So I have one item here. I did pass out tonight the
Yes.
findings of fact.
We just need to vote to send them.
We need to vote whether you want to accept it, and then you can come in independent. You can sign. If you can
Wait,
sign
no, we're talking about
tonight.
different things. We need to
I
vote
think we need to vote for
Michael.
Oh,
To
sorry.
send it to the select.
Sorry, I thought you did that. Sorry.
Nope.
Yep, I move that we forward Michael Richmond's application or his want to be on the planning board to the select board.
Second. Second. Everybody approved? Passed? Kevin?
Aye.
Done. Passed. Okay, now.
Yeah. I passed out this evening, and I did send it out to everybody via email as well, the findings of fact that we did for Raymond Hills.
Yep.
I just saw that.
So if you want to read it tonight, and then I think you can either come into the town, because I know the other board members will have to come into the town to sign it as well. So we can either leave it up to you, the few of you that are here can sign it tonight if you want to, or you can peruse it, and it'd be great if we could maybe vote on it, but I understand you just got it, so.
Yeah,
I don't know, Dustin, where are they with that, Raymond Hills?
I mean, we brought the plans tonight for signature, so, yeah, we just.
Looking at the area.
Yep, so we're just going through the, kind of the pre-construction items now, lining up our, water district inspectors, all that. We're gonna have a pre-construction meeting with the town before we, do anything, cut any trees or anything like that. But I think we're just trying to get all the paperwork out of the way now with the signed plan, get it recorded, work with you on performance guarantees, and kind of go through all those items. And then we'll certainly have a pre-con meeting before we hit the ground.
I understand you haven't had a chance to look at this, so I mean, this was a long, lengthy one for me to even prepare.
okay.
So I don't know if you want to,
Where is that sucker? I just need to refresh myself on what's in there.
really there was the waiver, there were 2 waivers.
Yep.
And 3 conditions. The 2 waivers were for the road and for the number of lots served. And the 3 conditions were third-party inspections for the road construction, for the groundwater. The project is subject to the conditions placed on by state for the leach field, as well as the stormwater treatment measures, and then it's almost becoming a normal now, Wayne, all the conditions and requirements of Wayne's memo.
And we've got no DEP.
There is DEP.
And they have the DEP.
They have the DEP permit, yes, they had that in February.
Yeah, so if I could find my copy, I would think we could move forward with it. I don't think we
You can at least vote on it this evening, then
Right.
people come in and sign it.
Yep.
At the town hall.
Move that we accept the finding of fact for
Raymond Hills.
Raymond Hill Village Subdivision.
Second. Any discussion?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Wayne.
Hey, Jim, did you reference the memo in your findings of that?
Yes, I did.
Yep.
It's on the last page, February 23rd, 2022 memorandum. It's on the very last page before the signatures.
C.
You need to sign it.
Oh, you want to see this?
Great, thank you, Jim.
Like I said, Wayne, you're almost becoming a standard condition now.
Yeah.
I don't know what that says about me.
Oh, it's fine. It's all good.
All right, any other questions? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, passed.
Okay.
All right, so, do you want, we need a copy to sign.
Yep, just take one of yours. You can take one of yours and do the signatures on the...
All right, let's use yours. We'll
Did
pass it down.
we already send that one?
No, that was the other one we signed.
Oh. Oh, yeah, we
can do it right in there.
And you have the Mylar as well, designed, right?
Yep. Is this the Mylar for Raymond Hills?
Sorry, Bob, I started writing on yours.
That's all right, wouldn't really matter. We can read either one of them. So if we didn't do this, we could bring Dustin back for the next meeting, couldn't we?
Oh, yeah, it was for you anyway.
Oh, all right, okay. All right.
As long as you're here.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the same without you.
So the new applications we have.
I think we got to see each one of these, right, Jim?
Yes.
I don't think we have anything other than
Dustin?
There's no Mylar?
No, the
They don't
registry
use
only was
Mylars anymore.
Yeah, Mylars.
Mylars are, I
They
think, in the
gone?
past, yep. It's all paper and electronic now. So as far as other correspondence, next meeting, I know we have Dustin coming in for,
I'll get these to you, just a second. Go to Sandy.
we have Dustin coming in for Westview. We have the tabled items from this evening for, what's that called?
Management controls,
Fernwood?
yep, and that other subdivision, Birchwood.
Right.
Oh, that, will they be back in June?
I believe he wanted to be tabled till June.
Okay.
Anything else, Andy? Anything else that's come in that I'm not remembering?
And that one for,
Whatever was on my desk, Alex, is what came in.
Okay.
And that one for Birchwood is just a discussion. They haven't formally applied for anything.
Correct.
Okay. And we're all set for town meeting for the ordinances?
Yep. Warrant's been set.
We're done.
The warrant's been set, so will that be before the next meeting?
Move to adjourn.
It may be.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
We're done.
Welcome to the May 17th, 2022 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for the town of Raymond. Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do roll call. Start with you, Greg.
Greg Dean.
Fred.
Fred Miller.
And David Murch. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Call to order. Number 2, discussion regarding proposed amendments to bylaws. Number 3, interview with Pete Awkward for a position on the board. Number 4, adjournment. This meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside of the meeting room. So next up is discussion regarding proposed amendment to bylaws. So we actually have, yes, ultimately 3 amendments to look at. Greg, if you want to take us through the 2 that you worked on, and then I can take us through the one that I worked on. And I guess, and well, we're not, just to be clear, we're not going to actually vote these changes in or, in tonight. Tonight's is just to review them as they've been written. And as a board, make a decision as to what we like with regards to the wording, and then finalize that wording, and then whatever's comes out of that, we will look to formally bring into the bylaws at an upcoming meeting. So does that sound good to everybody?
Yeah, perfect.
All right, excellent. It's all yours, Greg.
Yeah, so there's 2 proposals to the ZBA bylaws, both for, I believe it's Article 6, is that right?
Article 4.
4, okay, I got it backwards. But Section 6, Article 4, the proposal reads as, no new items of business on the agenda may be brought up for discussion after 10 p.m. Items not brought up for discussion because of this time deadline are to be placed on the agenda of the next regular meeting or on the agenda of a special meeting held at the convenience of the applicant and board members. This rule may be waived by unanimous vote of the members present. So this is just basically, I believe verbatim borrowed from the planning board's bylaws, and I don't know, should I go into the rationale or the reasoning behind this, or how do you think the best way to proceed with discussion around it? Do you just want to open it up for comments from the members?
If you want to take us through the rationale, that sounds good, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, so the rationale is to basically provide some mechanisms to kind of gracefully ease out of long running meetings. Most notably, if they run really long, it can be difficult to kind of get high quality of debate and consideration for everybody involved. So the thinking is that after 10, it's a reasonable deadline to stop putting new items on, and that would help prevent kind of runaway board meetings. And I'll go ahead and just read the proposal for section 7 as well, which is similar but more of a harder deadline. And this section 7 proposal reads, after 12 a.m., items currently in discussion shall be tabled. Items tabled because of this time deadline are to be placed on the agenda of the next regular meeting or on the agenda of a special meeting held at the convenience of the applicant and board members. This rule may be waived by unanimous vote of the members present. So the rationale here is, again, I think just makes the chairperson's job a little bit easier, having a statutory requirement where the meeting sort of constructively tables and adjourns. Of course, there's an opt-out mechanism of that as well. So I think it just, I sort of noticed there's a lot of pressure to manage the meeting, and as it gets later, to try to gauge everybody's level of fatigue and willingness to participate. Just having a statutory deadline where we just agree to table it and move on, I think is a desirable backstop from again, runaway timelines.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, of course. Yep. Yeah. Just consider this like free flow conversation.
So like in the section 6 that we're talking about, that we're going to use the 10 p.m. as kind of the cutoff. That is area where the chairman can say, hey, look, with this at 10 o'clock, maybe we can think about wrapping things up. You say that no new discussions that to be added. So let's say if we have 3 different appeals that we're looking at, and we're on, say, the second one or the first one, and if we can wrap it up, say by 10:30, but from that point on, we're not to start the second or the third one. Is that way I understand that to be what you're proposing?
Yeah. So if we're let's say agenda item 1 starts at 7 and we wrap it up at 10:30, there would have to be a vote to take, and there's a second or third agenda item. There would have to be a vote to continue with the second item. Otherwise, it would just be by default tabled and put on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say we had, like you said, we had 3 and we went to 10:30 and we voted to go to the second one. Does that mean we stop at the second one, or do we have to continue to the third one?
Yeah, I think the way this, at any point after 10 p.m. requires unanimous vote to take something off the or to start a new agenda. And I guess is my understanding. Yeah, I'm not the original author of this word, but I like it. I thought that I read it too. When I read it, I interpreted it as that after 10, it just requires a unanimous vote. Doesn't mean we can't do it, but unanimous vote for number 2 and the unanimous vote for number 3.
Yeah, because one of our agenda items is adjournment, so we would certainly need to, we'd have to leave it to at least bring in the adjournment piece to it.
Right. Yeah, I suppose we could special case adjournment in the bylaw, or we could just agree unanimously to adjourn.
I think, yeah, you've got the out clause, right? That last sentence lets us accommodate it. So,
yeah.
And that Greg took this word for word out of the bylaws that the planning board currently has. So this is consistent. This would be consistent with what they're doing as well.
I think it gives us, an agenda, so if something happens like, what happened in the past there, that, you have the ability to, to let's say, hey, let's table this for the next, the next meeting, so that everybody's trying to keep going and at the end with, everybody's getting pretty tired, so.
Yep. Sorry, Tom, I just see you, I just saw you arrive, so. If you want to officially introduce yourself for the record.
Tom Hennessy.
Awesome. Good to have a fellow board member here. So, might as well, it's kind of like a package deal. So like, why don't we just look at the second one in conjunction with this? I like section 7. It is nice to have a stopping point for the night. Does it, I'm reading it and I'm just wondering, is there some flow from this though to at least go into, like, I want to make sure that we can get to our adjournment part of the agenda with this one.
David, it's not hard for you to get to the agenda, the adjournment part.
All right, thank
When
you.
you're not going to pull something else in, you
Yep.
make a motion to table this, and this on the agenda until
Yep.
the next meeting, and then you make a motion to adjourn.
Wonderful.
So this second section is basically to cover us if we're still on, let's say, the first piece of agenda and we go to 10 o'clock. We at that time say, okay, no more new articles started today, but then we will go up till midnight to finish the first article that we're on. Is that correct? Is that on?
Yeah, and the thinking there again is like, we may decide to take something off. I wanted ample time to be able to take something off at like 9:30, and let's say we spend 2.5 hours on something. I feel like there's a reasonable threshold that if we're still in discussion and it's the next day, it's the next calendar day, it's probably fair to everybody involved to have at least an opt out mechanism. Is that right? Let me see if I'm getting it right. But I really just think that it's tough to be in the situation of the chair trying to, you're looking at the clock, tick, 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 and I would rather just have it go to a vote and be able to say, yeah, I'm done, than try to manage it on an ad hoc basis. I think it's just easier. And I don't know if it's 12. We can change I don't think that the exact time is the matters. I just think that there needs to be ample time to do work. And it should be, not so late that it's completely unreasonable. Like 4 a.m. doesn't really help us, but like, I thought it was a good compromise of, hey, we got another 2 hours if we need it to actually close this out. And then, kind of constructively, we table it and move on.
Yep. So this works for me, and I like it because section 6, once you get past section 6, then I'm just trying to think this through. So Fred's example, we got 3 agenda items. We're still on agenda item 1 by 10:30. And let's just say we choose to take on number 2, and then now it's midnight, then boom, that one's tabled. And section 6 already accounted for item number 3. So, yeah, to me, I'm just trying to think through any loopholes or whatever. I mean, to me, it looks good.
I like it. I think it sounds good. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it flows.
Yep. What do you think, Tom?
I'm good with it. We need to have some kind of method to close out a meeting without making, judgments on the fly, I guess.
Right. So is there any, having looked at this, is there any suggestion for wording changes, or as what we're seeing could essentially cut and paste into the bylaws?
The only thing I'd ask is the applicants that are coming up in front of the zoning board, is this something that they'll know because these are our guidelines? So that when we hit them things that just, they realize that we'll have that for an option.
Yeah.
When they fill out that application, is that going to be there, or is this going to be a surprise to somebody when we say, okay, well, it's 10 o'clock now, and you get 2 more people waiting?
It's a good question. I'll tell you for one thing, I know that, our next meeting's got a really full agenda, and the attorney had said that he knew we were going to be looking into these changes, and he did say that if there was a chance that these changes could come into play for that meeting, to let everyone know in advance that it is possible that we would be operating under these new bylaws. After that, I don't know, Sandy, on the planning board, do they let people know in advance that things could shut down by 10 o'clock?
They usually don't say anything about the timing of it. Fortunately, we haven't had anything run really late. And that meeting that we had, that was, hopefully going to be the only one like that, but
exactly
this is to prepare for that. And I don't think anybody really has a clue what the bylaws are other than you guys. I mean, they're on the website, but yeah. And I can just type you up a fresh set of bylaws and incorporate that. And if you make the other change about the fiscal year, we can get it all into one and have a nice clean set to sign and upload to the website.
Sounds good to me. Does that answer your question, Fred?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't stepping, we were doing it right. In other words, nobody got a surprise and said, we didn't know that. We feel that we should have our turn too, even though it's, 10:30.
If it looks like it's going to be a long meeting when we have these big agendas, you could always state after you read the regular wording that goes into the record, you could state then that, in our bylaws, we are able to stop any new business as of 10 p.m. and we will not continue later than midnight.
Yep.
That way it's out there so that they're aware.
Yeah, that would make sense.
But you wouldn't want to have to say that at every meeting because it's not always applicable.
Right.
So let's see. I guess with this, hold on here. Too many windows. Okay, so I guess my thought is perhaps we take a motion on accepting the wording of new Article 4, Section 6 for the ZBA bylaws to be voted on at the next meeting. That's reasonable to have. I don't know. Yeah, it makes sense to at least have a motion to move it on, to accept the wording and then have it, to be voted on at the next meeting. The question is it, do we do it at the next meeting? Do we put it in beforehand?
Well, next meeting's the 31st, right?
It is, yeah. That's the jam pack.
Yeah.
Hey, David.
Yeah.
Is it possible? I'm not sure. Is it possible to accept it, vote on it as is, since we don't have any edits? I mean, it went out as it is, and we're not making modifications to it, and that this would give us more than 10 days. Rather than editing it before we go into that potentially long next meeting, it might be better. I don't know if it's possible.
Well, our next meeting's 14 days away.
And it also appears at this point that those items will still be, the other ones that made it long last time will be postponed. The new items, none of them are really big issues. There's so many because they're all setback variances and they wanted to get them in before the ordinance may change after town meeting vote. That's why there's so many of them, but they're all just setback variances.
Yep.
That should move quickly.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find our bylaws. I just wanted to, why can I not find them? Here we go. I'm just trying to see what our bylaws say, Greg, about having to vote them in. Amendments, the ZBA shall have the authority to amend these bylaws by vote at a regular or special meeting, provided that all members receive written notice of potential bylaw amendments at least 7 days prior to the date of the meeting. So when did Sandy send my?
It was the 5th.
Yeah, so it's been more than 7 days. So Sandy, do you see any?
11 days, 10, 11 days.
Yeah.
No, I think you're covered for that, and then you can just all sign them at the next meeting.
Okay.
But the adoption of them would actually have been that you voted on them tonight, so they would be effective.
So I'm just gonna move to adopt bylaw changes, new ones, Article 4, Section 6 and Section 7 as written and presented and discussed here tonight.
Seconded.
Okay, any further discussion on this with anyone? Okay, we'll have to do a roll call vote. So all in favor of adopting these, David Mert says yes.
Fred Miller says yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Excellent. So that one's approved. Next one is a modification to Article 3, Section 1. As it reads now, the ZBA shall annually elect from their membership a chairperson to preside at all meetings. This election will take place at the first regularly scheduled meeting of the year. So in the past, there's been some confusion as to, is that year the calendar year or the fiscal year? And it had been discussed that this was to be the fiscal year. There was actually a discussion and a vote on it a couple of years ago by the ZBA board at that time to modify it to fiscal year. It did get approved, but they never signed it. So the change never took place. So because of that, it's still just year. So adding fiscal year or calendar year, some sort of date helps provide clarity as to exactly when the votes to take place. So it's been my understanding that it's always intended to be fiscal year. So the town of Raymond's fiscal year starts in on July. But it doesn't have to be fiscal year. We can modify it to be calendar year. Planning board specifically says in June. So we can change this to whatever we would like, but the intent for the change is to just provide clarity of what this year actually is.
And that, excuse me, that runs basically on like our terms and stuff. Is that what that's geared mostly on? Or?
What's that now? What do you mean by that?
When you we're doing fiscal year or calendar year, what are we using that for? For what?
I'm sorry, it's for the election of the ZBA chair.
Right, that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Yeah.
For us, yes.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Yep.
Right.
The planning board does their elections on June of every year.
Mm-hmm.
I think they do it this way for ZBA because in the past, I don't think ZBA met as frequently as the planning board, so there was never a guarantee there would be a June meeting.
I saw that. Is that a 3-year or 1 year?
Well, each person is
3 year, right?
Each person's term on the board is for 3 years, but the chair is elected every year, and it's
Right.
not in our bylaws, but we also elect the vice chair. That's a yearly thing.
You could insert chair and vice chair in that section if you wanted to as well, David.
Yeah, I was wondering if we should do that. My problem is Article 3 is election and responsibilities of the ZBA chairperson. So thought about shoehorning that in, but I wasn't too sure if that would be appropriate. So any thoughts? Do we like fiscal year? Do we want to give it a specific month of the year? Do we want to go a calendar year?
I think if the precedence is fiscal year, which it sounds, I don't know, but it sounds like that's what the research indicates, then it's reasonable just to keep it in line with everything else.
Yep. And do we want to try and shoehorn vice chair into this?
Not really. I just vice chair for 3 years.
I'm good with leaving it as chair. Just,
yeah.
Yeah, and you just can elect the vice chair because you want to, and that way the responsibilities would all be the same because he'd be acting in place of the chair.
Yep. Okay. So I'll make a motion to accept into our bylaws modifications to Article 3, Section 1 to include the wording of Town of Raymond's fiscal to qualify the word year. Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? So, we'll do a roll call vote. All in favor of accepting that modification? David Murch, yes.
Miller, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Okay, excellent. So Sandy, you'll be able to take it from there. Awesome, thank you.
Yep, I will.
So next on our agenda is interview with Pete Lockwood for a role on the ZBA.
David, this is Tom. Can I hold you up for just 1 second?
Yeah, of course.
I need to diverge that I know Pete Lockwood. I'm familiar with him, but I can say I never talked to him about ZBA and didn't encourage him or discourage them from joining. So just letting you know that I know this gentleman. So.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. So Pete, I see that you are still interested in a role on the ZBA. Can you just give us a little quick bit of background and reasons behind wanting to join?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you all for having me this evening. And Tom, that was going to be my first comment, was disclosing that you and I had worked for several years together at Bath Iron Works. So thank you for doing that. So I've been a resident of Raymond for 35 years. 2 of my children were born and raised in this town and have participated in anything from scoutings to t-ball and softball, and just have a real sense of being an owner of this town, having been here as long as I have, and wanting to see that the precious place that this is taken care of and protected. My wife and I live up on the mountain road. We enjoy the house that we have here, and want to be able to preserve that for ourselves and for others. I did watch the last meeting, April 26th meeting. I'm not afraid. So, but you guys definitely put in some time and do a lot of work. That's something that I'm not afraid of. Been doing the hard work my whole career. So I would look forward to being able to do some of that work.
Excellent. We have site walks that occur every 10 days before. It's on a Saturday, typically start at 9. This week we have 3 of them, so it's going to be 9, 10, and 11. But you know, for the future, do you have any time commitments that would prevent you from attending a site walk or the monthly meetings that come up as needed?
I do not. I mean, my wife and I have, even though we're retired, we have a busy schedule, but we do make priorities for things such as having to do the sidewalks. And that's something that I'm particularly interested in as far as this board. I really enjoy walking property. I have a background in carpentry and design, and so being able to look and see at those things really interests me.
Great. Greg, Fred, Tom, any questions for Pete?
None from me. I know Pete very well.
Okay, quiet. Greg or Fred, before we take our vote, do you have any concerns about Tom taking a vote on this?
I do not. No, I do not. I think it's okay.
What is is there any like thing in the bylaws? Is this addressed at all?
No, well, it is. If we feel like there's some sort of conflict of interest, we as a board can decide if Tom should be allowed to vote.
Oh, to like approve the application?
Yeah, or like, I guess technically for an application, I don't know. I know in terms of if we have to take a vote and we feel, at least in terms of an appeal, then Tom divulged, we vote as a board as to whether or not we feel Tom can be included in that vote. I just want to cover my bases in regards to this. If anybody feels that Tom should not take a vote, I'm okay with hearing that.
I mean, I think that, with Tom knowing him in some way probably helps with working with Peter, knowing him, that, who he is, and if Tom thinks, that he's the right person. I mean, I feel good with talking to him and how he's presented himself, that he would be a good person for our committee. And I didn't see anything there real quick looking in the bylaws that, like I said, I think it's more to a zoning setback or a zoning, thing that is from us voting on something, but, in us.
Yep. How do you feel about that, Greg? It's not overly clear, but.
Yeah, I think it's probably more of an issue if you're a bunch of neighbors somehow get on the zoning board. That would be, I'm assuming you have a professional relationship with live next to him and colluding to modify like property or something, that's probably the spirit of the concern.
Yeah, yeah. And it is a fair point, Pete, when it comes to the things that come up before the zoning board. We're not really allowed to discuss any of this outside everything. All of our discussions when it comes to an appeal has to be done within a public setting. So, having any contact with anybody on the board outside of this, or even contact with an appeals person who's making an appeal to discuss the case is not allowed. So that's a fair thing to bring up, especially if you and Tom have known each other and worked together. Giving Tom a call and say, hey, what do you think about this item on the appeal? That's kind of a no-no. So it's just fair to bring out there.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
We are not neighbors. We live miles apart, just so you know.
Yeah, right. You'd have to swim across Crescent Lake, basically.
So I'm not sensing any issue with having Tom take a vote in this. So I will make a motion to accept to Pete's application to be on the Zoning Board of Appeals. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
There we go. Any further discussion? All in favor of accepting Pete's application for the Zoning Board of Appeals? David Murch in favor, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Okay, so Pete, as far as my understanding is, your application will now get sent to the select board. And at one of the select board's upcoming meetings, they'll make a final decision as to accepting you onto the board. So you'll have one additional interview to go through, and that will be with the select board.
Okay.
So, and Sandy will make sure to get in contact. I think it's with Sue Look.
Yes.
Yeah, and Sue, you should see something from Sue Look in terms of coordinating that.
Or she'll tell me and you'll get an email from me about it. I never know which way she's going with that.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate your willingness to volunteer. And Tom, yeah.
Hey, David, in the meantime, he can attend the site walks. They're all public, right?
Yeah, we definitely could if you would like to.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. And I don't think there's a select board meeting in advance of the ZBA meeting, but you're certainly welcome to attend the ZBA meeting that's coming up and at least sit in and listen to what's going on.
Yeah, I can email you all those documents, Pete, so that you'll have them.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for taking the time to talk with me tonight.
Yeah, thanks for volunteering.
Yes, thank you very much. So last item, adjournment. I motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? David, yes.
Fred, yes.
Tom, yes.
Greg, yes.
Excellent. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good
Night.
evening. Thank you. And
Thanks,
thank
everyone.
you, Sandy.
Right.
Thank you, Sandy. Good night.
Good morning and welcome to the Select Board Emergency Meeting. Can I have a motion to go in executive session?
Make a motion to go into executive session under Title 1, subsection 4056 F, I think.
Is that right, Sue? All in favor?
E. It might have been E.
Might have been
Here.
E. Whichever letter it is.
Have a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Can I have a motion?
Now they're in.
All right. Okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? All right. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Thank you all.
We had discussed this before the meeting, but Brenda, would you like to open since you were the last chair?
I can.
Thank you.
I'd like to call the meeting to order.
And the first item on the agenda is the election of officers. Are there any nominations?
I'll nominate Brenda as chair.
I'll second. You're good to go.
All right, I'm good to go.
Are there any further nominations? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion
A motion to vote?
to elect Brenda as chair.
Yeah.
Okay. Seconded?
Yep.
Thank you. All those in favor? I give you the floor, Madam Chair.
It's a tough race, but you made it.
It is, I know.
And then if you
So-
want to elect a vice chair, you can, otherwise you would go on to the public hearing.
Okay. Would it be suggested we do a vice at this point?
You could.
Why not?
Okay. So a nomination for vice chair?
Nomination for vice?
Nominate Mike.
I second.
Sneaky.
Any further nominations? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that Mike becomes vice chair of this committee.
Is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The next thing on the agenda is a public hearing.
The
Remote.
remote participation policy.
Yes. And for that, you probably haven't done a lot of public hearings.
No.
You'll need to open the public hearing, see if the public has any comments.
Okay.
And then close the public hearing.
Okay. At this point, we'd like to open the public hearing for the remote participation policy. If anyone would like to speak about that? Okay, I guess we'll close then.
I'll make a motion, we adopt the remote participation policy. Is that it? No, remote meeting participation policy.
Yes.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
All in favor?
Yeah. Yes.
The next item on the agenda is the training workshop.
The training workshop.
Okay. I have a memorandum that I'm going to work from, so I'll pass copies out.
Sue, shall we sign this document now?
Yes, yes, please. As you know. Yes. Brenda, do you prefer Miss, Mrs., Ms.?
Ms. is fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good evening. My name is Jim Katsafikis. I'm with the law firm Perkins Thompson in Portland, and I'm here tonight as conflict counsel representing the Board of Appeals and the Board of Assessment Review acting on this appeal. I think I heard beforehand that it may have been as long back as 2012 when this board last met, maybe a little more recently, but it's been a little while. And usually when this board meets, I assume it's for valuation questions. People are upset about their property taxes, and they're coming in for a general abatement because they think they're overvalued, or maybe they might even think that there's been discrimination in taxation, and they want to try to reduce their valuation and reduce their tax burden. That's what typically boards of assessment review hear all the time. But there's another type of appeal that state law allows for, and that's for hardship or poverty abatements. When you're dealing with property valuation, the question is, what is the property worth? It really doesn't matter who the taxpayer is or what the taxpayer's situation is usually. It's usually your focus is the property and what's its fair market value, so what should it be assessed for? With a poverty or a hardship abatement, we used to call them poverty or infirmity abatements, but the legislature changed that a few years back. With these hardship or poverty abatements, the question is the taxpayer's situation. Is the taxpayer unable to contribute to the public charges because of poverty, because of circumstances, economic circumstances and hardship? So it's focused on the person and the person's finances, not on the property. So it's a really different focus from what you usually do. There is a statute. It's Title 36, Section 841, subsection 2, which I've reproduced here as part of this memorandum, just so you have all the statutory criteria in front of you, because this is one of those things where you are going to be hearing facts in a hearing. You will be receiving facts, and you'll be applying the law to those facts. So it's probably helpful to see some of the law and some of the requirements. But without making you, go through that particularly, just it really is a question of whether the person is able to pay taxes because of reasonable expenses and income issues. So typically what's done is municipalities have a form. It's much like a general assistance application form, and you obtain information from the applicant on that form about their income, which would be any sources of income and any available assets that they might have. And then you look and see what are their reasonable necessities for expenses. Not suggesting that a vacation trip might be on there, but that sort of thing, it's not necessary, it's not what you'd be looking at as the sorts of reasonable expenses. You'd be looking at rent, you'd be looking at heat, you'd be looking at utilities, you'd be looking at water bill, the standard groceries, the standard ordinary reasonable expenses, necessities of life that people have to spend, and looking to see whether you know, it's between income and necessities, do they not have an ability to pay their property taxes? And so therefore they're getting a poverty abatement. So it's not just for any property, it's for the taxpayer's principal residence. So vacation homes don't count, second homes or whatever wouldn't count. When you're looking at the property too, you're looking at the dwelling, the house, and the reasonable amount of land that would support it under the zoning ordinance. So if they've got 50 acres and you have a 1 acre minimum, potentially that person could be selling off some of the excess acreage in order to be able to pay some of the taxes. But what you're looking at is the primary residence, you're looking at the home, the land that supports it, whatever is reasonable under the zoning ordinance to go along with that. The town has to, when people request or are interested in this, the town has to make information available as to how they do this and to show them what the process is. They're supposed to help the people who are applying to make that application for an abatement. And the abatement first is heard by the select board. So the select board would hear it, and then appeals can be taken to this board. That's how something like it would find its way to you. Normally, for valuation appeals, they go to the assessor first and then come here. So it's a little bit different. It's the select board that gets to hear these in the first place. What's also a little unusual is boards are supposed to meet in public. And there's a preference that you do meet in public. You only go into executive session to meet with your attorney, or it's unusual circumstances. But to protect the privacy of the persons and the data involved, this will be held, any poverty abatement application is held in executive session. So you'd move from the public session, enter executive session for this purpose, to hear the abatement appeal. And you would conduct the hearing in executive session. Normally you don't do that, but you would be conducting a hearing in executive session. Any information that you receive, any written information that you receive would be confidential. So it's protected. You know, normally records received from the transaction of public business are public records and they're available under the Freedom of Access Act. But no, these would be confidential as an exception to that Freedom of Access Act, and we will, we'll keep the discussion confidential. When you have finished deliberation and you're ready to make a decision, decisions can't be made in executive session, and so you would move to go back into public session. And when you're back in public session, then there would be a motion as to how to deal with that application. We won't give an applicant's name. Either it would be to grant or deny, or partially grant, or whatever the appeal, or it would have a case number. And we'll talk about that, but are case numbers used?
Well, this would be case number 1.
Well, sounds like case 2022-1. Okay, but that's one way you could do that, to protect the privacy of the individual and the confidentiality of the data. There are further appeal rights from here, but I think that's the most important, procedurally, just to understand. We'll all be dealing with this in executive session until it's time for a vote, and then that will be in public session. I have draft motions here on page 3 to help out, so we can work through that when it's time. The applicant has the burden of proof of entitlement to a poverty abatement, and so I know that this board does have rules of procedure. And those rules of procedure, though, are generally designed with the standard abatement, where the assessor comes up and summarizes the case, and this will be handled a little differently. It will be the applicant putting on a case, and the board can ask questions. The assessor can ask, the town can ask questions, the town's attorney. And the town's attorney is here tonight for that purpose, and when we get to that later. And then the town gets to put on its case, the board asks questions, and then the applicant's attorney can ask questions. So that's how the hearing would be held. It's not an open public hearing for everybody to come in. It's only those people with an interest in this particular matter. It's all an executive session, all confidential. That questioning will go on. And once the questions have been asked and everyone's had a fair chance to present their case, and then to rebut each other's evidence, we'll allow for rebuttal. Then it's time to close the public hearing, or close the hearing, I should say. There won't be any public, to close the hearing. And at that point, then the counsel for the applicant and for the town will be here if you have questions, but they don't have a right to speak. The hearing is when people have a right to speak. Once the hearing's concluded, they can speak if requested by the board. That's going to be up to you. But that's then the time for you to deliberate, just like on your other applications. You deliberate in that stage. We're going to deliberate, you're going to deliberate in executive session, and then when you feel that you're ready to reach a conclusion, and it may not be in the same meeting. You may decide we want to mull this over, or you may decide you want some additional information, or you may decide that you want to maybe do a straw poll and see it in writing, see a draft decision in writing, because you will want to issue a decision in writing at the end. That's required by the Freedom of Access Act and required here under the statute. There'll have to be a written decision with findings and conclusions that people can then proceed as they will with. And that decision would be rendered, again, it would be confidential, but you know, that would something that the town would protect. So that's the process. It can be appealed to the Superior Court within 60 days of the decision, but that's again for the parties to decide. This is what we call a de novo review. When a Board of Appeals, for example, holds an appeal hearing, there are two kinds of appeal hearings. One of them is strictly appellate, where you look at the record of what happened below and you decide, was it correct as a matter of law? Is it supported by facts? Was there any abuse of discretion? That's it. You're not rehearing testimony, you're hearing argument, and you just decide the case, was it right or wrong based upon what was presented below. That's not what you're going to do. Tonight is going to be, it's going to be a de novo hearing, meaning you hear it anew, you hear it afresh. You're taking all the testimony and you are making the decision over again, as though you were in the place of the select board. So you will hear it and you will get to decide credibility, and you will get to weigh the evidence, and you will make the decision on a de novo basis as to whether they've met the test. And the test, again, really is, the state Supreme Court announced or described it as whether the applicant's reasonable expenses for necessities exceed their income and available assets. That's from the Macaro versus Town of Wyndham case back in 1983. This is on page 3 of your outline. But that's the test. That's the primary thing. A poverty abatement, because it's looking at an individual, a person, is only available for natural persons. Corporations can't come in for a poverty abatement, but the poverty abatement is only for the primary residence, as we talked about. The fact that a person may own the home isn't used to deny relief. It doesn't disqualify them. The reason for this abatement is to try to keep people in their homes. That's what the state Supreme Court has indicated to us in the Macaro decision. So the idea isn't to require people to sell off their homes. When you think about that, it could wind up with them coming in for the general assistance application and having problems finding housing. It's to encourage them to keep their homes and yet give them relief where it's appropriate from property taxes, if they're otherwise unable to pay. The person has to have standing, the homeowner, or has standing because it's their house. But there have been some interesting cases where people claim they have a bond for deed, and it's an unusual way of financing property that's kind of unique. But if it's we're not worried about an installment sales contract here. I believe this property for something like this evening's case would be subject to a mortgage conventionally, and the applicant would have standing as an assessed taxpayer. There's some issues here that are raised. You've heard of having a life tenancy, where you can stay in the house for the remainder of your natural life, but the house will revert to other people and they own the rest of the remaining interest in it. In that case, the life tenant's responsible for taxes, property taxes under Maine law, so therefore can bring the abatement application. What time frame do we look at? Well, we're looking at the economic situation of the applicant at the time of the application and throughout the whole tax year. So it isn't just one discrete period of time. You're looking throughout the time period from when the tax was assessed and from that tax year up to the point when the application is filed. And so that's what we look at when you're measuring assets and necessities. There are particular federal assistance benefits where by law they aren't counted as income, and that would be SNAP, food stamps as it's sometimes known, and also LIHEAP, the type of federal fuel assistance program payments. Those are not considered income for purposes of poverty abatements. We look at these on a year-by-year basis, and the fact that a person may have received a poverty abatement in a prior year does not mean that they're going to be entitled automatically the next year. Each year is its own case, and the showing has to be made by the applicant in each year. That's, you know, for property tax exemptions, it's a little different. If someone comes in as a nonprofit and shows that they're contributing to the community and they fit one of the pigeonholes for nonprofit corporations under Maine, then maybe they get an exemption, and once they qualify, they continue to qualify unless something's shown where they don't anymore. Here, it's each year is a separate case. And if they're receiving monies, some payment under the Maine Residence Property Tax Program, you may, it's not required, but you may deduct that amount from the amount of property taxes that are owed in order to reduce the amount of abatements. So that's something that's available under the statute. So those are the basic ground rules. There will be questions anytime these are required. You know, you're trying to apply this and see how it all works. But those are the basics developed from statute, developed from case law. Some of the materials that Maine Municipal Association has provided, I've tried to summarize in one place for you, so that at least it's a starting place, and we'll go through that as we proceed. So that would be Poverty and Hardship Abatements 101. And with that, it would probably be appropriate to take up the consideration of poverty abatement denial appeal, and to move for there to be a motion for executive session. And if you want, I'll give you the motion. You can say so moved, and you all can approve. It would be a motion for the board to consider poverty abatement denial appeal in executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA section 405 subsection 6F and 36 MRSA section 841 sub 2 sub E.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor? All right. We are now entering the executive session zone. Would there be a motion to continue this hearing to Thursday, June 9 at 7 p.m.?
At 7 p.m. So moved.
And when that meeting is held, just to add to the motion, is that going to be hybrid? Is that going to be by Zoom, or is that going to be in person?
Hybrid.
Hybrid? Okay.
Yeah,
All right, so the
good.
motion is to continue this meeting to Thursday, June 9, 7 p.m. to be held as a hybrid meeting. There's been a motion made. Is there a second? And all in favor? And is there anything else on your agenda for this evening?
Well, just about the agenda on the 9th is to approve what we did tonight.
What it will be to complete what was done tonight. And so we'll move to go into executive session to complete deliberation on the appeal.
Yeah.
And then once that deliberation is complete, then you'd go into public session, adopt it, make your decision, your actual decision, adopt the findings, and then we're done.
So is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
I'll move that.
Move that. Adjourn.
Welcome to the May 31st, 2022 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do a roll call. I'll start with myself, David Murch,
Greg Dean,
Tom Hennessy.
Fred Miller.
This is a public proceeding. Unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or to hear. The board, excuse me, works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Number 1, call to order. Number 2, approval of minutes of March 29, 2022 and April 26, 2022 meetings. Old business, administrative appeal. Applicant Leah B. Ratchin for location 18 Fernwood Road. We have an administrative appeal. Again, applicant Leah B. Ratchin, this time on behalf of Q Team Inc., also for 18 Fernwood Road. Then we have administrative appeal, applicant Leah B. Ratchin on behalf of Management Controls, LLC, 28 Whitetail Lane. And we have administrative appeal, applicant Durant Excavating, location 18 Fernwood Road. And we have administrative appeal, applicant Durant Excavating, location 28 Whitetail Lane. And we have a public hearing for Melissa Sargent's, location 811 Tarkland Hill Road. And for new business, administrative appeal, applicant Gregory P. Ron on behalf of Big Lake Marine LLC and Robert Durant, location 18 Fernwood Road. We have administrative appeal, applicant Gregory P. Ron on behalf of Big Lake Marine LLC and Robert Durant, 28 Whitetail Lane. We have public hearing, applicant Jeff and Tracy Foley Trust Family, Jeff Foley Trustee, location 15 Rusty Road. We have a public hearing, applicant Eric Coleman Furnish, location 90 Hill Road. We have a public hearing, applicant Deborah Haas Olson et al., location 184 D Crow Road. And Code Enforcement Officer Communications, and finally adjournment. In each instance, the burden of proof is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances of state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board has asked that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal. You must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to state their name, address, and affiliation with the application, that being either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. This meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion is not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside of the meeting room. So, with that said, let's move on to our next item in the agenda, approval of the minutes for March 29, 2022 and April 26, 2022. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on these? Okay, because we're doing a roll call, excuse me, because we're doing this via Zoom, we need to do a roll call vote on this. So I will start. All those in favor of approval. David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Okay, so that is passed. And I will say, so I'm getting a little bit of feedback here as I talk. I'm hearing myself and other members, so I'm not sure where that was coming from. I just want to mention that. So we have a number of old businesses coming up for 18 Fernwood Road, as well as 28 Whitetail Lane. I did receive an email today, which was forwarded, comes from Leah B. Rotchen, with a carbon copy to Gregory Braun, Eric Wyckoff, Stephen Wagner, and Jeffrey Piano. I think I probably butchered that. It's dated May 27th, subject upcoming ZBA meeting, May 31st. States Mills Fredericks and Chairman Murch. It is my understanding that counsel for the parties has separately communicated with Ms. Fredericks in this regard, but this will serve us as confirmation that Attorney Wyckoff, Attorney Braun, and I are all in agreement that the appeals currently scheduled for the hearing on May 31st should be tabled until the board's next meeting in order to allow for parties to continue settlement negotiations. I thank you for your attention to this matter and wish you a wonderful long weekend. Best, Leah. So given that information that all parties involved with regards to these old business items, administrative appeals specific to 18 Fernwood Road, as well as 28 Whitetail Lane, was like these to be continued to be tabled. Do I have a motion to keep these items tabled?
So moved.
Second.
Do we have any further discussion on this? So go ahead and we will do a roll call vote. All those in favor of keeping these items tabled, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Okay, so that passes unanimously. Next item on our list for old business is a public hearing, continuation actually of a public hearing for applicant Melissa Sargent, location 11 Tarkland Hill Road, map lot 011/032. Zone is residential. Application is for a setback reduction. This item was tabled in favor of getting an updated survey from the applicant, which we did receive. Do I have a motion to take this item off of the table? Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion about this? So all those in favor of taking this item off of the table, David Murch in favor, yes.
I have a question.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Miller, yes.
Okay, so this unanimously passes and taking it off the table. Melissa, I will get to you shortly, okay? I'll make sure to hear. So again, we're looking, this was a tabled application for a setback reduction. We had in our last meeting, we had a survey which needed to have some modifications. Melissa has provided to us an updated survey. Melissa, what would you like to share with us?
Oh, sorry, I just thought it was you were tabling it as opposed to discussing it. Sorry.
Gotcha. Yeah,
was
no,
confused.
we had to, the initial items we were voting to retable, and yours was a vote to take it off of the table in order to discuss further.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, oh, not a problem. Not a problem at all. So again, we've got the updated survey. I'm going to leave it to maybe Tom or Greg or Fred if you want to sort of talk through some of this. Do we feel like we have what we need?
This is Tom. I had probably the most questions the last time around. So the survey's been updated. The request has been modified slightly to only reduce the setback on the front to reduction of 15 feet. And then the side remains at 20 feet. So that's my brief takeaway from the update from 2 months ago.
Does that match your expectations as well, Melissa? What Tom indicated.
Correct. We reduced the front setback from 20 feet to 15 feet to accommodate the radius. And also, given the fact that we learned that the setbacks were 40 and 20, we did not need to have a setback reduction for the side. So that just is a straight 20. And the front setback reduction is 15.
Okay. Did Fred, Greg, Tom, any further questions for Melissa before we start talking this through?
Just to clarify, the front is the Tarquin Hill Road side of the property. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, and we gotten confirmation from Alex that that was correct as well. Yep. Okay, so we are in the rural zone, which is part of our land use ordinances. Under our land use ordinances, we had it, and I've lost it. Bear with me here. We have Article 6, Board of Appeals, Section D, reductions from minimum setbacks. So we will take the time to go through these requirements. As we go through each one, we will take a sort of a show of hands as to whether or not we believe this appeal matches these individual requirements. And then we will do a final show of hands to indicate whether or not we believe the overall appeal has been met. So under Section D, reductions from minimum setbacks, it indicates the Board of Appeals may grant reductions from the minimum setback requirements set forth in Article 4 of this ordinance, according to all of the following criteria. These are the ones that we will start going through now. Number one, setback reduction appeals are only available to reduce the minimum requirements for setbacks of structures from boundary lines. Setback reduction appeals should not be used and are not available from bodies of water as provided in this ordinance. From my reading of this, I believe from what we see here that this item has been met.
Yeah, I think I agree.
I agree also.
Okay. So I'll take a sort of an informal as to whether or not this has passed. So those in agreement that this item has been met. All those in favor, David Murch says yes, this item has been met.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Okay. Number two, setback reduction appeals may only be granted and are only available for lots with a residential dwelling as the principal structure. Doing the site walk, I observed only the residential dwelling as well. Based on the site walk and information provided, I believe that this item also has been met. Craig, Fred, or Tom, any further conversation with regards to this one?
Nope, agree.
Okay, so all those in favor that this item has been met, item number 2 has been met, David Murch says yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Okay. Number 3, the Board of Appeals may grant a setback reduction appeal if the board finds that granting the setback reduction will not result in unreasonable interference with the privacy interests of abutting landowners. Again, based on what was seen at the site walk, And the fact that we have not received any negative feedback in this regard from abutting landowners, it is my impression that this item also has been met. Fred, Greg, or Tom, any comments with regards to this one?
Nope, agree.
We held a public discussion did we help for last meeting? Did we actually ask for the public? Or did,
That's a really good question. I believe, yeah, our comments indicated, excuse me, our meeting minutes indicated we did. So.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So all those in favor that this particular item number 4, item number 3 has been met. David Murch is in favor, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Okay. Number 4, in granting a setback reduction, the Board of Appeals may attach reasonable conditions, which it may deem necessary to serve the purposes of this ordinance. As we go through these final items, if that becomes necessary to attach some conditions, we will do that. Item number 5, a setback reduction appeal shall not be granted to enable construction or renovation that will create additional dwelling units. Again, during the site walk and well, let me confirm this with Melissa. I know this was mentioned at the site walk, and I can't remember if this was asked during the actual public hearing last time, but is it what specifically is the intent for this building?
A garage with storage above it.
Okay. That's my recollection as well as what was indicated during the site walk. I believe that this item number 5 has been satisfied. Tom, Greg, or Fred, any further conversation with regards to this item specifically?
Do we have a definition of what makes a dwelling? Is it based off from kitchen or there's got to be something? Alex, can you clarify what would be?
Yeah, there is a definition for a dwelling. Basically, actually, I'll just find it and read it. It'll probably be easier. So a dwelling is a building or part thereof used for living quarters for one or more families. And then a dwelling unit is one or more habitable rooms designed, intended, or used for living quarters by one or more persons living together as a family with living, sleeping, sanitary, and cooking facilities, including within the meaning of cooking facilities, a stove, hot plate, microwave oven, or other device for heating or cooking food. And then it goes on to expand a little bit more. But so the way I usually explain it to people is bedroom, bathroom, kitchen.
Sounds like storage is fairly clearly not part of that. So, yeah. But thanks for just refreshing me.
Yeah.
So I'm given the information we've received. I believe that item number 5 has been satisfied. All those in favor of this being satisfied, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Okay. Number 6, a setback reduction appeal shall not be granted to enable construction or renovation that will result in more than one garage on the lot that is subject to the appeal. Again, during the site walk, I did not evidence a garage. There's nothing that I've seen on the survey which indicates a garage as well. I'm not kind of of the impression that this item as well, number 6, has been satisfied. Tom, Gregor, Fred, any comments with regards to this one?
I have no question.
Well, I think one garage, that's it.
Okay, so can all those in favor of item number 6 having been satisfied? David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Okay, no setback reduction appeal, excuse me, number 7, no setback reduction appeal may be granted that will result in impervious surface lot coverage of greater than 15%. Having again been to the site walk, looking at the survey, At least it seems clear to me that we will not have impervious surface lot coverage of greater than 15%. Anyone have any additional thoughts with regards to this one?
Nope.
I don't. No.
Okay, so all those in favor of item number 7 having been satisfied, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Okay. And then finally, number 8, setback reduction appeals may only be granted to the minimum extent necessary to accomplish the purpose of the appeal. Setbacks may not be reduced by setback reductions appeals to less than the following absolute minimums. And for the rural zone front yard, the minimum setback will be 20 feet. Based on the updated survey, I'm seeing a minimum setback of 15. So I believe that this item has now been met with the updated survey. Open this up for any comments or feedback from Tom or Greg or Fred. No.
None from me.
Nope, no comment.
Okay, so again, number 8, I believe all those in favor of number 8 having been satisfied, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Given that we've gone through Article 6, Section D, reductions of minimum setbacks, we've gone through items 1 through 8 in regards to number 4. I don't believe there are any reasonable conditions that need to be attached. Given all that.
Hey, David, this is Tom.
Yes, Tom.
At the last meeting, we discussed just the condition that there's no living space developed in the garage.
All right, so I will welcome a motion to approve this with any conditions. Do I have a motion to that effect?
I guess I'll propose a motion that.
That sounds good.
That the garage remain a garage and no living space is ever to be developed in it.
Okay, so to grant the setback appeal with the condition that no living space be created above the unit. So do I have a second on that? A second? Okay, do I have an alternate motion then?
Can we discuss this?
Of course.
I just wanted to get clarification that is not just redundant to the existing ordinances that would apply. In other words, is it needed to add a condition, or is it implied because it's a condition of the setback already?
Put that to Alex. Maybe you have some feedback, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it does help when you have a situation like this to attach the condition to the approval, because like, for example, if the setback reduction goes away and is eventually removed from the ordinance, that information could be lost. So it should live with the approval, which would get reported. So I think that is a good idea. I do think that you probably want to maybe expand upon it a little and maybe take directly from that actual standard. I think it says a setback reduction can't be approved that would create an additional dwelling unit or something like that. So maybe have it be, instead of living space, be specifically, the garage can't be used as an additional dwelling unit or something like that. That's just my thoughts.
Can I ask a question too, Dave?
Of course.
If my memory serves me right, did we talk about a bathroom possibly being able to put into there last time, and that was okay? Is that right?
I don't recall that, Melissa. Can you?
We discussed the potential of having a bathroom, and We discussed that with code enforcement when they came here multiple times. And they said that that was okay as long as we couldn't cook we can't cook in the dwelling.
Do you have any follow-up with that, Fred?
No, is that, Alex?
Yeah. Yeah, and that comes from, that comes from number 5, which is a setback reduction appeal shall not be granted to enable construction or renovation that will create additional dwelling units. So if you guys are to approve a setback reduction, they can't create an additional dwelling unit. So if they want to put a bathroom in, that's fine, because that wouldn't be a dwelling, that wouldn't create a dwelling unit. If it's just a garage or the bathroom, that's still an accessory structure, an accessory residential storage structure, not a dwelling unit. So, that's why I just said you might want to just expand upon the condition and maybe say, this garage can't be used as a dwelling unit. That wouldn't prevent them from using it as storage space. That wouldn't prevent them from putting a bathroom in. That might not even prevent them from putting in like a game room or something, but it just couldn't be used as a structure that had a bedroom, bathroom, and a kitchen, or a method for cooking food.
So don't store your hot pot up there.
Right.
So I have an updated motion for this.
I'll revise my motion that the unit can never be developed into a dwelling unit.
Seconded.
Okay, do we have any further discussion on this?
I don't have any.
Okay, so all those in favor of granting this setback reduction appeal with the condition that there will be no additional dwelling units. All those in favor of just granting the appeal, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Okay, very well. So unanimously approved. So Melissa, your appeal has been granted.
Thank you. And I'm having trouble finding a builder. How long is this good for?
That's a good question, Alex. I don't know.
Yeah, that is a good question. I believe they expire, I think. Sandy, do you happen to know? I know we've gone over this before. I know it needs to be recorded in the registry.
Right. And it expires in a year, but they can ask for an extension.
Okay.
But you have to write to us and ask for the extension before the expiration in a year. So before May 31st next year, if you haven't had a chance to get it built, you need to contact us, Melissa, and ask for it to be extended.
I just found that section. It looks like you have to start work within 6 months of approval. And it expires after 12. Yeah.
Okay. And when we find a builder, if some of the layout changes, but the setback reduction remains the same, do I have to reapply?
So your next step here, once they approve and sign off on everything, you have to record that certificate with the Registry of Deeds, get that back to us, and then you'll need to apply for a building permit.
Okay.
Once you get the building permit, the layout of the structure itself can change, but what can't change is the setback.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for my questions.
That's fine. So moving on to new business. We have an administrative appeal, re-notice of violation issued on 3/10/2022. Applicant Gregory Gregory P. Braun, Esquire, on behalf of Big Lake Marine LLC, Robert Durant, location of 18 Fernwood Road, map lot 001022. We also have, subsequent to that, an administrative appeal, re-notice of violation issued on 3/10/2022. Applicant again, Gregory P. Braun, Esquire, on behalf of Big Lake Marine LLC, Robert Durant, location 28 Whitetail Lane, map lot 001020. Both of these are in the LRR2 zone. Sandy, I would like to get confirmation from you that both of these items have been requested to be tabled. Would that be correct because they're mediation?
Yes, David, that is very correct.
Okay, thank you. So given that, I would like to make a motion that these two administrative appeals be tabled until our next meeting. Can I get a second? Okay. Any further discussion on that from the board? So all those in favor of tabling these two administrative appeals for notice of violation, all those in favor, David Murch, yes.
Craig Dean, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
You're on mute, Tom, so we can get it for the record.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay, very good. So these two items have been tabled. Next on our agenda is a public hearing. Applicant Jeff and Tracy Foley Family Trust. Jeff Foley, trustee. Location is 15 Rusty Road, map lot 067. 46A, the zone is LRR2, and seeking in this case, a setback variance, front to construction garage, 30 feet from road. Is anybody here in the Zoom meeting to speak on behalf of this item? I see a Jeff. I'm not sure if that is Jeff Foley.
I believe so. Jeff, can you hear us?
I see that you're off mute, Jeff, but we're not hearing anything. I'm not seeing anything other than your name coming up here through Zoom. Okay. I see a hand raised by Jeff. Do we know how to? See your hand raised, Jeff. I'm hoping somebody either through Raymond Town office or Sandy is able to accommodate this.
I can't see anything on this side at all, just the name Jeff.
Yeah, I see a hand raised, which means he's trying to communicate. I'm just not sure if anybody's able to communicate with him. So I'm seeing you. I see Sandy talking, but I don't know.
Hey, Sandy, could he call in also? If he can hear us?
Sandy, you're on mute.
Yeah, if you're talking to us, Sandy, we're not able to hear you.
Oh, yeah. I said he was in the waiting room before we let him in. He was here. I don't know why it wasn't working. And I don't know, Alex, do you know how to do that with the hand raise?
No, I mean, he's unmuted already, so it's
right.
Almost like he's not connected to audio, or his audio settings aren't correct.
He's trying, he just went from mute to off mute.
Yeah, it says that he's off mute.
Jeff, I'm not on, if you're able to hear us, I'm assuming that you might be able to based on some mutes going on and off. I guess my only suggestion at this point would be to drop out of the Zoom call and attempt to reconnect. I would then say, in the interest of time, let's go ahead and move to our next agenda item. And then if Jeff is able to reconnect and we can successfully hear him, we will come back to his application.
Right. And he needs to check his audio.
Do we need to table it, David?
You do?
Well, I have, it says that it's the sole right and discretion for the appeals boards to take agenda items out of order. So I'm going to choose to take it out of order and move on to the next one. And then we will come back to Jeff if he's able to connect. So moving on, our next item on our agenda is a public hearing. Applicant Eric Coleman Furnish, location 90 Tenny Hill Road, map lot 018-015, and then zone rural. Request for a setback reduction. Is there anyone here tonight to speak on behalf of this application?
Yes, my name's Danelle Maloney. Eric's traveling. Wasn't sure about if he'd be able to connect. So I am speaking on behalf of Eric tonight.
Okay, thank you. And we did receive information from Eric that you would be able to speak on his behalf as well. So this, again, this is for a setback reduction. There was a site walk that which was conducted on this property on Saturday, May 21st, 2022 at 9 a.m. All board members were present, as well as the appellant, Eric Coleman Furnish. Again, this is for a setback reduction on his property. Danelle, can you provide the board with some additional information with regards to this request?
Yes, this request is based off of storage. There are a number of large pine trees that damage various articles or property throughout the lot, particularly in that front area. So we're requesting so he has two temporary structures. They're the metal poles with the tarps over them, and he's trying to figure out what to do with the property long term. He has those there to store his kids' bikes, and some equipment and ATV. So we're requesting the variance, or I'm sorry, not the variance. We're requesting the reduction for those two storage units. The first would be essentially 25 feet as opposed to the 40 from the front, and 10 to 11 feet from the side of the property line. And then the second unit is again 25 feet from the front of Tenny Hill line, and then an additional 60 feet or so from the property, the other abutting property.
So can I get confirmation? I do see this in the application as storage unit number 1, then we have storage unit number 2. Can I get confirmation of the specific setback reduction which is being requested?
So storage unit number 1, instead of 40 feet from the front, would be a reduction to 25 feet. And then instead of 20 feet from the side, it would be a reduction of, I believe it was 11 feet that he measured.
So we're seeking an 11-foot reduction from the side. Is that correct?
It would be up to 11 feet from the side, not 11 feet off the 20-foot.
So we don't have an exact setback reduction request for that?
It would, based on my math, I think it's a 9-foot request, a 9-foot request from the reduction, or from the original line, up to 11 feet from the side of the property.
And then for storage unit number 2, I can see 25 foot. So that would, if you would agree, then that would be a reduction down to 25 feet.
Correct.
One of my questions as I reviewed this, and again, we had the site walk, we were able to observe the property. So for the current, these 2 temporary storage units are currently in place. Can you speak to whether trees had to be removed in order to place these storage units?
I don't believe any trees were removed. I can't say that specifically, but I know that they were placed. My understanding is that they were placed there because those were the locations that worked without removing any of the large trees on the property.
Okay. Tom, Greg, or Fred, do you have any questions?
This is Tom Hennessy, I guess. Go ahead, Fred, you go first.
When on the unit 1, I believe is the one to the left of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
I came up with 10 feet from the fence to the building corner. When I measured that.
And if it needs to be switched to 10 feet, I think Eric mentioned that, and when he and I spoke after the site walk, he had previously measured 11 before. If it's 10, then we'll request 10.
And another question, I don't know, Dave, and if we can clarify or not, maybe Alex can or not. When we're doing a setback off in Tenny Hill Road, is that setback from the dirt in, or is that from the road? You know, how far, where does the setback start for us to look at? Or does that?
Alex, can you speak to Fred's question?
So the setbacks are measured off of the property lines. So we would want to ignore the location of the road because we don't know where the location of the road is in the right of way. But that setback should be measured from the property line, front property line.
So where we couldn't find it, we would have to assume that that's the edge of the road. Is that the way we would have to look at that?
Well, if they're not able to provide that, you guys might want to ask for something from a professional with a licensed surveyor, like you did on the last setback reduction. They provided documentation. A surveyor is the only one that can, tell us where the property lines are, really.
This is Tom and Alex, and when we were out there, the next door neighbor pointed to one survey marker on his corner, but it was quite a few feet from the road. So that's why we're quizzing where's the survey, because we really don't have much to go but the tax map and some sketch. So
is there a survey for this property?
I believe there's a survey. I have not submitted it, so I can look to see what's available.
I'm just seeking some feedback here from the board members. Do we want to go much further with this? How would you like to move forward? I'm not sure if the correct thing is to open this up to public hearing and try and get some feedback, or do we sort of kind of postpone public hearing at this point in favor of getting a survey to get clarification? If anybody would like to provide some feedback on regards to that, that would be greatly appreciated.
This is Tom. I guess I have a couple of questions, maybe between Danielle and Alex. Is there a limit on how many sheds or temporary carports or whatever on a piece of property?
I haven't found any in my research, but I will defer to Alex because he is the expert on this.
So, townwide, there isn't really anything in the ordinance that's going to say, there's a maximum number of accessory structures that you could do on a lot. But under the setback reduction section that you guys are reviewing this under, and actually, this is setback reduction, right?
Correct.
Not variance. Yeah. So there is a standard under that. I believe it's number 6. The setback reduction appeal shall not be granted to enable construction or renovation that will result in more than one garage on the lot that is the subject of the appeal. So, it doesn't specifically list it as a accessory storage structure. It says garage. So I guess you can interpret that how you want, but that would be the only limitation that I'm aware of.
I know we had a case back a while ago and someone wanted to put a shed and we put conditions on what could not go in the shed, like licensed vehicles. I don't remember the exact wording or whatever, but
yeah, that was because of number 6. Exactly.
Yeah, right. And because these are currently located right at the driveway, you could park virtually anything you wanted in there. So I just wondered because, somewhere I don't know, I picked up there's multiple sheds already existing in the backyard. So that's why I asked if there's a limit.
So yes and no, I guess, if that's, the only answer I can give, that would be it.
It might also, Tom, just to add to that, just from the application, they're called carports. I guess that's what they're actually self-admittedly, the design of the structure that's being used is a carport. So something that.
I'll just go in there. The description was used because that's the technical name for it, not for any other reason.
I guess I was going to ask Eric, but he's not here, is if you have 3+ acres of land, isn't there another suitable place to put them versus asking for setback reductions in the front yard? Just my question, I guess.
Well, I think that's part of what he's trying to figure out long term, which is why he's put up the temporary structures. For my positions specifically, I don't think that this constitutes or rises to the definition of a garage, but I understand what the requirements are, and I think at this point he's simply trying to make do with what he's got rather than coming in and submitting applications for something different at this point.
Do we have a definition of a garage that can clarify that for us? Because I think that would be helpful. I know Eric mentioned several times that they're definitely temporary, right? There's no foundation or anything like that. So.
No, there's no floor. I looked to see whether there was a definition of a garage. I didn't find one in any of the Raymond documents. When it discusses accessory dwellings, it talks about structures or garage. It talks about storage or garage. So I think you can interpret that there is a garage. If you're defining a garage, I would think it would have a floor and a foundation and a roof. These have tarps. So I think it's pretty minimal. To me, it's a de minimis request because it's temporary. It's staked to the ground.
How long is temporary? And do you know? Do you have a sense of time?
I don't. I think this trying to figure it out as we go. And pandemic certainly changed construction costs, and I think that may be part of it.
Alex, oh, sorry, Greg.
Well, I mean, just to follow up, I mean, if you don't know what temporary is, I mean, it's hard to also say that it's de minimis. I think like if there was an expected time frame, it would help. It would help that case in my mind. So if we can get, if there is any projection, I think that would be helpful.
I'm not able to answer that question now. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Alex, in the appeal, it was indicated, it says, I'm requesting a setback reduction for the use of 2 temporary carport storage units on my property. I applied for a building permit for these units in February 2021, but was denied due to setback reductions and missing information. Can you confirm why there's a need for a building permit, just the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, it would need a building permit because of the definition for a structure, which I can read. Any structure requires a building permit. And, in this case, it's not necessarily the building because there's really no building code they're meeting. It's more or less a use. So our permits are building or use, but the structure definition, actually I should probably go to the definition for building is any structure having a roof supported by columns or walls and intended for the shelter, housing, or enclosure of persons, animals, or chattel. And then there's a definition. Actually, I'm not sure if it references building or structure, but let's go to structure too. So structure is anything built for the support, shelter, or enclosure of persons, animals, goods, or property of any kind. It goes on to have quite a few things below it. If you have the land use ordinance out, it would be page 121 if you wanted to look for yourself. But just on that first sentence alone, anything built for the support, shelter, or enclosure of persons, animals, or goods, or property of any kind, the town's attorney felt as though a carport still met the definition of a structure or building. So therefore would require a building permit. And the building permit was denied because he was not able to meet the setbacks.
Dave, can I ask a question?
Of course.
Getting back to my original question, not knowing where the property lines are, I think that Daniel said that she thinks there is a survey available for us to look at.
I think there may be a survey on file somewhere, but I have not seen it and I don't have it to give to you. So I'd like to provide that, but I don't have it tonight.
Because, I mean, even looking at the side for the 10-foot, I mean, we're only assuming that that fence is there is the actual line, correct?
Yeah, we're going by just really a sketch. I think there's enough items here that we should open. Personally, I'm gonna move forward with opening this up to some public comment, and I think it appropriate to go through the individual items, and then we can see where it goes from there. That'd be appropriate at this point. Janelle, is there anything additional you wanted to add before we move on?
Not before we move on. I'd like to be able to speak after the public comments.
Yes, that would be fine. So Sandy, I'll need some help here, but we did get some information that was provided by one of the abutters. It was a declaration of restrictions and protective covenants. If you could determine, Sandy, for me who that abutter was. But as for Raymond Alps subdivision, which has been indicated to us that this property is a part of And as part of this document, several items were highlighted for us. Number 2, there shall be no structure of any kind set, erected, or maintained within 50 feet of the roadway or within 25 feet of all sidelines. Item number 5, each building or structure on the premises shall be supported by solid masonry foundation or slab. Then item number 7, no lot shall be used for any commercial purposes, but this restriction shall not prevent the owner of said premises from practice of profession, craft work, aesthetic endeavor, or similar occupation which shall be contracted within a private residence. There should be no commercial or business signs upon the premises. We did seek some clarification from town attorneys as to when we are reviewing our town ordinances in conjunction with, in this case, some covenants, how that works. And we received an email correspondence from Phil Saucier of Bernstein Shore, dated May 26 with regards to this. And his email indicates, it says, the board shall only consider the covenants and restrictions in terms of whether the abutter has sufficient right, title, and interest to develop the property in a way that is sought through the ZBA application, and only make findings, meaning the ZBA may only make findings related to the ordinance provisions. They, again, the ZBA should not interpret the parties' rights under the covenants, which is a private property dispute for the courts to decide. So I just want to put that out there. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up, this item for public comments, and I will ask first, is there anybody here who would like to speak in favor of this application? Just seeing here now, I'll go ahead and see, is there anyone here tonight that would like to speak in opposition of this appeal? And finally, is there anybody here tonight from the public who would like to speak just on this appeal, just from a neutral perspective? Okay, seeing and hearing none, I will go ahead and close out public comment with regards to this appeal. I guess then, board, let's go ahead and unless there's something you want to discuss, otherwise, if we should go ahead and move through our ordinances here to talk through this. So before we do this, Greg or Tom or Fred, do you have any final discussion and comments before we start going through that process? Anything for Alex? Again, before we start going through these requirements.
I think I'm not sure when the right time to do it, David, might be, but I have a feeling that the survey is going to be really helpful. So I just do we want to check with the applicant to see if they want to provide a survey or want to move forward, or what?
Yeah, I have a feeling along the same lines as you, Greg, and I think there's also potential for some of these other items to also come into play. So I kind of like to, yeah, I don't disagree with you at all.
Okay.
If I could at least make a comment on the other items, since it was brought up, I would like to say that the restrictive covenants, just to confirm and to agree with Phil Saucier, looking at provision number 11, they state that they are that the remedy of any disagreement with regard to the restrictive covenants is to proceed at law or equity. So it would be a civil issue between two private parties. And so just with review, I don't think that there's an issue with these restrictive covenants, but if there was, I think it would be a matter between the two parties.
Yeah, that's a good point to know. I actually will bring that to the board. I kind of jumped over that, but I would be in agreement as well with the town attorney, Phil, that the covenants are a private matter. Kind of put that out there if somebody would disagree with regards to that, Tom or Fred or Greg, but I'm in line with what the town attorney is stating with regards to that, and we'll leave that as a private matter.
I agree with that. You know, it's a private matter.
Yep, agree.
Same.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Danelle, for bringing that up.
Thank you.
So again, we're going to be going through our land use ordinance. This property is in the rural zone. We will be looking at section D of that, reductions from minimum setbacks. The Board of Appeals may grant reductions from minimum setback requirements set forth in Article 4 of this ordinance according to all of the following criteria. So again, we will go through each of these criteria, take a vote as to whether or not the individual criteria we feel has been met, and then take a vote overall as to whether or not the appeal can be granted. So item number 1, setback reduction appeals are only available to reduce the minimum requirements of setbacks of structures from lot boundary lines. Setback reduction appeals shall not be used and are not available from bodies of water as provided in this ordinance. So I'll put that out there for our board to discuss.
I think we're good there.
I respectfully disagree. If we don't have a survey, we don't know what we're really agreeing to for the minimal setback reductions.
Isn't that a different one? Isn't that 8?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Tom, and I think, Greg, you're right that we can probably look at that, Tom, under number 8, because I agree, we can only grant the minimum necessary. And in this one, we're looking just for simply, are we only available to reduce the minimum requirements for setbacks or structures from lot boundary lines? So we're just simply looking to confirm that we can provide for a setback reduction in this case. At least that's my interpretation, but I put that out there for more discussion.
And I think I agree with Greg that that doesn't fall. It falls into, like I said, I think it was number 8, right? That what Tom was talking about.
Yeah.
Tom, how are you feeling about that? So we can talk about this more.
Yeah, no, we'll pick it up at 8.
Sounds good. So I'm going to say at this point, this particular item has been satisfied. All those in favor? David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Fred Miller,
Yes.
Okay, I'll approve. Number 2, setback reduction appeals may only be granted and are only available for lots with a residential dwelling as the principal structure. Based on the Sidewalk, I would agree that this property meets that requirement. Any discussion by our board to otherwise?
I'm okay with it.
Yep. Okay.
Good to me.
So we have item number 2, that all those in favor that this item has been met. David Merchant, favor, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
I'm going to pause just for a minute. Sandy, I think Raymond Town Office posted something in regards that somebody tried to speak during public comment and was unable to due to technical issues. And if you're talking, you're on mute.
Yeah, I sent that to you, but he hasn't popped back in yet either. That was the gentleman that sent the information about the declarations.
Very good. If he is able to call back in and we have time, given that there were technical difficulties for him to be able to talk, I will reopen public comment.
Yeah, he was in here and I don't know what he was doing trying to get in, but
okay.
He hasn't come back in yet.
Okay, if he does, Sandy, feel free to interrupt me at any point. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Item number 3, The Board of Appeals may grant a setback reduction appeal if the board finds that the granting of the setback reduction will not result in unreasonable interference with the privacy interests of the abutting landowners. During the site walk, I was, the two carports, temporary carports were viewed. I did notice that when facing the property from the road on the left side, there was a fence. Walked over to the left and observed the property from the abutting landowner's side. And, the carport was slightly above the fencing, but I didn't. I know the abutting landowner who had attempted to call in did have some concerns about interference. Greg or Tom or Fred, any comments towards that one?
Yeah, I kind of did the same navigation around the property and looked at it from different angles, but it didn't to me look like it was unreasonable.
I mean, I can agree with the same thing, but I don't know what the person next to him, what their concerns are. But, from, like you said, the fence pretty much hid most of it, and the fence goes around like an L. So, I mean, it covers, two sides of the structure.
Yeah, the abutter certainly wasn't happy with the situation, but I don't know if his objection was the view or the noise or what with these carports being in the front yard.
Right. I think for me, the key word here is unreasonable interference, and I did not personally see an unreasonable interference with regards to this carport next to the fence.
I agree with you, Dave.
And then the other one, I didn't see any issue as well. So I'm gonna, all those in favor of item number 3 being satisfied, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Ben Miller, yes.
Okay. Number 4, in granting a setback reduction, the Board of Appeals may attach reasonable conditions which it may deem necessary to serve the purposes of this ordinance. So we will keep that in mind as we move through the next items here. Number 5, a setback reduction appeal shall not be granted to enable construction or renovation which will create additional dwelling units. Again, these carports are temporary carports are already in place. To me, it was clear that these were not to be dwelling units. They were simply used for storage. Fellow board members, do you have any further comment with regards to that one?
They're not dwelling units.
Yeah, they're not dwelling units.
Yeah, so all those in favor of item number 5 having been met, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Ben Miller, yes.
Okay, number 6, a setback reduction appeal should not be granted to enable construction or renovation which will result in more than one garage on the lot that is subject to the appeal. So it's clearly in the description in the appeal, these structures are noted as temporary carports. During the site walk and during tonight's conversation, it was indicated that ATVs will be stored in those facilities, those 2 carports. So I'm going to kind of open this up as to, do we view these as additional garages? How are we looking at these accessory structures or additional garages? Because there is already a garage on the property.
Before getting into that, I think our position stands that it's not an additional garage. It doesn't have a floor. It doesn't, it can store anything that, it's not it doesn't have a foundation. It can't really meet the definition of a garage.
Yeah, thank you, Danelle. We did get that information during your time. So if we need to refer back to you with that, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So Greg or Tom or Fred, what thoughts are going on with you guys for this one?
I feel like this reminds me of like what's a beach and what's not a beach. It's just not defined well. At least we had, from Alex's perspective, there's not a like statutory definition of it requiring a foundation or not requiring a foundation. And then I think about that, and then I'm also kind of thinking about, I think Tom mentioned historically or previously we'd talked about restrictions to kind of help make sure that things that aren't a garage remain not garages. So maybe that's something we could consider. But you know, I don't really have a great sense of if it's a garage or not.
I know one of our previous appeals, which we approved, we did put a restriction on that. And as Tom indicated, it was a restriction on items that would have to be a registered item for the road. But as we've learned through our attorney workshops, we don't have to, each appeal is considered on its own. So this appeal is specific to itself, and so we have to look to what we consider right now as a garage.
This is Tom, David. I just feel that being next to a driveway, which was not the condition in the previous shed discussion, if it's right there by the driveway, anything's going to find its way in there. And that if they're big enough to fit a car is going in.
Given our would we consider an ATV or UTV something, storage of one of those to be, which they're currently being used for as a garage? I'm going to say Raymond Richardson, we're getting some feedback from you. Are you able to mute?
Yeah, that's who wanted to speak, David.
Okay. Raymond, we're discussing an item currently. When we finish discussing this item, if you're available to speak, I will reopen public comments so that you'll have opportunity to speak since there was technical difficulties prior. When that time comes, I will let you know, okay? So Raymond Town Office, are you potentially able to mute that line if they're unable to? So again, we're on item number 6, discussing garage. Are we looking at a garage here? Do we have any further thoughts? I guess where we left this at is do we consider the storage of an ATV or UTV within these structures a garage use? I mean, that's currently how they are being used, as observed through the sidewalk, as well as through testimony or discussions we've had here tonight.
I mean, I think, Dave, that's probably one of the uses that somebody would buy one of them for, is to store their, their four-wheeler or their dirt bike or whatnot inside it. More so than what they would be putting that car in there, especially if they have a garage already for their car.
So I guess
Ray, did you hear him say that when he will reopen public comment when they're, as soon as they're done?
We can hear you, Sandy. We can hear you, Sandy. So I guess my question is their current use, Fred, would you consider the storage of an ATV or UTV in those as a garage use?
Yeah, I mean, I would store stuff in my garage, so.
But does this make the storage of an ATV or UTV then separate that from a storage unit to an actual garage? Because there would be a separate.
I guess if it was only used for that, you might have to be able to say that. But I mean, I'm sure that they would probably store other stuff into there, like lawnmowers and rakes and like that. I mean, I'm sure he keeps his wheelbarrows and like that stuff in there.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, like as we can, go back to number 4 and make some restrictions that, that it's, you know, not used strictly for, as a garage for cars.
Right. Tom, what are you thinking in regards to that? Perhaps have attach a reasonable condition that says not for storage of, you know, road permitted vehicles, which would include motorcycles or trucks or cars.
I'd feel more comfortable doing that than just carte blanche allowing them. So.
Yeah, I think if you don't do that, it's a garage. It's just based off on all the kind of factors.
Okay, so then moving forward then with number 6, would we, if I'm hearing the board correctly, this would be satisfied if we were to put attach a reasonable condition to a approval for which there would not be the storage of any vehicle, any road registered vehicle within these units. So I'll go ahead and say that this item has been met with that attachment of a reasonable condition for no storage of road registered vehicles. All those in favor of this item being met with that reasonable condition, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to take a break here. I will, if Raymond Richardson is able to connect and have opportunity to, you know, and is able to speak through the Zoom call, I would like to give him that opportunity, and I will reopen public comment because we had technical issues before with him being able to communicate with us. Do we have confirmation that Raymond Richardson can communicate with us through the Zoom? Raymond, are you there?
He's muted.
Yeah, he's muted and it won't let me unmute him.
Raymond, we're seeing that you are muted on our end. Okay, I saw an unmute, then I saw a mute. There we go. I'm seeing unmuted. Are you able to communicate? I see the mute and unmute kind of flicking back and forth. I see you currently unmuted. And currently unmuted. I can afford you about 30 seconds, Raymond, to get this worked through. Are you able to communicate? I'm seeing you currently unmuted. Okay, it seems like Raymond's having some issues with being able to communicate through this. Raymond, I'll give you one additional opportunity. Perhaps you can use the call-in line, and then we can allow you to communicate that way. We have 2 additional items to consider. So if you're able to reconnect and communicate perhaps through a phone call, I will again offer the opportunity for public comment for you. So we'll go ahead and move on to number 7. No setback reduction appeal may be granted that will result in impervious surface lot coverage of greater than 15%. Based on what I saw with regards to the site walk, and in addition to the information that was, at least the sketch that was provided, I don't believe that greater than 15% would be impervious surface. Fellow board members, any further comment?
It doesn't seem like an issue.
No. Okay, so all those in favor that number 7 has been met, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Miller, yes.
Okay. And our final item is number 8, setback reduction appeals may only be granted to the minimum extent necessary to accomplish the purpose of the appeal. Setbacks may not be reduced by setback reduction appeal to less than the following absolute minimum setbacks for the rural zone. minimum setback is 20 feet and the side is 10. I have significant concerns with this one because it's, all we have been provided is a sketch. These items were placed close both to the road as well as to the side. So storage unit or the unit number 1 was quite close to property, both, and number 2 again are both quite close to the road, and it's we have no confirmation that the requested setbacks actually are the minimum extent necessary to accomplish the purpose. When I hear up to 11 feet, that is not an absolute minimum extent. So personally, I have a hard time moving forward with this particular one without a survey. But I'll open this up to the board.
I agree with you, Dave. I think we need a survey to be able to really tell where the setbacks are.
Yep, this is Tom. As I said before, survey definitely needed.
Yeah. Greg?
Yeah, it's too close to call, I think. Not obvious without a survey. I'm not convinced.
All right, so with item number 8, can't really move forward with this one until the property owner is able to provide a setback. And I would also request that specifics be given with regards to the exact setback reduction being requested.
May I make a request on that? Can we distinguish between Unit 1 and Unit 2? Is that specific to just Unit 1, or is Unit 2 within the bounds that you would allow a reduction without the survey?
It would apply to both of the units because both are requesting front setbacks, and there's also a side setback, and it's not clear to us in a survey here. All we were provided was a sketch with some approximations, and we're only allowed to grant the minimum extent necessary. So without a survey, we don't know if that 15 feet could actually be, a less of a setback reduction than is being requested.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. I see Raymond has connected. Before I end with number 8. I do want to give Raymond one last chance to talk. Raymond, are you able to speak at this point? Okay, so I'm unable to get that connection with Raymond. I really apologize, Raymond. I did get a chance to read your information and get that put into the record. So given that we have number 8, we really can't move forward beyond this without a survey. I would entertain a motion on this to table this agenda item to the next meeting in favor of getting a survey submitted.
So moved.
Do I have a second on this? Do we have? Very good, Tom. Thank you. Any more discussion with regards to this one? So all those in favor and tabling this item until the next meeting so that a survey can be provided. All those in favor, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Ed Miller, yes.
Okay, so Denali, you will.
Can you hear me?
You do. Sorry, Raymond, I can, but unfortunately we've ended up tabling out this issue.
Oh my God, I've been all this tonight trying to figure out how to use the system you guys set up, and I didn't get a chance to speak.
Yeah, I'm really sorry, Raymond. We tried to give three.
I know I did. I tried every time. I've been in this thing 5 or 6 times trying to connect to you guys. It's unfair. I'm sorry. It's really unfair.
I'm sorry, Raymond. I did my best to get you through.
No, you didn't do your best. You didn't do nothing. It's like rain in the box.
All right, well, I appreciate your comments. So Danelle, please, I'm assuming you will get this information to the applicant and for the need for a survey, and this will have to be tabled until that time.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So in our, coming back to our agenda, we had to switch, we had to skip Jeff and Tracy Foley family, that public hearing because of some connection issues. Jeff, are you here to, I see Jeff is listening and online, and I have been muted. Do we have some ability to unmute Jeff? I see Jeff talking. I see some difficulty here. Anybody able to assist Jeff here? Raymond Town Office, do you have any suggestions from your end of things? Is there
No,
ability?
because on here, if I look, it says I can mute him, but he's already muted, so it's got to be on his end.
He's unmuted. He's not showing muted on my computer.
That's what I'm saying, Fred. It's got to be something on his end.
Is there an option? Is there an option for Jeff to be able to call in through telephone? Jeff, are you able to call in potentially through telephone? Okay, I'm seeing yes.
Right. You just like don't even want to hear my opinion.
Is there somebody that can thank you for?
Oh, it's just not
like
right. You guys just do that to me.
Raymond Town Office, can we get?
It looks like Jeff needs the number. He's just looking for the call.
Oh, Sandy, thank you. Sorry, Jeff. It's
wrong.
Tom, when you did the call in, was it the New York number you used?
I believe I used the New York one, yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Jeff, that number is, oh boy, tons of numbers here. 1-646-558-8656. Okay, I'm not good at reading lips anymore.
What is the meeting ID? Meeting ID is the meeting ID is 823-3480-5115.
Right.
Password.
Hang on.
I'm showing a passcode. Passcode is 406720.
Ricky Lynn, come. Ricky Lynn. Yeah, come here. Come here, Ricky Lynn. Come on, Ricky Lynn.
Hey, Sandy, I think he might need you to admit him. I'm not sure. Says he's in.
I have no idea. It's not. There we go. Came up in a different spot. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Hey, that sounds like you, Jeff.
Oh, that is me. Oh my goodness. This Zoom thing is awful. Can we mute that? Push mute.
Yeah, you have to turn down the volume.
I just turned off the volume with the press the mute button on the Zoom.
You'll have to turn the speakers down on the computer.
Turn the speaker down on the bottom right, honey. I'm walking away from the computer. Oh my God. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. I can't be near the computer or else it's just echoing everywhere. Okay. All right, well, I'm here. Brutal Zoom meeting. First one ever. Don't recommend it. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you, David. You're muted. We got you, Jeff.
Okay, good.
Sorry. Yeah, I have myself on mute. So I'm glad you're here, Jeff, and we're ready to move forward. So we are public hearing for Jeff and Tracy Foley Family Trust. Jeff Foley trustee, again, location 15 Rusty Road, map lot 067, 46A, zone LRR2. On the public hearing, we have a request for a setback variance, front to construction garage 30 feet from road. However, the application indicates a setback reduction. So do we have confirmation from either Alex or Sandy or the applicant which we are looking at here, a setback variance or a setback reduction? Again, the application indicates a setback reduction. However, the agenda indicates a setback variance.
I don't know the difference between the two. And when I met with Sandy initially and Alex initially, I asked and they told me what to fill out. So I'm not sure what you're looking for. And
David, that would be
I
my
know what I'm
mistake.
looking for.
Okay, so I'm indicating, hearing from Sandy, that's the definition that we are going to go under tonight is for a setback reduction. Correct, Sandy? Correct, Alex. I see nodding heads. Very good. So we'll move forward with a setback reduction.
Great.
So Jeff, now that we have you here on the phone with us, I know that we'll announce again, we had a site walk on Saturday, May 21st, 2022 at 11 a.m. All board members were present. Jeff Foley was also also present. Jeff, can you just give us a quick rundown of what you're looking for with regards to this appeal request?
Basically, we want to build a garage that'll fit my cars and equipment. And the road, even with the variance that I'm requesting or setback reduction, I don't know which one I'm requesting, but whatever it is, I'm requesting something.
Yeah, setback reduction.
Setback reduction. It's still, and I put my stakes out there based on running a tape measure, but based on the actual survey, I'm still 30 feet from the road, but I'm not within 30 feet from the road right of way. So the road right of way is like a 50-foot wide thing that goes straight, but the road bends around my property. And it's on the far side of my property. So basically, I want to build a garage. That's what I want. I want to build a garage. I whether it be, I think one of the people who are out there measured and said, oh, I think it's 29 feet or 28 and a half feet or whatnot from the road. But basically, I want to build a garage, and I have a very funky property there that's very odd shaped, and there's lots of wetland and water, and obviously I can't move closer, so I'm trying to move a little closer to the road, still within 30 feet or 29 feet or whatnot, but just basically have a garage that'll hold my vehicles and equipment.
Okay, very good. Greg or Tom or Fred, do you have any questions for our applicant? Quiet out there.
Yeah, no, I mean, we looked at, when we walked it, the house doesn't have any garage down there, so this would be definitely the only one garage on the property. If that's correct, right? Because they had a small area he just had to build his house on too, correct? The basement was going to be a living place,
yeah,
living area, right?
That's 100% true. Yep. Yeah, we have two building envelopes. The one where we put our house is like, I don't know if it's 11 or 1,200 square foot footprint, and there wasn't enough room for us to put a garage there, so we're trying to put a garage elsewhere.
Tom or Greg, any questions for Jeff?
Nope, none for me.
Okay. Greg seems quiet, so I'm guessing he's good. So I'll go ahead and open this up then to public comments. Is there anyone here tonight that is looking to speak in favor of this application?
Unfortunately, I had 3 neighbors ask about that, asking if they could speak on behalf of me, and they didn't think that it was possible, so they didn't.
All right, okay. Do we have any members of the public here tonight that are looking to speak in opposition to this appeal? And finally, do we have anyone here tonight from the public looking to speak on this appeal, but from a neutral perspective? Okay, so we'll go ahead and close out public comment in regards to this. So Jeff, the board is gonna review your appeal. We're gonna go through the ordinances sort of step by step and see if your request fits into the requirements of the ordinance, and then we'll take a final vote as to whether or not we can grant your appeal. So,
thank you.
Yeah, Greg, go ahead, please.
Just real quick, I know you'd asked for help. I would.
Yes.
Seems like you're doing a good job, but I'll volunteer to read a little if you want to, if it helps you. If not, keep going. You're doing a great job. But
no, that I will welcome your help on this one as well as the next. However, I will read an email that we received from Jeffrey Kalinich, the Assistant Shoreline Zoning Coordinator for Maine DEP. out of Portland. We had asked them if they had any concerns with regards to this setback reduction specifically for this property. And the comment that came back was the setback reduction requests are for setbacks from roads only. These requests are for parcels in the shoreline zone. The mandatory Shoreline Zoning Act does not establish mandatory minimums for road setbacks. The department has no comment on these requests. So I just want to get that out there for public record. Greg, go ahead. I'll let you.
All right, feel free to jump in if I'm taking us down the wrong path, but I believe we're looking, are we still looking at Article 6 or is it a?
No, we're in LRR2, which is covered by our shoreland ordinances. Based on my research, if we're in the shoreland ordinances, that takes us to Section 16 for administration, subsection G for appeals.
Yeah, sorry.
Variance appeals.
Started off wrong already. So we're doing Section 16 G, right?
Yeah. And, item 2 for variance appeals, and because this is a setback reduction request, that goes down to item F.
Oh. Sorry, I'm just gonna make sure.
You're good.
Setback reduction. So we're gonna do F2. Why don't you start us off?
I will do that. Once you get there, let me know. So we're under shoreline zoning provisions, section 16 administration, subsection G for appeals. Further section number 2, variance appeals. And then from within there, we come down to item number F, where it says the Board of Appeals may grant reductions from the minimum setback requirements set forth in section 15A of these provisions according to all of the following criteria. So Greg, in the ordinance I'm looking at, this starts on page 60.
Yeah, I think I have it in. I think I have a issue with mine.
Okay.
I'm out of order. I'm trying to. I think you might have to take it. I'm sorry.
That sounds fine.
Hey, David, this is Tom. Do you want me to do some reading?
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Under F, number 1, setback reduction appeals are only available to reduce the minimum requirements for setbacks of structures from lot boundary lines. Setback reduction appeals shall not be used and are not available from bodies of water as provided in these provisions. Any discussion on the item?
Based on the Sidewalk and the information provided, I don't see any problem in regards to this item.
I don't see anything else either. I think it's okay.
Right.
I think we're good.
We prepared to vote?
Yeah.
All in favor? David?
David's yes. I believe this item has been met. Yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes. Okay, moving on to number 2. Setback reduction appeals may only be granted and are only available for lots, if I remember right, with an existing residential dwelling as the principal structure. Is that the exact words, Sandy?
Yeah, then there's an amendment.
Sounded right.
Okay, I know it inserted existing in the. So,
yes.
So my discussion would be the question for Alex. The foundation for a dwelling is that considered existing residential dwelling?
Well, that is a fantastic question, Tom. He's going to have a residential dwelling hopefully sooner than later. there's always the possibility that I suppose the project could fall flat and not be completed. However, he does have the current approval for a single family. So I guess you guys just need to make a decision if you want to read that literally as the house needs to be completed and approved for occupancy before you feel like he can get that setback reduction, or if you feel the permit approval and the commencement of construction is enough to be considered, you know, a residential property at this point.
Could we have a condition that says that the structure needs to be finished?
Yeah,
I don't see why not.
Yeah, under our items here, item number 4 indicates in granting a setback reduction, the Board of Appeals may attach reasonable conditions which it may deem necessary to serve the purposes of these provisions. So, yeah, Greg, we could do that.
Are you suggesting that we hold off the approval or put a condition that he has to get a certificate of occupancy of the dwelling before he can start building the garage?
I think I'm suggesting the latter.
Is the latter being a certificate of occupancy?
Well, whatever makes something an existing residential dwelling. If we have a different way of defining that, then I'd be open to that too. But however we define, you know.
Can I ask a question? Is that?
Yeah, that would be fine. Jeff.
Just, I haven't got my well yet. My septic's not in. They started the wood on the walls today, and obviously in 8 weeks we're hoping to have a roof. But when the excavator comes back to make the way for my well, it does. I mean, maybe I can't have the building built, but can I at least clear the area? Is there something I can do so that I'm not paying for the excavator to come back multiple times if this gets granted? Is it this could, you know, this project is costing a fortune right now, and every penny I can save would be really helpful, and I don't understand why I would need to live in the house before I can build a garage. That puts me, literally, we're looking at right now the end of October before we're finished with the house. And based on last year when we put in for the permit in October and didn't get the permit until February, that already put us back 7 months from moving into a house. And I mean, I would love to have multiple people working at the same time on 2 projects if it's possible. So I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, Jeff, appreciate the feedback. Our role as the Zoning Board of Appeals is to do everything based on what the town of Raymond's residents have voted upon with regards to ordinances. So we'll keep that in mind. But our goal here is to meet what we feel is the ordinance requirements. So
what if you don't mind, David, can I ask a couple of follow-up questions to Alex? What is it? What I mean, I mean, it does seem kind of punitive to just move equipment around for, you know, permit. If it's all going to happen anyway, is there a more reasonable threshold that we could use to interpret existing residential dwelling? I mean, how like defined is that for us, or can we interpret it in a way that allows, you know, it does not to move, you know, an excavator in and out for the fun of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, I agree with Jeff. I mean, it really does make the most sense to take advantage of, you know, having all of the site work, for example, done at the same time so that you're not having to come back and continue, you know, disturbing the soils and then disturbing the neighborhood in general. You're just prolonging a construction site, essentially. You know, I really don't think there's much risk here. I just don't see this house not being completed. If the house doesn't get completed, then we have a completely different situation where we have now, a foundation or a house that is essentially a dangerous structure, a dangerous building. I don't see that being the outcome here for this project. Worst case, he would probably sell it to someone else who would finish it. So, I mean, I think you guys have the ability to rely on the fact that a permit has been issued for a residential single family. So that this lot now has a legal use. The structure itself, the physical structure, is not approved for occupancy, but it is it's now a legal residential lot with a defined use. So I think if you're going to hang on to anything, you can hang on to that, and maybe you do condition it on, the variance is, only good as long as the house is completed within the next 12 months or something. And if it's not, then, the variance expires. The setback reduction expires.
Yeah. Okay.
And if any work is completed on the garage before the house is done, it's done at his own risk. He has to complete the house, in order to kind of close everything out. I think you guys can do that. I don't think there's any risk there.
It's not for sale.
Does that satisfy the construction plans that you have, Jeff?
That's fine. Yeah, no, it's the house is not, this is my forever house. It's not for sale. So, if we can work around that somehow, the 12 months, I don't know that I'll complete both projects in 12 months, but our goal is to be moved into the house by the end of October right now, barring any other setbacks.
There's an expiration implied anyway, right?
Yeah, I think it's six months and then 12 months, but listening to Sandy in an earlier appeal, it sounded like you can, if it's not done, if we get to winter and I can't continue with construction or whatnot, you can apply to move forward. I would love to be before winter and not have my white car outside and have me shovel our car.
Jeff, with the approval, it would be, you have a year from the date it's approved before it expires. So you would still have time.
Yeah, it'll be done. Yep.
Yeah. But then you could get an extension if need be.
It should be done. If it's not, then my contract is awful.
Okay, can we have a motion number 2 here with a proposed condition? Anybody want to take a stab at it?
I think having already said proposed one thing, I think I'd like to retract that proposal because it doesn't seem like it serves any purpose. And if we're willing to interpret kind of the permitted approval to build the residential dwelling with a foundation already there, and add a contingency that it's, finished, the structure's finished within a year or whatever makes sense, I think is reasonable.
No, Alex, he still has to come in with a building permit separate for the garage, right?
Correct.
So that'll have its own time period.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. So. Okay.
I'm okay.
So,
What Greg just said, I'm okay with that. I think I don't think we need to have any special, request that we had on there originally.
all right. So do we want to take a vote on number 2 on whether the condition is met? Any more discussion?
Are we saying this has been met with a condition or just met in general based on the fact that their building permit's been issued and the foundation is in place?
Are you asking what I was proposing, or?
Yeah, I'm a little confused as to.
Sorry, so just to clarify, I do not think that it's met kind of naked as it is, but I think it can be met with a condition that says you need to finish the residential dwelling. And then I think that satisfies his needs. It doesn't seem like that's going to be a problem as long as,
Right.
there's time.
Okay.
So
It needs to be completed within a 12-month time frame as of basically today.
I think Alex mentioned that, it'd be at his risk if he didn't finish it.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
My perspective of, we don't really have to make a motion to approve at this point, but I guess we can at least say to, Tom, you can move forward with, are we in favor of this, given that we have a reasonable condition of, so I'll let you move forward with that part of it.
Okay. Let's take a vote, I guess. David?
I believe this condition has been met, yes, if we attach a reasonable condition.
I agree.
Greg Dean, I agree.
Tom Hennessy, agree. Okay. Number 3, the Board of Appeals may grant a setback reduction appeal if the board finds that granting the setback reduction will not result in unreasonable interference with the privacy interests of the abutting landowners. Have we heard from any abutting landowners? Nope.
No.
I see Sandy shaking her head.
I believe in the Sidewalk, he mentioned that he owns the abutting property. Is that correct? Other than one side, right?
Well, there are two sides. I mean, I own across the street, so where I'm proposing to go closer to the street, I own across the street. But there are obviously properties on both sides on the lakefront, and those are hundreds and hundreds of feet away.
Given the sidewalk, I didn't see any unreasonable interference with privacy issues. So I believe this has been satisfied.
Okay. And Sandy, we have no public out there on the Zoom meeting. Okay. All right. So put number 3 to a vote. Everyone in favor? Yes.
David Murch, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes. Number 4, in granting a setback reduction, the Board of Appeals may attach reasonable conditions, which it may deem necessary to serve the purposes of these provisions. Who would like to put the words to the condition?
Well, that the residential dwelling that is currently in construction be completed within a 1-year time frame.
Anybody second?
Seconded.
Okay. We'll put this to a vote. All in favor of those words? Sandy, did you get the words? Okay. All right, David?
Yeah, I said them, so I'm in favor of them.
Okay.
Greg Dean, yes.
Fred Miller,
Tom
yes.
Hennessy, yes. Okay, all in favor. Okay, number 5, a setback reduction appeal shall not be granted to enable construction or renovation that will create additional dwelling units. We're talking a garage, as long as it doesn't have what Alex told us before.
Yeah, it's not going to have a kitchen. I might put a bathroom in because it's about 150 feet from the house, but I have to talk to the septic guy to see if we can. But it won't have a kitchen. It's just a garage with storage.
Okay. Anybody feel they need an extra condition?
No.
No, it's a single story. It's definitely a garage.
No, it's a 2-story from the sketch.
Yeah, it has storage above for sure.
Yep.
I guess given that, the fact that we put a condition on an earlier appeal, and that, it's similar in the sense that a bathroom is going to be proposed to be placed up there at some point. I guess it makes sense to add that additional reasonable condition of not to create an additional dwelling unit within the structure.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I mean,
I'm okay with that.
With that condition, are you ready to vote?
Yeah.
All in favor? David?
David, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes. Number 6, a setback reduction appeal shall not be granted to enable construction or renovation that will result in more than one garage on the lot that is the subject of the appeal. And we are talking one garage.
Yep.
Any discussion?
No.
All right, all in favor?
David, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes. I saw your hand go up, Greg, so
that was a yes.
Yeah, we gotta hear it though.
Okay. All right. Number 7.
Was
no
that a yes?
setback-
I just want to confirm from Greg, was that a yes?
Greg Dean, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Number 7, no setback reduction appeal may be granted that will result in impervious surface lot coverage of greater than 15%. Alex, you want to just confirm we're definitely less than 15?
Jeff, what's the total acreage of the lot?
It's 2.43 acres. The total available would be 15,877 square feet. And with the proposed garage, it would bring me to 3,540 square feet.
Yeah, so I mean, it sounds like he's well under what he can cover, yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion from the board? All right, all in favor, David?
David says yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes. Number 8, setback reduction appeals may only be granted the minimum extent necessary to accomplish the purpose of the appeal. Setbacks may not be reduced by setback reduction appeal to less than the following absolute minimum setbacks. Front yard 15, side yard 10, rear yard 15. And we are talking only basically front yard on this particular case.
Okay.
And
I'm reading the
request,
oh, sorry,
the
Tom.
request is for 15. So we're at the maximum from what I understand.
I would say based on the site walk and the information provided, that does seem to match. I believe that's the appropriate amount given what we were presented both at site walk and with the provided information.
Yeah, I agree.
Any other board? Yep. Fred, any discussion?
No, I'm okay, I agree.
Okay. Let's put it to a vote. Anybody, all that agree that number 8 has been met?
Yeah, David says yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes. Okay. I think we passed. Do we have to open anything else, David?
No, we just have to, we believe we've met all the individual conditions. We just need a final motion to approve this appeal, given the two, a motion to approve this appeal with the two reasonable conditions of number 1, having the residential dwelling completed within a 1-year time frame, and number 2, the garage will not include an additional dwelling unit within it. So that would be, I would make a motion to approve this appeal with those 2 reasonable conditions.
Seconded.
Okay. All in favor, David?
David says yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Yeah, so Jeff, your appeal for setback variance has been approved. All right, see the thumbs up.
Awesome.
Great.
Well, Alex, I'll work on getting you drawings from the architect now so we can get a building permit. Thank you very much.
All right, excellent.
Just set up a Zoom with him.
Somebody show me how the hell to use.
And Jeff, thanks for providing a survey.
You're welcome.
Yes, yes.
Definitely makes it easier on you for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. So our final item tonight under new business is a public hearing. Applicant Deborah Haas Wilson et al., location 184 Deep Cove Road, map lot 061, 38, 39, and 40. Zone is in LRR2. A site walk was conducted on this property on Saturday, May 21st at 10 a.m. May 21st, 2022 at 10 a.m. All board members were present. However, no one was there to speak on behalf of the appellant. Is there anyone here tonight able to speak on this appeal? I see a Pete as part of this Zoom meeting. Pete, are you here to speak on behalf of this appeal?
No.
Oh,
Pete
sorry.
Lockwood.
It's our Pete.
What's up,
Sorry, Pete.
No worries.
Interesting. We don't have anybody here, it appears, to speak on behalf of this. Sandy, I just want to get for public record, do we have confirmation that information went out to this appellant with regards to the site walk as well as with regards to this meeting tonight?
Went out to them the same as it went out to every other applicant at the same time.
Okay.
And nothing came back in the mail to me.
Okay. So I guess I need feedback from you, Sandy, or Alex as to how specifically to move forward with this. I don't know if we table this in anticipation they can come back for our next meeting, if because they're not here as well as weren't at the site walk, that we just no longer, we deny this. I'm not really sure.
I would suggest that you table and give them one more opportunity to show up at the next meeting before you deny.
If it's denied, it's like there's a whole year, right, that has to go by. Yeah. Okay.
That's right, Greg.
Yeah.
Sandy, can you send them another email or notice or something? I shouldn't say email, something by mail, just to let them know.
I will. And I had mailed all of that information out to them as well.
Yeah.
Just like everybody else. But yes, I will take care of that tomorrow.
Thank you. I do see an email address. I don't know if it's appropriate to send something to the email address or perhaps to contact the phone. I don't know if that's appropriate, but if so, perhaps you could do that as well.
Yeah, I'll try. God, I'll try calling her.
Okay. Yeah, very good. Perhaps there's been some situation with regards to the, this appellant that makes it difficult or not possible for them to be available.
Yeah, because they were right on top of wanting to get it in time to be on tonight's meeting. So I don't know if something has happened.
Okay. Yeah, very good. So I agree, Alex. We will give them definitely an extension on this, or at least I'm in agreement of that, but the board has to make that final decision. Tom, Greg,
You got to make a motion if you're going to table it or what you're going to do.
Yeah.
You looking for a motion or you just want a discussion?
Let's do a quick discussion and then a motion. I mean, are you guys good with tabling it, or do you want to just?
I'm okay with tabling it.
Yeah, that's my preference. That doesn't seem helpful to deny somebody that could be some sort of circumstance we don't know about, and they obviously weren't there, not here.
Yep. Tom?
I'm good with tabling it.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to table this this item until our next meeting. Do I have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? Very good. All in favor of tabling this item? David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
And Miller, yes.
Okay, very good. Item has been tabled until our next meeting. Next on our agenda, Code Enforcement Officer Communications. Alex?
I don't have much to communicate really at this point. We're kind of in peak season right now, so things are busy as far as permit applications go. And fortunately now that we have two code officers, typically this time of year, what's happened historically has been, once the busy time of year comes, enforcement slows because we just don't have the time to do any enforcement related stuff. But now there's two of us, we're able to kind of do both at the same time, a little easier. So enforcement stuff is continuing. We've got quite a few violations that we're managing, I guess you could say. So there may be more administrative appeals coming, unfortunately. More than just Fernwood and Whitetail. But, and those I would expect we'll probably have, I think, more of an update on where those are headed in the next month or so. Obviously, I can't say too much because they're kind of, actively in mediation right now.
Right.
Yep.
Or conversation at least. So I would expect maybe by the end of July for the July meeting, there may be some action on that, but we'll see. And that's pretty much it. We do have the vote in June for all of the ordinance amendments that the planning board put forward to the select board, and a couple of them do involve you guys. So obviously the big one is the striking of the setback reduction. So by the next meeting, we'll know what the the future of the zoning board of appeals looks like, because it's going to change things a little bit for you guys for sure. So the ordinance, actually the codification project is making progress. So the ordinances are on track to hopefully be updated at some point here in 2022. If I can get everything to work right and get a special town meeting in order to do that, because it's a pretty in-depth process to completely renumber and reorganize all those documents. So they've got a draft done, and we did find some issues in the process, but so I hope that actually will be done before my original expected date, which was next June 2023. So I think we're on track for that, and it would be updated to include this year's amendments as well. So we're getting close on that, which is exciting. But that's pretty much it.
You bring up a point, Alex, which I like to get clarification on for our next meeting. We have two items which are tabled. Should these amendments all pass, certainly, like we said, setback reductions are stricken from our records. One of them we're in the middle of discussing, one of them hasn't even been discussed. So how do these table items get potentially affected by that, since they're both for setback reductions, which may not be there mid-June?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So if the amendment passes and setback reductions are removed from the ordinance, before those changes are official, the ordinance actually has to be sent to, at least the shoreline zoning provisions have to be sent to DEP for approval before they can be enacted, essentially, signed by the town clerk. So there's a little bit of time there. I would say we'll reach out to Phil and get final confirmation on that. If it does get approved and removed, we'll confirm with him. But typically the way I've always done things, just kind of the standard practice, because this does happen occasionally, like last year, the energy code, the new energy code went into effect. And basically any permit that came in prior to the adoption of that energy code, we reviewed under the old code, even after the date. So I would expect my gut feeling on this would be if they submitted the application prior to the amendment of the ordinance, we would review it under the old ordinance. But we can get confirmation on that from Phil.
Yeah, if you can get confirmation, that would be good. I just do that in terms of just any property owners surrounding that current property, they may want clarification on that.
And I think the fact that these were in and you guys have tabled them, I think that keeps those safe.
Yep.
But I don't think we can accept any new applications for that until we know the result.
Yeah. Yeah, if we can definitely get clarification from the attorney on both of those, that would be
absolutely
wonderful. And Sandy, are you aware of anything new coming up for?
Yeah, let me try to remember what it was. Damn, I don't remember what it is. It's not a big deal.
Okay, I'm sure it's a big deal for the applicant, but.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be for us. It's just a variance. It's not a setback reduction, so we don't have to worry about that. I don't even remember if it was in Shoreland or not. Oh my God.
Okay, that's fine. We just know there might be something coming, so.
Yeah, it'll be going out to you guys.
Okay.
Probably in the next couple days.
No new NOVs for next month though?
No, I haven't seen any of that.
Okay.
Alex is just keeping his mouth shut on that.
Okay. So Fred, Greg, Tom, any final questions for Alex or Sandy?
I'm all set.
All right. Very good. So our last item for tonight is adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I will second that. All in favor, David Merch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Vanilla, yes.
All right, very good. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Good evening. My name is Grace Levitt. I'm Chair of the Raymond Recycling Committee, and this is our June 2nd meeting of the Raymond Recycling Committee. So here we are, and I think we've got everybody, almost everybody here. I have a few folks that had a conflict this evening, and somebody will be joining us late. But without further ado, I think we'll just go ahead and get underway. We do have some materials to discuss. I'm not sure if we can maybe share the screen at some point, but I'm forgetting the agenda. I should look at that first. So first order of business is approval of the minutes from our last meeting, which was March 24th. April 21st. Sorry, looking at the April 21st agenda. April 21st meeting. Hopefully everybody had a chance to look at those. Hi, Rolf. Thanks for joining us. Is there a motion to accept the April 21st minutes?
I'll make a motion to accept them.
Okay. Thanks, Kathy. Made a motion to accept the minutes. And Representative Fay has made a second. Any corrections, comments, questions about the minutes? Seeing and hearing no hands raised there, without objection, we've accepted those minutes. And thank you, Karen, for taking those minutes and getting those out to us. Appreciate that. And so next is our new business. And although Nathan White, our Public Works Director, isn't able to be here this evening, he did share information with our town clerk, Sue Look, who is going to channel Nathan a bit, and we'll take a look at some of the documents. They did just get sent out to you if you had a chance to see them just yet, but Nathan had some proposed, I guess I would call them, well, he's calling it a policy for trash and recycling collection, because that was part of the task of the committee, was to look at what might need revisions there. And so, Sue, are you able to share your screen with those, or?
I could if I was in the office, but I don't have them on my screen. I have them here so I can do this. So that won't help a lot. But what I do have, the first thing on the agenda was actually the research on compost bins and whether or not he could have something for election day. And he said he will be able to have samples for election day. He didn't have any prices for me, but he did say he could get a compost bin that was about the same as the one that the town sold before. So he'll have those ready for not next Tuesday, week after next.
Thank you. And I see Bob Jones is here as well. And I know, Bob, I think you and Susan Accardi had said you could be there on election day and just sort of be at the table with those samples. Is that still okay with you, Bob?
I just have to know what time.
Yeah, Bob, we can maybe, we should try, get in touch and just coordinate it.
Yeah, the polls are open from 7 to 8, so enjoy.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, if there's not somebody there every minute, I'm sure that will be okay. That's a long day, obviously, even with 2 people, but it would be helpful. And Sue, look, I'm asking you if there'll be like a sign-up sheet we had talked about to have there for folks that were interested, or just to let them know there would be a sign-up sheet at the town office, which will work better.
Well, are you trying to simply get like a straw vote to see if people are interested, or are you trying to drum up orders? I guess is the question.
What do others think?
Last month, we talked about trying to get orders.
I thought what we had agreed, the last one was, it was to gather their information, including email address, and then once we really decided on where we wanted to go there, you know, if we see where the total interest was, then we could go back out with the communique to them and say, okay, you said you were interested. If you still want it, we need your down payment or whatever, you know, whatever we're going to do there by such and such date, so we can do an order. But you know, I think without having some kind of a grasp on how many we're looking at, it's a little hard to take orders from people.
And I think that the pricing was tiered so that if we knew that we had 200 people that were interested, that would put us at a different price point. So it would be good to know that beforehand. I think that was a piece of it too.
And we did want a monetary commitment from people before actually ordering them, because it was also an issue of storing these somewhere and you know, being sure that people were going to come and get them. So we wanted that commitment, I believe.
Yeah. So if the committee, I'm sorry.
It's going to be hard for, especially if we're not manned all the time, to take any money. Are we taking checks? Are we taking cash? Are we taking credit cards?
Well, yeah, we can't take money on election day. Remember, we discussed that. But
when we're talking about a
But at town
monetarily commitment, maybe that's after the fact. You know, the sign-up sheet has their email and phone number, and then possibly how many they'd want. I don't think many people will want more than one. A guesstimate at the price or the price range. We do have, I know I've still got them at the fire station, I believe Town Hall does, some big sandwich boards that we got for the COVID stuff. Maybe we could make a big, I could do it if you want, you know, a big board that would be freestanding and stand there and say, you know, have the recycling committee logo on it. And, you know, the town is going to be ordering these composting bins. Please sign up if you're interested. And then if nobody is there, we could have the sign up attached to it. So that might be a way to drum it up, because from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. is a long day.
And I don't have the election staff to be able to have anyone from my group go and do that.
No, you'll be busy. You'll be busy enough. So, does that sound like a plan? If Kathy's willing and able to do that, to kind of just be sure people know what that's all about. Otherwise, we might miss some people who would be interested.
Yep. And then maybe we could possibly move it to town hall after.
Kathy, if you don't mind doing that, you've already done a lot, but that would be great.
All right.
So then, Sue, can there be still, can you take care of the sign-up sheet for people to put their name and some contact info? Is that something you can do, or?
Are you asking me, Sue, or Sue Accardi, Sue?
Sue, look, I'm sorry. I'm just going to keep calling you Sue, look, or should I call you Nathan tonight? I don't know.
That might be scary. Yeah, I can probably, well, I really can't. I've got way too much stuff. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I can do it and have that all ready to go.
Yeah,
we basically, do we need address, or is it just email address and phone number? And name, of course.
Yes, that sounds good.
Easiest
I
would
would-
be email.
Yeah, okay.
From one standpoint, I would say that you go with the least amount of personal information on there that you can get away with. If, you know, so I would say you want their name, email address, and phone number. I wouldn't put the physical address on there at the election at the polling place.
I wouldn't think we need that. I would just ask Kathy that you have in very big letters at the top. Please print legibly. Thank you. Sorry, Jessica, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wonder if there's another way, there's other ways that we can let folks know too, that if they're interested, like, could we, you know, I don't know if we could put a little thing in the Roadrunner about, you know, sign up, or, you know, whether the fire and rescue, the town on social media, et cetera, can kind of help spread the word so that folks know that we're looking for interest and are trying to facilitate this.
I think we said last time we met that we would ask for something to be put in the Roadrunner in the next issue, to contact the town hall if you were interested and did not sign up on election day. That's my recollection.
Fabulous.
Okay.
I also was going to suggest that we could collect email addresses and phone numbers, or just ask folks what their preferred method of contact might be, because I know some people, you know, don't necessarily use the internet, and I'm happy to make those phone calls. You know, if folks don't have email and they are looking for someone to reach out to them, I'm happy to do that piece.
And I can certainly help with the emails. That's something I can usually work in while I'm on some meetings sometimes. But so yeah, not everybody would fill out both email and phone number, but it's a good backup if they do fill out both. Yeah, Rolf.
Yeah, I mean, I would suspect we can put something on the website as well, the sign up link on there, so that when people go on there, they, you know, see other things, but then, you know, you have a picture of the thing, and then, you know, say interested in getting one, and then just goes a little sign up sheet on there. So, I mean, obviously, you know, and if we make reference to that in the Roadrunner article, that's probably better than them having a cutout coupon or whatever that they've got to send in to be able to go and fill in the online form on the website.
Planning for several years.
I could ask Kevin tomorrow about that, because I know he made a sign up for the newsletter that we used to do before the Roadrunner. So the technology's sitting there. He should be able to dust it off a bit, I think, and be able to get us a list of emails that are collected online.
Yes, Representative Fay.
Actually, Sue just brought up a really good point, and something that I would think of, which is if folks sign up, you know, through the town website, and I don't know the answer to this, is there a mechanism where folks could pay for it online through the town, or do they have to come in person and write a check?
They would, well, we don't have any mechanism right now on our website that would allow a credit card. They would have to come in the town office. We can take them over the phone, but it's a lot more work. We're in our busy season with absentees and votes, so I'd really rather not. If we don't have to drive people to the phone, I'd rather drive them to the town office.
Okay. Sure. Sounds good. What date would we want people to express an interest by? Would mid-July be enough time to decide how many might need to be ordered?
I think it's tough to say, not knowing when the next Roadrunner goes out in those deadlines. I think we almost have to do like August or even September 1st. I think we got to really drum up support for this and push it.
Okay. Rolf?
Yeah, if we go back in history, when we did this the last time, we actually two-phase thing. We had an initial order, and then we had a makeup order that we were able to do after that. So that you catch the people that said, "Oh, gee, I forgot. I wish I'd done that." You know, kind of a second chance type thing. So if you look at that, and you have your bulk of the on the first one, but then also for the second chance, the price will probably be a little bit higher because the quantity will be a little bit less. So, you look at that to say, because if the intent is to try and get them into as many households as we can, if you just do the one, you do the one, and then all of a sudden you start to build up some enthusiasm behind that, it gives you a chance to capitalize on that and pick up probably another 20% more.
How about if we said August 1st for the first round, and then I don't know how long it would take for people to actually get them, but once they start seeing them on the roadside for a few weeks, in other words, if I'm ordering one and once I get it, and then you're seeing it out on the roadside, then maybe doing another round in September. So just even the visibility of them, or maybe even later, I don't know, would help folks to say, oh yeah, I meant to get one of those, or I should get one of those. Does that seem like a time frame, or is that too rushed?
I think if you put it out too far, people put it on the back burner of, oh, I'll get to that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that I'd go farther than August 1st.
What do others think? Kathy was suggesting later. Sue's saying not too far out. What's a happy medium? Bob, what do you think? Bob, you're muted.
Yes, if we're talking the compost bins, they're not going to be out alongside the road.
It's hard to hear you, Bob.
You mentioned that these compost bins that Nathan was going to get samples of, once people get them, they're not going to be putting those out on the road. They're going to be in their backyards.
Right, but the recycling bins. We're talking about both composters and recycling, the larger recycling bins.
Okay, fine. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, no, we really don't want people you're right, don't want the composters out by the roadside. So, good thought. But yeah, I did just mean the recycling bin. Sorry, that wasn't clear. Okay, so it's actually the sign up should kind of distinguish too. People might want one and not the other, but depending on what they're doing. What else do we need for election day and the samples? Anything else? So Sue, look, can you also contact the person for the Roadrunner to get that information in there at some point, or should I?
Yes.
Not? Oh, okay. All right,
Yes,
great.
I can.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay, if there's nothing else on that, then hopefully people did get the copy of what Nathan gave to Sue and sent around, and I'm just wondering if maybe I can manage to share.
Madam Chair, I've got it right up on my screen. If I'm allowed to share, I can do that.
That would be great if you've already got it.
Oh, I can't do that.
Well, I'm trying to get to, there we go. Wow. One can share at a time is what I have listed. So no one else is sharing. So I think you should be able to.
It says host disabled participant screen share.
Here we go. Who can share? Only host. All participants. There, that should be better. Does that work now?
It does. Can everyone see that?
Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
So what this is a policy, what it really is a meltdown of the contract that we have with the MSW vendor. And a year ago, Nathan was having some difficulties with a few folks that seemed to misunderstand or not want to understand the rules. So he wanted to have a one-page handout that would list off all of the rules in a form that seemed fairly straightforward. And we took that to the select board almost a year ago. It was in July of last year. And that got them into a conversation too about recycling and about the state of recycling and what's happening once it leaves Raymond. And the decision was made to set this policy aside and let the recycling committee look at it once it was formed. I've gone over it again and I sent it to Dave McNally, and who is Nathan's contact at Pine Tree, and he went through it as well. So this is what we've come up with, that it does everything in here matches what the contract currently says. And so it isn't changing anything that is currently there. It's just giving Nathan really a tool that he can use to hand to someone to say, the selectmen and have approved this if the select board does so choose to approve it. And that's why the amended is highlighted and whatnot. The dates are highlighted. One, to remind me I need to change them if the select board don't do anything with it in June. And the other is to remind me that this isn't real yet. It hasn't been amended or adopted. But it's really just for that was the purpose of it, was so that Nathan could help use this as kind of an education tool for folks that were struggling with some of these things.
Folks want me to scroll down as I'm doing it?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Grace, I thought it looked really good. The only comment I have is there's really no penalty to it. And, you know, and I don't know if one is needed, but I know Nate said he's had lots of problems, you know, other than not picking up your trash until you solve the issues. Do we need a penalty?
Right. So I would leave that part of it to the select board to suggest. I don't know that I would want to suggest some sort of a penalty, other than what you said. What it does say, certain things won't be picked up. But I know that Nathan had said, as Sue just said, part of the idea was if there were an issue, then a conversation with a person in that household and handing them a copy of this to clarify it, because part of the issue may well be that people just don't realize it, don't know. And so that was that education piece. And so that might be like the first, if there's a first incident, that would be what would happen. And then if it's repeated, then there may be something that the select board would have to impose as some type of a fine. I don't know. Bob's got his hand up.
Yes, the desirable container for the automated pickup, which is coming, contract ends, and I understood that Nathan would be getting the container that would be used for the automated pickup. That's a 64-gallon container. You've got two 32-gallon containers here. That could pose a problem in what people are looking at. And also, does the two 32-gallon containers apply to just trash? Or is it one for trash, one for recycling?
So it doesn't specify, Bob, it does say the equivalent of two 32 gallons. So one 64 gallon would be the equivalent, but I believe what he last said was that we wouldn't be getting those automated sized ones, for lack of a better way to describe them, just yet. That wasn't what we were looking at, but does anyone recall the size of the recycling containers that we were looking at? I thought those were 32 also. So it really should specify, I think it's two 32 gallons for trash and one for recycling? Or is there even a limit on the recycling? Because we were encouraging people to recycle more materials so it didn't go in the trash stream. Rolf?
There was not a limit on the recycling. The hope was that with the composting, it would actually cut back on some of what's going into the recycling anyway, because you get rid of recycling the trash, because you get rid of some of the wet stuff. But I'm not sure which container, recycle container that he's getting, but I thought the thought on that one was that was going to be the rolling wheel one with the cover on that, so that was a little bit bigger. But the 32 gallon one was for the trash side. You actually separate the two anyway, so you've got the 32 gallon ones. And I think we have to look a little bit at the wording there, because it gets into that strange zone of, you've got some people that only put their stuff out every 2 weeks, and some, you drive down the road 1 week and you see one can on a road, and you go down the next week and you see five cans on the road. Well, they're maintaining their, the two per week. What does that mean? That's eight per month. So I mean, we've got to wrestle with that a little bit. But in regards to a penalty and things like that, you always have to guard a little bit about the law of unintended consequences. As soon as you start throwing a penalty on there, all of a sudden, the stuff doesn't go up to there to get picked up. It ends up on the side of the road or in the woods. And now we've thrown extra work on the public works. So what you're trying to do is have a document here that gives you, here's the guidelines. And, it's like everything else in this world. You've got the 90-10, either 80-20 or 90-10 rule, where 90 to 95% of the people are doing what they're supposed to and doing it correctly anyway. So it's giving you a little bit of ammunition to talk to those, that 5% of the people and say, here's what we're expecting from people. And I think you do that if the alternative is they've got to contract privately and get their own trash hauled away, and nobody, none of them are going to want to do that. So it just gives you a little bit something that you can go to them and say it's not an arbitrary decision on the standpoint of the Casella picking the waste up. It's there's reasoning behind that. So that's kind of where that's coming from that standpoint as well.
So I would make a suggestion to Nathan through Sue if possible, or I can email him. Under part 2 with containers, really it should be sort of 2 sections, one for the trash, one for the recycling. And that first line, say trash limited to the equivalent of 2 32-gallon containers per household per week, which I guess would allow what Rolf is saying. They've got 1 container 1 week and 3 the next, and that's the equivalent of 2 per week, if that's okay, if that's all right with folks. And then it should specify the recycling containers preferred are the larger covered ones. I'm not sure how to word that. I forget again what the size was, but I thought that cover for the recycling was an important piece, because that does, if some of those items get wet, they're not going to be recycled. Somehow separating that section out so it's clear what's for trash and what's for recycling would be helpful.
The other thing to keep in mind, and the reason that this is done as a policy versus an ordinance, is because if it's done as a policy, we can massage it if we find that there's issues. If it's an ordinance, that's locked until the next town meeting. And so, you know, the intent is let's get a policy there, recognizing that, you know, it's good, you know, it will probably have to be amended from time to time. And it's much easier to do that with a policy than it is with an ordinance.
Madam Chair,
Yes. go ahead.
you mentioned something that that I think is important that a lot of people don't know, and I don't know if it belongs in the policy or some other spot, but you know, we talk about under F about what will not be picked up as recycling, and you mentioned wet, and I don't know if that's something that needs to be in here. You know, large piles of loose recycling or wet paper or cardboard will not be picked up. I don't know if that needs to be clarified for folks in this place, or if that's more of an education problem.
So I know we've got the flyer that Cassie had designed, and I can't remember now. Does it talk about not being wet if it's cardboard, or what other kinds of materials like paper? Does that matter? I can't recall. Go ahead, Cassie.
I think the issue is, though, you know, you want to have a covered container, but then all the stores around us sell those blue totes, and a lot of folks already have those. They're not covered. You know, you may put your trash out at 7 a.m. as it says to. It doesn't get picked up until 10, and at 9:30, a snowstorm or a rainstorm comes through. You can't change that. I think we got to leave it to people's common sense, and the trash man will pick it up, and if it's wet, they're just going to throw it in the trash truck, and we'll leave it to them. You know, I think if we try to dictate too much, and say, well, you can only use these containers. You know, you go to the website of a trash company and they put a whole list, you know, any container works, just make sure it's obvious that it's recycling. So we don't want to conflict with what the website's saying, you know, the trash company's website.
Yeah,
Right.
go ahead, Sue. Go ahead.
So I can't put my hand up on my phone here. Two things. I recall a discrepancy in terms of EcoMan and Kinsella about the wet cardboard. And Kinsella, you know, they said it can't be sopping wet, but if it's damp or whatnot, they will take it. So there was a lot of wiggle room with the wetness of the cardboard for there. The other thing is that Lowe's, you know, have they're selling these blue recycling bins in two different sizes, a real big one and a smaller one. And I have seen many of those on the roads already. I mean, on my road especially, but they're new. So I'm glad to see that people are buying those with lids. I think the old open totes are old. You know, I don't know if they're really selling those anymore, but Lowe's has those recycling bins.
Right, but those are also the ones that we're getting through the town that people are going to be able to order. That was the whole idea, right?
Right,
So,
exactly. But they are being sold at Lowe's and people are already buying them, and they are the closed bins.
So how about compromise of having a note there that does mention preferred covered bin for recyclables, since wet recyclables might not be able to be recycled or something like that. So it's not really like dictating the type of bin they have to have by any stretch. I mean, sometimes you're just putting things out in a cardboard box if you've got an additional amount of items, but I mean, we should try to move them towards covered items. The whole idea of this was to try to reduce the amount of trash, right? Because that's, you know, the cost. And so we don't want to have people making the effort to recycle and then having it end up in the trash. And we're trying to make this cost effective too, so.
No, I think that's a good idea, you know, always encouraging the lids on the recycling bins. I think it's a good idea.
So just something like a preferred recycling bin, a covered recycling bin is preferable, something like that.
I think I've captured most of what you folks have said so far. I actually wrote this, so it's fairly easy for me to update it. I just can't update it from home.
Thank you. So the only thing this doesn't really address as a problem, but I don't know that there's a place in this policy for it, was the issue of the either the weekend or summer residents and any kinds of issues with that. I mean, it does talk about the private roads, and that was something that's been a concern. But I
Well,
don't
and
know.
the same rules go for the seasonal residents, but they do have a different set of problems. Not all of them know where the trash goes. Some of them have gotten used to dumpsters that are no longer there. We field a lot of phone calls from them.
So once the policy is adopted by the select board, in whatever shape it ends up in, we talked about this going to places that do summer rentals and weekend rentals, and certainly having copies available in the town hall for any of the summer residents that come in for, maybe they're coming in for license for their boat or something, I don't know, but just making it available and visible.
We currently have a sheet that we made that shows all of the various alternatives for bulky waste. And right now we have nothing on the back of it. I'm thinking that this would fit rather nicely on the back. And a lot of folks that are new to town or are seasonal will come in and ask for that. So.
And even again, notice in the seasonal residents, we've got the Wyndham Eagle, right? And the Roadrunner. I mean, depending upon what part of what season they're here, they would likely see that and have some sort of a notification in there that this is available at town hall and on the website, obviously, too, just to help inform folks. Anything else on the policy here? If not, thank you, Sue, for taking notes on that. And Karen's got minutes as well as a backup, and I've written down a few scribbles as well, if that helps. Flyer logo is next. Our artist in residence, Kathy.
Unfortunately, not much has gotten done. I sent the ideas to Melissa McConkey at Town Hall, and she said she was not the graphic artist, but she would have them work on them. Okay. So we're kind of a hold on that. If we change it, I told her the idea was to try to take the Raymond and put the tail around it with the recycling arrows. So hopefully we'll get it within the next day or two, and I'll send it out to everybody. But unfortunately, nothing else has been done.
Thanks, Kathy. So
and I have a little bit of an update on that, Kathy, and that's that Melissa brought it out, and Kirsten and I looked at it with her, and Kirsten's going to be working on some design ideas and around making the tail of the Y in Raymond be the arrows was one of the thoughts that she had, and working with the world to make it bigger so you can actually see what it was, and just a few she had some really good ideas because she is a graphic artist, so she's hopeful. She said tomorrow there's no way she can have it done, but sometime early next week she's hopeful to have something that she can send out to Kathy.
Good. Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
So how are we going to start distributing those flyers and getting them printed and distributing them? I guess it's just a question that's coming to mind. Were we going to try to have those on the same table on election day? That seems like a tight time frame at this point.
We can certainly make a few in-house. Let's face it, election day, how many people are we really going to get who will take a flyer? Not to be a pessimist, but
yeah.
And then we had talked last time about getting some professionally printed in bulk. So yeah, and then we have the composting one to go on the backside.
Yeah. Is that?
And just to give you an idea of the size of the election, right now I only have fewer than 50 requests for absentees. I should be swamped. So I think it's going to be a very light turnout. We only have 2 races that are contested.
But you never know. Okay. So thank you for this composting information here, Kathy, as well, that she sent around. That's great. And so that's really, I mean, that's something that with all that all that I've learned in the last several months, that this is probably the most important thing to be encouraging people to do.
So I put a couple of resources on it, and I tried to make them from Maine, a couple of them, you know, legitimate compost foundation. But the Mitchell Center in Maine had a good article about it, and then Better Homes and Gardens, because I mean, if you're going to go to YouTube, you want to go to a name you trust. So I thought those were some good resources. I think it could be dressed up a little bit, but there's not a lot of space left if we want to keep it this way. Thanks to Karen, she did point out a typo to me, and that I fixed that on mine, but I don't know if folks like it, want to change it. Is this what we were looking for? And do we keep it, you know, maybe just dress it up a little bit with maybe some colors, or it could stay in black and white and just put it on the back side of the recycling flyer?
I'm not sure what suggestion I have for dressing up compost, but if anybody's got one, please mention it.
I love it. I also think black and white printing is less expensive, so.
It is. But if we're doing the front part in color, you know, even if you just did the logo in color and maybe the titles, the headers of each paragraph in color, that might add some little bit to it.
It would. I think people are sometimes less likely to read lots of words. And if you have breaks and something a little bit more eye-catching, then they're more likely to dig into it. I just thought it was fantastic. I learned something from reading that, Kathy, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So maybe the same person that's helping with the logo has a suggestion for dressing this up a bit, or just as you said, Representative Fate, there's something, some color distinction to just catch his eye. I mean, the headings are, you know, are good. So even if people are just reading the headings, that would be really helpful. Did anyone else have a chance to look it over? And
I did. I think the information is great. It's very interesting. Did a good job. Thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome.
Great. Okay, so if that can also be printed out then, and just have a how many are needed, you think, for election day? Can 50 be printed out in-house and be on the table?
We can get, yeah, I know I can get 50 copies done easily.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Anything else on the flyer or the compost information? Okay. And we've already talked about the election day. And next steps. What are next steps? I think there's a lot of things that are going to happen that are great. What do we need to do?
We need to make sure that Nate's going to have a sample of the compost bin and the recycling one for elections. I think having an actual sample would look great.
Yeah, I did talk to him earlier today. He said that he would definitely have those. So I might remind him a bit too, but he yeah, I'm sure he'll take care of it. So what are next steps? Do we need to be at the select board meeting, Rolf? It feels like this is pretty straightforward for select board to take a look at in June as far as the policy.
Well, I guess we have to see which, what, if it's gonna be on the June meeting or if it's gonna be on the July meeting, so, I don't think the agenda set yet or it's probably pretty well, the agenda is probably pretty well set for the June meeting already, so it probably wouldn't be.
I put it on the June agenda. I haven't gone over it with Teresa yet to see if she wants to have it on the June agenda. But I put it on contingent upon whether the committee tonight seemed amiable to it, and it sounds like consensus is that you agree that Nathan needs something, or he could use this tool to help educate. But I might be making too much of an assumption.
I certainly think it's fine to go ahead with it if they've got the time on the agenda to do it. Does anybody else see a problem with it?
Well, I mean, I guess the question would be, what is the recycling committee going to present to the select board? Because essentially the task was to look at recycling and things like this. So the fact is, do you know what it is you are going to present? If not, then it would make more sense to wait till July so that you have a chance to really come down to here's all we're going to present and here's what we're going to do. Otherwise, it's the task was to look at the recycling, to look at that and things like that. So you've got a lot of different things to report on, and so if you're going to be in a position with 1 week notice to be able to pull that all together, that's one thing. If not, then you're better off to hold that off next month so you've got time to prepare for what you're going to actually present in regards to the whole recycling, composting, and all that stuff.
So I'm not sure what needs to, go ahead.
I agree with Rolf. I think that we could be ready, but it might be tight, but I think we present our flyers. As for changes in the way Raymond does trash, this is just my opinion. I don't see this committee saying we're not going to recycle. I think this committee is saying we want to continue recycling, even though it's more expensive than the tipping fees for trash, but we want to help reduce the tipping fees on trash by promoting composting to get some of that weight out of it. And that may be our next steps. We're going to try to get the town involved with compost bins and recycling bins. And then maybe say in a couple of years, we're going to look at perhaps the garden, the trash to garden, and the automated trash pickup in Raymond. And I think this is my opinion, other than getting these flyers out with our advertising and then getting the bins out to the public, assisting with that however we can, I'm not sure there's much more for the committee to do at this point, other than present it to Board of Selectmen.
So it's feeling more like a report out of what we've done over the last several months. It's not so much of a presentation rather than, as you just summarized it, Kathy. I mean, this is what we've done and this is what's happening and this is what we hope will happen. And the policy is really, I thought more Nathan's to present and that we were just giving feedback on it, if any. So I don't see any need to hold up on that. Again, if the select board have time on their agenda in June, I just as soon it get going sooner so that it can be used as an education piece over the summer months if it's adopted again by the select board. I think the sooner that we start to address some of the issues that have happened before things perhaps get, worse over the summer, that when the population increases, that would be, not just good for the environment, but also more cost effective. So again, it's not a huge rush, but if this policy with a few things that we suggested there is amenable to if the select board is amenable to the policy and they go ahead and adopt it, then Nathan has that as another tool to help with addressing some of the issues he's seen. And I don't mind going if somebody else wants to come as well and just kind of give an outline of this is what we've learned and discussed and recommend going forward for the town. Again, what do others think? Please weigh in.
Sounds like a good plan, Grace.
You know, I think one thing we could actually do is if we had a composting specialist, if folks, you know, you read a flyer and you say, oh, that sounds interesting, but I've never composted and I really don't know how to do it. You know, we do have the Raymond Gardens with the library right there. Do we get a guest speaker to come in and do a couple of presentations on composting? That might help us sell composting to the town.
I think that's a great idea. There are some videos online. I mean, even just the recording that we saw from Wyndham and Raymond Adult Ed was really good. Karen, you look like you were about to say something.
I was just agreeing that the plan looks good to present.
Okay.
I love Kathy's idea about having some sort of program around composting. If the committee would like, I can try to reach out and see if I can find someone who would be willing to come and work with Allison to see if we can set up a program around composting at the library, if that's something that you guys think is a good idea. And then the other piece is maybe we could set up, and I don't know if this is a good idea or not now that I'm saying it out loud, if we could set up sort of a model compost bin at the community garden, although given some of the problems we've had with public trash around town, I don't know if that's a great idea or not. But I maybe I'll just throw that out there and see what folks think. You know, so people can come by and see it in action, I guess.
So I'm not sure who is it the library in charge of that community garden, or is there somebody else that
actually Lee Walker. Runs it. Yeah, and I have a plot there, so I'm there like all the time.
So if there is a way to do that, I don't think that's a bad idea. People go to the library and can also then see that, as you said, in action, composting away. The other thought I had was, I don't know if they've been doing this, the garden tours was it the library that has done garden tours like early summer, some years?
Yeah, they were doing it every 2 years, and then I think they skipped a year due to COVID. So I'm not sure when it's coming back.
So if they are doing that, again, tying a lesson on composting to that, it's sort of like a stop on the garden tour that people might be interested in if they're interested in gardens.
I'm fairly sure I'm 99.9% sure that it's not happening this year.
Okay.
I agree. It would have been advertised already.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not happening this year, I'm sure. Yeah. But we could have one of those bins at the library or somewhere. It's hard to show people unless you're actually actively putting stuff into the bin. Just see, you know, this is how it works. I mean, all you're doing is opening the bin and putting in whatever. But to have the bin there might be helpful because a lot of people go through the library. It would be good to have a sample of that bin somewhere there. And all you do is lift up the lid and you throw the stuff in, whatever you're composting.
Well, the library is another place to have copies of the flyers and the composting information as well. So
absolutely great. Yes.
Okay. So,
One,
go ahead.
sorry, Grace, one question I had. You know, we're putting the recycling committee logo on stuff, which is great, but we don't have any contact this person for questions or anything. And do we need that? If we're saying, hey, we want you to recycle, we want you to compost, for any questions, call or email. You know, I'm sure we could get Kevin to set us up a Raymond Maine recycling composting email. Is that something we need to do? And then who would check it and get back to people?
Okay, I am definitely not volunteering to do that, only because of the number of emails that I already deal with.
I can
I'm
volunteer.
not the expert. Sue could, but maybe
I
it's better
could.
to have someone from Casella. I mean, or just even the website for Casella. They do have a
Well,
lot of information there.
they're hard, yeah, you can do that, but not to contact them. I mean, it's too hard to get a hold of anybody there, really.
Is it?
Yes, I tried. But I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, you know, the website is a great idea, and the Eco Maine workshop, the video on composting was amazing.
Mhm.
I learned a lot. But I would be willing to help with that, you know, contact information. If, you know, and then maybe we ought to look and see if we can get available the Eco Maine videos. That was really amazing.
Are there videos online? Is that what you said, Sue?
Well, they had, and I might, in my email, I should have a copy of that because they sent us the
link.
their link for their thing, so we should try to get a hold of that. But it was amazing, so that would be helpful. But you know, I would be glad to contact people if they have any questions and do my best. But I would, you know, and I would certainly review that video again for sure.
If there is a link, I could put it on your web page, link to Eco Maine.
I'll send that. I'll find it and send it to you, Sue.
Okay, because that only takes a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
So am I hearing that you would like Kevin to make a recycling committee email and then forward those emails to Sue?
I think it's a good idea, and then we could judge interest too. You know, does she get 50 or does she get 2?
Yeah.
You know, and is it necessary in the future? But I'd say I can talk to Kevin tomorrow, Sue, and just say, can you make a recycling committee at raymondmaine.org? I mean,
Oh, I gotta call him and talk to him about making a sign up thing on the website anyway. So, I mean, you're welcome to, but I've got to bother him anyway.
okay. And then, but he'd have to make it so that it would go to Sue Accardi.
Yes.
So could it say Raymond Recycles and then whatever is needed for the email? Yep. Doesn't really need committee there, just Raymond Recycles. Well, thank you, Sue, and thanks for the idea, Kathy, too. And if you can't find the link for that video, I'm pretty sure I've got it too, and I can find it. So just let me know. I'll look.
Okay, I will.
So, so Sue, if or Rolf, whoever, if you do have it on the agenda for the 21st, if you just let me know, I will try to remember to check the agenda beforehand too. But if you could email me, that'd be great. And then I'll come, and anybody else that would like to be able to be there. It's the 21st, right?
Yes.
Please feel free, or if anybody else would rather do it. I see all hands being raised as I speak. Okay. All right, I don't mind. I actually don't have a meeting that night, so I can be there. Anything else? So what about a next meeting? Do we want to try to meet later in the summer and see how things are going? Check in, or